Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Good morning, everybody. Quick little, cool little thing there. Give me 1 second. Getting that K cup real quick. Oh, trust me, those McGriddles were damn good. I wish I would have got more. I only got 2. Wish I would have. Whoa, shoot! What are you doing? Come on, StreamYard. Wish I would have got 2 or 2 more. I got 2. So good morning, everybody. Actually, let me see here. Silky, if you want to hop on, you're more than welcome. And say hello. Good morning. We'll be going into a bunch of different cases today. So it's going to be kind of on the fly, which usually these days are, because you got breaking news. There's different things we're going to check out. I'm going to be checking out the Truth and Transparency, that body cam that we've all been talking about. We just had to get through that DNA stuff first. We'll be going through that. Let me see. I got a whole list. Kathy Esposito, BTK. We're going to be having the architect call in today. Silky's more than welcome to hop up. Yoli will be joining later this afternoon. We got court docs. We'll be going over the Vargas testimony again. Be looking up some stuff. What's not qualified for the DNA? What is that? What does that exactly mean? We'll be going through Rachel Morin. We'll be going through Darylyn Johnson. We'll be going through Lucas Anderson. We'll be going through what else? Karen Reed will also be going through some more Idaho forest stuff, and then anything else that's out there. But um, and breaking news. So that's what I'll probably go through first. I will probably pull up one of the videos that I've saved for you guys this morning, and we'll check out and watch that. Drink some coffee here, and I'll look to see if there's anything breaking news out there, because that's what we do on these daytime true crime shows. Something drops, let's talk about it. Hell, we didn't even know about Kathy Esposito last week. We were doing a daytime true crime show. Kathy Esposito, breaking news, press conference popped up. We watched that for 45 minutes, an hour, even stayed late on my show to finish it. And 36 years cold case. And man, what a freaking, when we talk about all these cases that there's all this shady shit going on, and all this this corruptness, and this a lot of shit that don't make sense, and unfortunately that's a lot of the things that get highlighted from us, because that we're here to question, right? We're here to try and hold people accountable in whatever fashion we can. And when it comes to LE and the different agencies that come together, and the press conference, I was blown away by it, because I was just like, wow, this is how an investigation is supposed to be done. This is how a press conference is supposed to be done. This is how including others is supposed to be done. This is how you explain to the public your homework. All of these things on that press conference, I couldn't say enough good things about it. And I know when I came and hung out in Silky show the other night, I had said something about it even then. It's like, it needs to be used as like a training. Like, this is how you introduce, this is how you get to the homework, this is how you come on. The lengths that they went for that investigation, the lengths that they went, not only from where they started at, because it was a cold case, from where they started at, and then what led them up to the point where they were able to get confirmation, like to that extreme. You go from the cold case to all of a sudden this extreme, and you were freaking right. That right there is some amazing work. And I just have to, it was a great press conference. I'll share it again. Kathy Esposito, Sposito. Look up the case, 36-year-old case, cold case. And the person was already deceased. The person that committed the crime. It's crazy what they can do. There's good things that can happen. There's also shady things that can happen, but we should highlight both. So highlight to them. Good morning, Jacqueline. Go ahead and start my hellos first. I need a sip. So good. Good morning, Kib Kitty. Good morning, Jacqueline. Good morning, Lisa. There's Caddy. Good morning. Yes, we're going to be getting into all these different cases today. I'm excited. We have 9 to 5, and I honestly think it's going to go longer than 9 to 5 today. I think it's going to go a little longer than that, because this court hearing is not until 1 p.m. Pacific, which puts it at 4 p.m. Eastern, which puts it at an hour from me, 9 to 5. So we'll see. But if I have to go late, I have to go late. I went late last week. All for the Esposito case. Good morning, Bobby J. Good morning, Still Mimi. What's up, Detective Golden? Good morning to you. Bianca, good morning. Ticket 16. P. Fox, Murder Chogos. Sleuthing Squadron. Oh, wow, didn't think. Oh, it's all good. Well, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Good morning, Kelly. Coffee and Hearts. Silky, if you'd like to hop up, you're more than welcome. I sent you a link in your email. Heavy Metal Rehab. Very artistic lady right there. Oh, the jewelry. I'm telling you, I saw some of that last night. I saw some of that jewelry last night. You all, I'm telling you, heavy metal. Do you have like, uh, and I know there's some messages I haven't been able to check. Do you have like a website or something somebody can go to order jewelry? Because I'm telling you guys, like, this is some really creative shit. I was like, what? Especially heavy metal. The first picture that you sent me, that's the top left of the message feed. Um, I was like, damn, that shit looks badass. Seriously. What when I get through the hellos and we start getting into the show, let me write this down because I'll just let me know, heavy metal, if it's cool if I show everybody your jewelry. I'm telling you guys, and you got Halloween coming up, everybody. You got Halloween coming up. Who wouldn't want some kind of custom jewelry to go with your Halloween outfit? Come on, come on. It's about being unique. What's up, dog fan? Good morning. Hey, Katie. There's Jinxie. What's up, Jinxie? Yes, please, please. Because that's what it's about. Let me see here. So, whoa, my mouse is looking spaz in there. My mouse cursor just shot across the screen for no reason. Battery, I just changed you this morning. And there it is. The peace, positivity, and progress. So I'm hoping I'm hoping to have my setup. Ooh, hold on. Ooh. It was a little hot. I'm hoping to have the setup done by Sunday night. So I'm going to give myself all weekend to finish this setup. It's going to take some work. So I won't be live as much this weekend because I'm going to be kind of getting all that stuff set up. We're going to be opening up some Discord stuff coming soon for the community, for the members. We're just kind of fine tuning the details and everything like that. So I'll be having a notice coming out soon. I'll just announce it in the live. I'm not going to put out a community post or anything. Well, I suppose I could. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put out a community, but I'll let you guys know first. So, yes, I'm telling you. No, I did not. I did not. I woke up and I hurried up and went to. I love Hardee's. Hardee's is my favorite. But I went to McDonald's because I was just feeling the McGriddle. My stomach was like, dude, you need pancakes with sausage and syrup on it. Like now. So, but if I do go to Hardee's, I get the loaded omelet biscuit. Oh, the best. Loaded omelet. Yum. Hardee's is awesome. Hardee's is the best. The best breakfast food. Hardee's. Look me up. Loaded omelet, loaded omelet, loaded omelet. There you go, Hardee's. There's your promo. Thank you so much for the 1999. Holy shit. Oh my god. Hold on a minute. I just get to chat and then all of a sudden I miss shit. You are amazing. Thank you, Lulu. I appreciate you so much. And one of the things I'm going to be doing this weekend is getting that other box. I'm still like halfway. I still got like half that damn box that I got right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Lulu. Cheers, Lulu. Good morning. Oh my gosh, Kelly. I saw it. Where's that? Kelly. You always gotta pull on the strings. You always gotta pull on the strings, Kelly. I appreciate you so much. Not only for your support here, but also the support in the background. People don't know, you know. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you do, not only for the show, but in turn for the community as well. Um, it's a beautiful thing. And not only for, just this support, but also the support when it comes to just being another soul on this planet. Um, you know, even if, you know, uh, even if there's busy days, uh, it's, you always get a message, and I appreciate that because, even when there's certain days, when somebody reaches out and just says, "Hey, I hope you're doing good," send in little positive words and things like that. It's it definitely goes a long way. So uh, I appreciate you so much, and it just means a lot because there's just everybody knows there's been a lot of stuff or whatever, but that's been difficult. But the ones that have been there to support me, I really appreciate it because it's you that I know are true, and I never forget that. I never forget that, and I appreciate you. I'm gonna bring Silky up while I finish up my hellos. What's up,
Hello,
Silky?
CJ.
What's
Hey,
up?
y'all. Well, it's kind of dark here for this time of the morning. I kept adjusting my lights, and I need another one, I
Yeah.
guess. But you know what? I'm still having. This is my second cup of coffee,
Whoa!
and
I just took a couple sips of my first. Damn.
well,
Woo.
my daughter woke up and she was sick, so I've been up since 5 this morning trying to take care of her and all the nonsense. But
Yeah.
I heard you talking about what was it, McGriddles?
Yeah. Yeah.
I love McGriddles.
I
Love
know.
them.
Love them. Yeah. Otherwise, I would have went to Hardee's because Hardee's, that's like the
Yeah,
best. Or
yeah.
Carl's Jr. wherever you are at, whatever they call it. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Phantom. Go ahead.
I tell you what, I love that omelet biscuit. But I
Mm,
have the McDonald's app, and I'll go through. I don't know what the specials are in everybody's area, but where I'm at, if you have the app and you order on the app, you can get like buy one breakfast biscuit and get one free. So I get, usually because it's good and hearty, I get a sausage egg McMuffin. Um, my opinion, that's the best. Oh, I love the McGriddles too, but I love this, and so I'll like put it in the fridge and save it for the next day. And for like $4, I've got two breakfasts because I'm thrifty that way.
boom.
Yeah, it's like,
Hey,
yeah, get that app.
hey. That's why sometimes I get pizza, I have
Hmm.
supper for 2 nights in a row. And hey, who doesn't love reheated pizza? I do.
Uh, I do.
So,
I love it for
yeah,
breakfast. For
right?
me, cold pizza and hot coffee, best breakfast ever.
I've never tried that before. I'll have to try that sometime. I've usually tried a lot of weird shit, but yeah, I've never tried that before. What's up,
My
Dre? Bobby J? Go ahead.
my mom used to call me a trash compactor because I eat supper because I eat supper foods for breakfast. Now at supper, I'm fine if I had a good lunch. I'm fine for like cereal for supper, but yeah, in the morning when my first meal, I'm voracious. Like I'll eat a running antelope. I'll go hunt him down. So,
You'll look like that fucking that painted face thing that you scared the shit out of us with.
yeah, yeah. Uh,
Looking for the
it,
food. Cantaloupe.
Pennywise,
Yes,
Pennywise.
Pennywise. Oh my gosh, you guys. It's frick. Great I can't believe you did the makeup yourself. That makeup was
I
freaking
did.
crazy. And then that little video that you did, where you run up and like scream in the camera, it's like, whoa, damn. Don't play that shit on Halloween because them
Oh
little
my
kids will be
gosh.
running to their mamas and shit, like peeking behind their leg, like, are they crazy? You
I
know.
know, I know. I had to go by. I actually went by the farmers market that morning,
Yeah.
and because I was picking stuff up for the party, and I was already, and a friend of mine was there playing guitar, and so I had said like, he's like, come by. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be in Pennywise makeup, and so I pulled up next to where he was. Like, he never missed a beat. He just looked up, waved, and everybody at the farmers market, these little kids are like, staring at me like, who is it? Oh my god! And I was
Right.
disappointed. I couldn't mess
They're
him
like
up, but
they're like grabbing the pants of their parents and shit real tight. They're like
yeah,
they're doing that shit like a little, like they think you can't see them because all they can do is like barely look past, so they think that they
yeah,
can't see the rest of their head, kind of shit. Yeah, that's some funny shit.
yeah. I'm like, but could I really go shop for tomatoes and cucumbers at the market dressed as Pennywise? I'm thinking no. So I'm thinking I'd be bad for business.
Probably, but
So,
you know what? If you do, you need to have somebody available to record that shit because I think that would
yeah.
be amazing. I think it'd be amazing. Who knows, man? People come in there for some crazy ass shit these days anymore. People, I don't know, man. That it could be a touchy situation though too, because going
Yeah.
to the grocery store for some tomatoes and people are like, "Oh shit, is this the Batman movie?" Kind of shit.
Oh
But
yeah. Yeah. Well, back in the day, like many years ago, I used to have a mime team. And we used to go a lot of different places, and you can't do your makeup in the car. It's virtually impossible. So when we would have to go and be there at a certain time, like we'd just have to put the makeup on, and then if you have to stop and get a Coke, if you do have to stop at the store, at the gas station, whatever, there you are, as mimes. And for some reason people expect you to perform. So we did. you know
it was awesome. It was awesome. Are you having now? Do you like do your yard for Halloween? Do you do the trick or treater thing? Like,
Nobody trick or
no?
treats here. uh
Oh, okay.
we all
Rural.
do yeah, well, yeah, we all do trunk or treat. There are a few of the neighborhoods that will, not a whole lot, but I'm just outside a neighborhood, and
Yeah.
most of everybody does the trunk or treat because it's
Yeah.
safe. And
Yeah.
as for decorating, I love to decorate, but I have not decorated for Halloween since I moved in this house, because I'll just be honest with you, I've got enough issues. I'm afraid if I put that stuff out there, it's going to draw more of the weirdness that I've already got. So I'm like, I don't know. We're talking about it this year, maybe.
Coffee and tea. Not everybody's. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the. I'm sorry, dog fan, about the. Let me see the. Oh, P Fox. Hold on a minute. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. That slipped by. Phantom with the gifted 5 memberships. Thank you again. I highlighted OP. The robot pig. No, that's a hippo. That's a hippo. And thank you so much, P Fox. We're gonna be we're just fine tuning some things with the Discord stuff, and so there's gonna be different things for the Discord, with memberships and things like that too, access to things. So we'll be getting that stuff fine tuned out. Like I said, I'm not going to be live as much as I usually have been in previous weekends this weekend, because I'm going to be working on the setup, working on a lot of the stuff behind the scenes, stuff that we got to figure out, different meetings, things like that. So I'll be busy, still be working on the show. from when I get up until I'm falling asleep, but it's going to be a lot of the background stuff. So I'll be having some updates about different things coming out here soon. And then we'll be able to have other things offered, especially with the membership stuff too. When it comes to, like the emojis and stuff, I have these are part of the logos actually for the emojis. And I have a new peace, positivity, and progress logo I want to reveal to you guys today too. I'm excited for that. But you got your homework, you got your peace, positivity, and progress. You got your 150. You got all these different things that I'm going to be putting up there. But this is something that, excuse me, this is going to be the new logo, and this is going to be on the clothing. And this is going to be with. Let me see here 1 second. Oh, I wish I could, because it came through email. Hold on. Well, how can I do this? Sorry, I guess I have to send it to myself in order to show you guys. Never mind, because it's not on Discord. Do me a favor, send it to me on Discord if you can, Cherry. Because we were working together on I wanted to do a new logo for everybody with the peace, positivity, and progress. Now we have the crest, which is that's badass. Now I can't do the crest as much on the clothing, but I do have a new logo because I'm going to be getting some other hats that have the peace, positivity, and progress on it. So instead of this, you'll see my peace, positivity, and progress logo on my hat. But I'll have to send it to myself to show you guys. So you just give me a little bit for that. But we will be having updates coming out here for the show coming soon. So I wanted to kind of talk to or ask you a couple questions about the case that you were covering last night, Silky.
Yeah.
Tanner, what was it again?
Tanner Barton.
So, and that's in Kokomo?
Yep. Yes, it is. Kokomo, not far from Delphi. For all y'all Delphi folks, y'all are well aware of the problems that Kokomo has. What you want to know?
When did this case take place again? What year was it?
2012.
2012. And so I heard her say like Nancy Grace had something to do with the case closing. What the hell does Nancy Grace have something to do with the case closing? This is Tanner Barton, everybody.
Yeah. She was, I'm going to have her tell her story in one of the segments that we do about she was on Dr. Oz, supposed to be on Dr. Phil, and she was on Nancy Grace. My understanding, now it's been a while since we talked about Nancy Grace, but my understanding is Nancy Grace's channel got a lot of flack and threats, I guess, to not continue. Yes. And I don't know all of the details. Again, that's why I want to have her on and explain it. I know what happened with Dr. Oz, but I don't.
Hold on, Dr. Oz too?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so hold on. There was more than one TV personality that had something to do with this case closing?
Yeah, well, his was not for the same reasons as Nancy Grace. For them, it was, I don't know. I don't know if I get in trouble saying this, but this is what Michelle told me.
Okay, hold on. Is it graphic in nature?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just, it's going to paint Dr. Oz in a bad light.
Okay.
So that just depends on you.
Private chat me real quick. I don't know. Whoops. Did I open a can of worms? Whoops. Let me see. I'm not sure. Let me see here. I'm not sure what's up with the Amazon thing. It should be. I'll have to. Let me see here. You reached out to me, Dog Fan, on the email, right?
Speaking of Dog Fan, I didn't see if you had a response. I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm just an Alabama fan, so I had said Roll Tide at Dog Fan, but that's okay. Go SEC. But you know, it is what it is. If you're an Alabama fan, you're just a little bit arrogant, and I know that. So it's my only flaw.
We can do. We can do. Right.
Yeah.
Let me see here. What can I look up? Let me look at what can I look up for this case to kind of what's like the best. Let's see, Tanner Barton. Is there like a case introduction type?
I'm trying to think. See, I got it straight from the source from the get-go. And
this is oh, here's them talking about Dr. Oz. Okay.
I was going to say that episode of Dr. Oz is not available. He pulled it. That's how mad he was.
What? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a minute. This is... It went... Come on, StreamYard.
Go Dogs. Yeah, Dog Fan, it's almost we're just days away from the first game, Alabama game anyway. I'm surprised you found that. I know if you go to, I guess it's somebody who has recorded it, because if you go to his, show, his episodes, that one will not be on there. But I know somebody sent me a whole link to it. It's somewhere in my email. I've got the show, but it's not up.
So who... Was she the mom or the aunt?
Yes, she's the mom. She's the mom. Yeah. And what happened with Dr. Oz is that they were all into this. Of course, he did a whole show on it. His team of what do you call them? I'm drawing a blank. The people that investigate the lab people and all this. They definitely said that Tanner's death was not it was not an accident. It was definitely a crime. However, because nothing matched up, the toxicology did not match up with what the police were trying to say. So she gets on Dr. Oz's show, and she does a whole thing, and his people, like, he's got his own forensic person, and
Dr. Oz does.
Yes, this is staff. They just work for him. So he's got a whole team. And so what had happened is they were going to go and do, some more stuff and really dig into this. And Michelle, because she was on Dr. Oz, she got a call from somebody. It would almost be like the same thing as Good Morning America here, but it was in Canada, and it's called like Good Day Canada, something like that. Right. And she had no idea that there would be a problem. They asked her to come on there, so of course she wants as much press as she can get for Tanner's case. And when she goes on to that program, Dr. Oz's show got really, really mad because they wanted the exclusive rights to this. And she says, like, I never signed anything that said, only you can cover this. And
Oh,
so
wow.
they got really
Okay.
mad and they dropped the case. And yeah, they caused her a lot of problems. And she didn't go into details of what happened, but they shut it down. And they were so angry that they pulled it from their episodes. So,
Whoa. So they
yeah.
got jealous
Mm-hmm.
because,
Yeah.
but she never signed nothing.
Yeah.
So they
So,
just,
I mean,
I've heard of that happening from News Nation too. Honestly,
well,
I've heard from other people that News Nation has done that too. Where
I,
they,
and you know what you've been through recently and, stuff. I know we just think of it as a YouTube problem, but apparently it is a media problem across the board.
yeah,
Jealousy,
mm,
whatever.
mm,
And so, yeah, it happens with the big folks too. And so, yeah, they did
yeah,
everything they could to shut down her case. Not
mm.
because I don't think they got any threats that I'm aware of, but it was just plain meanness.
Wow, out of spite,
Mm-hmm.
really.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate too, because it is about, it's supposed to be about community and everything, and you know, um, unfortunately, sometimes or most of the time, I should say, it's not.
No.
Um, but you know, we don't live in a world where it's sunny every single day we wake up. There's storms. Shout out to the people. I'm glad to hear everybody's safe in all the different locations with those storms from the community. Um, I, I guess it didn't end up being as bad as it could have been or what they were projecting. So, and speaking about, this whole, the thing with media, eh, how what they try and do. I'll be having another video come up from Harsh after this one. Um, and after we get into this is, and I definitely, like I said, Silky, anytime that you want, I want to make sure that you're available. Um, if she would ever like to come on, I want to make sure that you're available to be on the episode too, because I want you to be highlighted as well.
Aw.
No, for real, because I didn't even know about it until I was just coming to your video just to show some love while I was doing some prep and stuff. And I think it's only right to make sure that you're highlighted too, because when I was watching it, everybody, Jinx, if you can put the link to Silky's episode for that, I'd appreciate that. You do such a great job with your guests, and you have great questions, great thoughts and theories and responses, and you're on top of your game
Aw.
when you're doing lives. And you know what, I know you said in that episode and even before that, uh the live show thing wasn't really a thought maybe that much in the beginning, but I'm glad you did,
At
because
all.
you were shining, and you do such an amazing job. um
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I never considered myself a live person. So I've only been doing live since I think like June, May, June. Uh, but you know what I found out? I really only considered myself a video person, and I love doing those. And it was very difficult to jump into that live spot that YouTube was pushing everybody to do.
mhm.
But I find that when I don't go live, um, and I'm working on stuff or I'm working at work and I'm really busy, I miss my community. I
Yeah,
miss my
you really do.
people.
Yeah,
I
you
know I
really
get to
do.
talk to on Discord and stuff, but it's not the same. Uh, so yeah, I am starting to really enjoy lives just because I want to hang out with these people all at one time.
That's why sometimes I do private stream yards, because everything you see right here for the show is based excuse me, is basically what you'd be seeing on the StreamYard, and then I just have private StreamYards sometimes where we'll chill back, watch something together, just like we're watching here. So you'll hop up on panel, you just click on full screen, and then you have it full screen. You see everybody chatting or whatever. Yeah, Silky has a channel. Definitely go sub. And what are you wanting to hang out on your show later tonight, or what are you
Yeah.
feeling?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would love for you to. I want to do some or whatever. I'm open to anything, but I was thinking about some dumb criminal cases uh because I really love to have a show that's a breather from the seriousness and
Mm-hmm.
the heaviness of true crime.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it's good to laugh at criminals.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
But whatever, just give me a time. I have a couple of things. I just have to take my daughter to work, but other than that, I'm good for any time today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. And yeah, she's so awesome. Definitely go sub and definitely check out the episode of Tanner Barton. Seriously, it's what, 2 hours? A little over 2 hours, just skosh over.
Yeah, I've got
Um
several. I need to make a whole playlist just for him. But
yeah, me
this
too.
is like our third, I think, maybe session. But yeah, there's a lot on Tanner Barton, and we've got so much more to cover. So
Here, Lulu, hold on one second. And that's all right. Don't worry about it, heavy metal, because that's one thing, and that's what I'm proud to say. Like when it comes to the mods and what I don't even really ask, and I don't even want really the mods to feel the need that they need to post any links because I can do it myself. And also because I think I've been mods for bigger channels, and one of the hardest things to do, here's Silky's link. One of the hardest things to do is to be able to to either pay attention to what the creator's saying or pay attention to the conversations going in chat because you're so worried about posting links. And
yeah,
so when it comes to my mods, that's one thing that I tell them. I can post them if we need to. Don't worry about it. I want you guys. It's about community, number one. And that's why I
yeah,
think everybody talks about the community over here, is because they're focused on the conversation. They're able to stay aware and be the other boot that we're a transformer. Um, they're a boot, and they even notice stuff before I even notice stuff. So I think that's the reason why everybody talks about the community, is because the mods are able to focus on what everybody wants and is talking about. And it's about feeling included. And because I run a live show and I'm on one screen, I can't see a lot of shit sometimes. and
mm-hmm,
and and that's where the mods, that's where I appreciate them so much, because then if I miss something, hey CJ, or if there's a different conversation, or there's different combos happening, it's just great, I think. And I think it's because of that. Like, so heavy metal, please don't ever worry about posting links. I can always do it if need me, and most of the time, really, we're just posting links of the videos that we're watching, and the creators that I'm using, and then any guests that we have up here. So definitely. I think that's one of the best things, is just being able to focus on that. Because when I was, man, I know, trust me from experience, it would be so hard. And then I'd feel so bad because I'd feel like I worked a 20-hour shift after a 2-hour show from trying to post links. And then I would
yeah,
feel bad because I didn't get to catch half the conversation of what everybody was talking about. So to me, it's important.
right.
Don't worry about links, for real. We got it. Yes, appreciate that. All right, so let me check this video out. So, was he in college? What,
Yes. Okay,
what?
Tanner,
Uh,
and I'm not sure how this news report's going to go, but basically, Tanner was in college, and make a long story short, he went to some friend's house one night. He was not a partier. Not to say that he never, I mean, he's in college. Not to say that he never drank or never did anything, like
Okay.
uh, the green stuff. I don't know. I don't want to get you in trouble. But he basically went to a friend's house and somewhere he had frequented a lot. And we don't know exactly what happened because everybody's story is a little bit different. They say that he drank and passed out. But when they woke up in the morning, he was not alive. And so there's a lot of controversy of how long did you let him lay here? So much back and forth. But basically, his cause of death had nothing to do with any kind of substance. It was positional asphyxiation, which means he couldn't move. Like where he was, the
What?
way he was, he could not move to breathe. And so
What?
it caused his heart to enlarge and everything. But that was, and it says in the coroner's report that secondary is secondary to the asphyxiation. Well, there's not, just alcohol. Even if you did, one of his reports, toxicology reports, said he had THC and a very low level, 0.063, not even the legally drunk limit in his system. And the other toxicology report said there was nothing. There's no amphetamines. There's no nothing. So they tried to spin it a bunch of ways. But basically, even if he had those substances in his system, he didn't have enough to make him pass out, make him be, drunk and pass out. He
Okay.
didn't have any physical problems. I mean, he was a football player. He was, on college. He was always being checked on. Never had a problem.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
what they did know is some of the people that were lived at the house and where they were to a veterinary clinic. The vet at that clinic, his name was Todd Cooney. He had lost his license he had just gotten it back like maybe 6 or 7 months prior to this. He had lost his license because he had an addiction to ketamine. If you remember, CJ, back a few years ago, the drug of choice, in the clubs and whatever was Special K. It was ketamine, which is a tranquilizer. Very
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mixed
and very
with.
accessible at the veterinary clinic. So he had already been busted so badly he lost his
Mm.
license. Several of the people that lived in the house that Tanner collapsed in were working at that vet clinic. That clinic had already they already knew they had some missing ketamine. So the supposition is, they were partying, that they put some ketamine in a drink. I don't know if Tanner knew or if he didn't know. Like I said, he wasn't, according to everybody, he wasn't like a big partier. He was very physical and he had to keep his football career. Anyway, they think what happened is that one way or another, he got the ketamine, collapsed, and passed away there in the basement. But instead of them responding and calling, 911, they waited hours. And ketamine only stays in your system about 4 or 5 hours. So they're thinking the reason that that no one was called is because, they would be charged in first of all, he was underage. He was not
Mm.
21. He was 19. So there was a lot of cover up. The very next day, that morning, like everybody had attorneys. The other kids in that situation that we don't know for sure
Wow.
they were there, but their
Right.
lawyers would not let them, and I don't understand this, their lawyers would not let the police speak to them and interview them. I don't know how that's legal. Um,
It kind of reminds me of Stephen Smith
yeah,
and
they,
Mallory Beach type stuff. Speaking of,
yeah,
that's another one I needed to start
yeah.
covering.
I haven't heard anything. So anyway, after the coroner said this is a crime scene, they did not process it as a crime scene. They basically just, said, okay, we're done here. And they gave her crazy toxicology reports. The evidence, there was no chain of custody. They didn't take like bottles from, they were drinking pineapple juice and they said Bacardi, but obviously Tanner didn't have enough in his system to cause that problem. There was also, blood on the walls going up the staircase, or scratches, not blood, I'm sorry, scratches going up the walls, and there's a lot of odd things. Yeah. So,
okay,
like,
so were they his? Did they confirm that, or they just, it's a shoddy,
yeah,
there's
they
holes
didn't.
all over it kind of shit?
Right. And they saw the bottle, they saw the pineapple juice, they saw glasses, they saw the alcohol, but they never drug tested anybody in the family. Both of the parents of this at this residence were there. Nobody was ever tested. None of the other kids that were with him, who were very good friends of his, were ever drug tested. And they didn't, like a crime scene, you would take the glasses, right? Put them as evidence in the little plastic bags and label them and do the chain of custody and all that stuff and test them at the lab. They didn't do any of that. Absolutely nothing. Even though the coroner said this is not where this is a crime scene. Immediately, some of the supposition is Dr. Cooney had a lot of friends, whether in Kokomo, whether that be other doctors, a motorcycle club that he was involved in, and there's some sketchy motorcycle clubs there, and there's some sketchy clubs, gentlemen's clubs. Let me put it that way. I don't know if you know about the case of Judge Fouts, but it was
No.
He actually got disbarred because they had a very misogynistic is a very mild word for it. It was
where was
they
this
like to
at?
in Kokomo, Indiana.
Okay.
Same place. Anyway, he got involved. They had pretty much a ring of, although they weren't sending them out so much, it was kind of like a girl trafficking ring. You know what I'm saying? And he got busted. And, but there was a lot of people involved in that, but he did get disbarred. And again, so this shows you all these people that Judge Fouts was talking about, in his club. We're talking about, we don't know all the members, but if you're a judge, guess who your friends are going to be? They're going to be lawyers. They're going to be law enforcement, potentially. You're going to have the same people with money who like to harm women and run whatever other kind of illegal stuff they're doing. So you've got a hotbed of cover-up and nefarious activities by your officials, and which is, it's not questionable. Judge Fouts, it's on record, And there have been a lot of law enforcement officers in that general area who have been busted with CP and, CSAM type things. So, and although that's not Tanner's case, it just goes to show you what's going on in that area. So now you've got Tanner and you've got some, potentially illegal ketamine, and I don't think that anybody meant to harm Tanner, and Michelle doesn't either, even though you speculate. I don't think she really feels like it was intentional,
Really?
But nobody has ever been held accountable.
That's weird, honestly. I don't know, something, because wait, like it was a party and it was an accidental?
Yeah, it wasn't really.
To me,
it wasn't. No, go ahead.
I mean, because to me, there's like, you know, like when you hear about stuff like this, right? A lot of the times you'll hear him like dropping them off at the frickin' hospital or something and then taking off.
Right.
Like, why are you gonna let your friend, if it's not right, if it's not for negative avenues, why wouldn't you try and take your friend to the hospital? Why would you just wait the however many hours go by so the drug wears off before you? I don't know.
Yeah, I
Something
mean,
just
there's
doesn't make sense.
right,
What do
and the scratches on the wall up the stairs. When I was talking to Michelle live last night, I was like, "Do you think they tried?" Now Tanner was a big boy because I think he was like a linebacker. He was a big boy, and I said, "Do you think they tried to push him up the stairs, like to get him on the first floor? Because this was in the basement."
Mm.
And maybe he was trying and lost his grip, and or somebody's clawing at the walls trying to, I don't know. But the reason, I don't know if they realized that it was too late. But the big reason that they didn't want anybody in there to investigate is because Todd Cooney says he wasn't there. Now, let me tell you, the name of the parents that were at the house that Tanner was Jeff and Carol Lindskog. I know it's a weird name. Uh, so Carol and the veterinarian Todd Cooney, they were having an affair at the time, and they are now married. It's a big old mess. But at the time they were, and again, a lot of these people worked at Todd Cooney's vet clinic. Now, Todd had just been busted, just got his license back. Everybody's jobs are at stake. Plus, Jeff and Carol, if the police knew they were letting underage teens drink at their house, then, that would have been jail time anyway. Now you've got one that has actually passed away. If they had found ketamine anywhere in there, it's automatic jail time. Automatic manslaughter if nothing
Yeah,
else.
right.
So I think everybody was made to hush and try to act like this was, somehow just an accident. Tanner drank too much, Tanner this, Tanner that. But if you're if you're the coroner and you're the police and you come to a crime scene where everybody works at a vet clinic, you already know the history with this vet, you already know that ketamine is a problem, and you see somebody at the bottom of the stairs with positional asphyxiation, they couldn't, basically he stopped breathing, he couldn't move to breathe. It's a complete tranquilizer, like putting you under. So, and that's why when you have surgery, you have a tube down your throat because they have to breathe for you. It takes you out, like it completely tranquilizes your muscles and, knocks you out. That's the whole point. That's why you have to have an anesthesiologist. So if you don't have that and you have ketamine in your system and everything just kind of stops, you're not even breathing. So, I mean, here you go. You have the coroner saying, hey, this ain't right. This doesn't make sense. This is a crime scene. But the police already know the history of this house. They already know the history of Todd Cooney and the problems that they're having with Special K at that time. So, and they call it a crime scene, but don't investigate it, and then basically tell Michelle she's nuts, to make a long story short. But she can go into all the detail of the horrible things that they did to her. And Tanner's possessions. Yeah. So it's heartbreaking.
Wow. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What college again was it? Because he was going to college.
He was going to, oh my
Uh,
gosh, Jinxie, can you remember? His girlfriend was
Thank
going
you,
to
Shelly.
Purdue. I think it
And I
was
want to
was it?
say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I want to say, sorry, I can't, for some reason, I can't get signed into my Amazon right now, so it's not letting me claim the code. But once the show's over, I'll be able. I can't remember the password for it. So once the show's over, I'll be able to get the password thing figured out again. It just did like an automatic sign out 30-day thing or whatever. I got to relink it or whatever. Um, but once I get that code figured out, I'll be able to claim that. I want to say thank you for that, dog fan. I appreciate that. And that'll be going to it's a Amazon gift card, so it'll be going to the Amazon store for the items that are on the store. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
To answer your question, I think the name of the university was something like Northwestern. I know his girlfriend was going to
Oh,
Purdue.
okay. So
So,
Chicago.
I mean, yeah. So, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, Indiana's not
Northwestern
far.
Chicago.
So,
Okay.
that's where Tanner was on the football team. And yeah, doesn't have the thing is with Tanner, he doesn't have a history of, being a party boy. You know. It's not like, and here, and it's like I told Michelle, it doesn't matter if he decided, oh, I want to try this, or whether they slipped it to him. What happened is that they let him pass away in their house and not get him help and not own up to what they were doing, because they're all looking at jail time.
Right. Yeah, because it is a crime because you left the dude sitting there or whatever.
Yeah,
It is a crime.
yeah.
So
So
did
that's
these kids
basic.
did these so was it did these kids like dip after that? Like
Yeah,
what so everybody dipped. Nobody
yeah,
could be they basically were maybe questioned minimally if at all allowed and basically because you hear about a lot of these things where they can't hold people if they don't have specific evidence and so they just kind of dispersed and
yeah.
took off. Wow.
And the thing is, before, when they realized that Tanner had passed away, it was like 9 in the morning, somewhere around in there. Before they ever called 911, the mom, Carol, she called her lover, Todd Cooney, to tell him that Tanner had passed away. Before they called anybody else, she calls him. You tell me why you're going to call him when there is an unalive kid in your house, unless he had something to do with having a substance. He was there. They knew there was ketamine or whatever. It's very sketchy. And then not even the parents called 911. They had I think Marcus was they had their son, I don't know, he was a teenager still, whatever. They had him, Tanner's friend, make the 911 call. And I played that call yesterday. It took her 9 years to get a copy of the 911 call. It is literally 58 seconds. That's it. After 9 years, they said that's all there is to it.
Isn't that the
And
normal practice up there? Because, like, the whole fucking area up there seems like all the 911 calls are sealed.
I don't know. But, of the 58, first of all, I mean, it takes more than, I've never heard a 911 call that was 58 seconds. Less than 1 minute. Usually they say,
Mm-hmm.
stay on the line until somebody,
Mm-hmm.
with me until
Right.
somebody gets there.
Make
No,
lives. Yeah.
no, Marcus hangs up and he's like, okay. They're like, we're sending somebody out. And he's like, okay. Bye. And they hang up.
There was no intensity in the voice or anything. There was no sense of urgency. There was no panic,
No,
anxiety, caution, nothing.
no. He was
Just
very
normal shit.
calm. Yeah.
Like he's
Calmly
calling the cable
calls.
company.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
And
I'm
you
having
can
internet
tell.
issues.
What?
No, I was just saying like, yes, I'm having internet issues. Just kind of talking like that. Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you can tell that it's been cut. You can hear like little parts, which, if you're just going to cut silence, that's one thing. But there is, in 58 seconds, there's barely enough time. The 911 operator says, well, is he breathing? And I don't think so. I mean, it's like, it's
I don't think so.
ridiculousness. Yeah,
I
it's
don't
something
think
like
so.
that. Like, I don't, you know,
So, well, so
yeah.
then what? Hold on. So, hold on. Hold on a minute. So, so the 911 call, this person they're being asked if they're breathing or not, and the response is, I don't think so. And the
Yes, it's
call's only
something.
58 seconds, and they're not asking them to go check a pulse?
Yeah, well,
It's
they said something
like,
about the pulse, but he basically, in this 911 call, they're basically saying, you get the impression that they know that he has passed away or there's nothing going on, but there's not any, like a 911 call, your friend is screaming, please hurry, you know, I don't feel a pulse, I don't, whatever. But actually, when they
something,
got
yeah.
there, his whole left, I think it's his left side, was all bruised where the blood had pooled, and which meant that he had been unalive for quite a while to have all this blood pooled in this area, and he had, froth coming out of his mouth and all this kind of stuff. Well, if you truly wake up to this situation, you're going to be screaming at the 911 operator and saying these things. Oh my God, he's blue. He's, whatever. And nobody seems like they're that all concerned. It's
Hmm.
crazy. But as a parent, I know if something, God forbid, but if something ever happened to one of my kids' friends when they were over here, I would not tell my child to call, even my, older children. I would not tell them to call 911 unless I was doing CPR and I couldn't. But otherwise, I would be the one to call and report this, right? Because you're the adult, you're the owner of the house. It's
Man.
crazy.
Yeah, you gotta, I don't care, whatever night, I think what I would like to do, um, I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out something for that. Whatever night, like, not only that she would be available, but I want to make sure you know, it's a show with you and her and whoever, you guys would decide. Um, because, man, that it definitely needs to get out there. The fact that I want to figure out, I don't know. I want to figure out like why, because when I heard the whole Nancy Grace thing, like like I used to love
Mm-hmm.
Nancy Grace, and then the whole, creepy fucking all this crazy shit, security camera, blah blah blah. It's like monster,
Yeah.
monster, monster. And then her and that Chris McDonough or Dunu or whatever his name is, just being on this whole SK fucking kick and shit. And it's like, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit
But
scary.
it makes when I heard her say about Nancy Grace having something to do with the case being closed, that's when my ears were like, "What?" Like,
Yeah.
wait a minute. And then now to hear Dr. Oz too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh,
Yeah, and she was supposed to go
something.
on Dr. Phil, but Todd Cooney, the veterinarian, they was supposed to be both of them. But then Dr. Cooney decided he would not go on Dr. Phil, and so she didn't go either, because that was going to be the confrontation.
Hmm. Dr. What? Moody?
Cooney, Cooney,
Cooney.
Todd
Okay.
Cooney. And
Okay.
yeah, I called Michelle after I got off my live yesterday because I saw your comment in there, and then last night, so I had called her and said you wanted to cover this story. She's very excited. Yes, we definitely. She and I talked about it at length yesterday. She's very much on board, with coming on, and of course I'll come on with her. But yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't.
she's great. She's a great guest.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just want to highlight you too because you're the reason I came across the kid. No, for real, you're the reason I came across it, and I want to make sure because I mean, listen to you. Everybody is talking about how much you know about this case. Like for I would have to have you on just because, like, just having you both on there, and then kind of where I'm kind of curious and I'm asking different questions. I think it would be great to get all of that information on display with the on the fly conversations and questions
Yeah,
that come with everything.
sure. Well, the thing that breaks my heart for Michelle is that not only did the whole law enforcement let her down, but she has been let down by all these people, like we just mentioned. Plus, there have been podcasters and other people who successively have taken her information and, said that they were going to help. And without naming names, she had a very tough situation not too long ago where someone she considered a friend had all this information and had gotten it from the whole pieces of the case file that they would not give Michelle, somebody else got and went through it and then got mad because Michelle
What?
went somewhere else. Yeah, this is what happens to her. Somebody gets mad because they want the exclusive rights to this story, and this was the same situation with this podcaster. And which I think several, so don't go look and say, well, it's this one or it's that one. I know who it was, but several people, people, podcasters cover stories, so I'm not saying it's a certain one, but anyway, this one got upset that Michelle was letting somebody else cover the case and work with it, and got so mad that took all of the case files that she had not given Michelle the copy of yet and sent them back to the police, whatever, whoever she got them from, the court, however she got those. Yeah, sent them back. So it left Michelle with not that much. I think I've probably got about 70 pages of his case file, and but she's going to be getting those back. She's requested them back, and they said that they'll give them to her. So we'll have some more stuff. But yeah, that's what's heartbreaking is not only have you lost your son, but all these people are trying to grift on you. I'm like, I just want to tell your story. Hey, I'm good, CJ. I have no rights to her story. That is Michelle's story, and I hope more people cover it. I would love for you to cover it, and as many other
Yeah,
people as can cover it. That's what it's about, justice. Um, in
right.
this case.
Yeah, it's just when I heard no chain of custody, I was like, "Yep,
Yeah.
you just let me know," because
Mm-hmm.
uh, yeah, when you hear no chain of custody, I love you guys too. I appreciate you guys so much, and thank you for hanging out and being here in this daytime true crime. I absolutely love it. Shelly, let me see here. Thank you. Hold on, let me see. Where's that? Number one. Thank you so much, Shelly. I appreciate you. And also, kick ass new icon photo as well. I know you changed that last night. Um, Wanted to say that again. And let me see here. Give me 1 second. Lock down this thing. No, thank you. Just being here. I appreciate it. So this is actually I'm gonna because the video that we were going here, this one right here. Actually, I'll just
Yeah.
watch it from right here
Yeah.
instead of the YouTube. Let me see here. I do need to. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk more in the background because I would like to
Yeah.
kind of I kind of want to. Yeah, this stuff needs to be talked about. This is some shady ass shit. If
Absolutely.
this will even play. Yeah, I'm. Oh my gosh! Hold on. Okay. eBay Motors comes up and all sorts of
It's
shit.
probably an
Alright, I'm just
ad
gonna leave
before
that
it.
article sitting there. I'm gonna go ahead and play this. Yeah,
Two young girls.
I'm gonna play this.
On one of Indiana's
We'll just
most
stay on YouTube.
haunting unsolved murder
Oh, no.
mysteries, there is yet another case that's making national headlines. And this involves a Kokomo teen whose mom, 6 years later, is still desperate to learn how and why he died. Mary Mills on where she now is turning for help. Mary?
And
on,
Michelle Barton
StreamYard.
says her son was perfectly healthy. The cause of death makes
This-
no sense. She believes there's a lot more involved. Last fall, she shared her story with talk show host Nancy Grace, and today it's Dr. Oz.
We are back revealing the scientific approach to cracking a crime. Now, we're investigating the mysterious circumstances surrounding the death of 19-year-old Tanner Barton, who was found dead in his friend's basement after suddenly collapsing.
Tanner's mom, Michelle, on the Dr. Oz show, looking for answers, hoping for help.
You held it up okay?
I am.
It was nearly 6 years ago that the Marion University football player died. His death ruled natural, despite him being healthy with no pre-existing conditions.
What do you think happened that night?
I think something was given to him. I think he overdosed.
She wants to know why additional toxicology tests weren't done, why those who found her son unresponsive called others before calling 911. Nearly 6 years later, the grieving mother says she has far more questions than answers. She told me that's why she turned to Dr. Oz.
I'm hoping that the investigation gets jump-started. I'm hoping that, Tanner's case is out there. People know. They know that things weren't done properly, that he was left to die, and he could have been saved.
We want closure, Michelle.
Oh.
I want to tell you that we also reached out to the coroner's office. We didn't hear back either. So that's okay. We're going to put more pressure on. You'll help with the letter. I want to get closure for you.
Thank you.
We'll follow up with you as well.
Thank you.
God bless you.
She wants answers. Mary, what are investigators saying about all of this?
Well, I talked to the lead investigator with the Howard County Sheriff's Office. He says the case is still open, still active. Recently, they got access to Tanner's phone, so they'll be checking that. He also said the new coroner is taking a new look at this whole case and going over all the records. So they're hoping maybe to find some new things there.
All right. And Mary, as because of the Olympics, we've had a little bit of programming changes. Dr. Oz didn't air today at 2, but it will be on Cozy TV. And if you'd like to see that, it's at 7 tonight.
Also, you can see it tomorrow on Dr.
So when did they get a new coroner?
Well, they
And
said
what
that
took,
was six years later. So I'm thinking that was like 2018, maybe?
Okay. And nothing's changed in the case. New coroner, nothing changed.
Yeah. New coroner, still old corruption. There you go.
Okay.
There's Kokomo for you.
Well, it's part of those small communities,
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Right, Crime?
Yeah.
Then that sounds familiar, plus the Gap. The Gap as well.
See, I think, and Michelle thinks, that at some point, instead of getting help for Tanner, maybe they were hoping that he would pull through. But if they called 911 when he was in distress and had taken him to the hospital, they would have found ketamine in his system, which would have busted everybody. But knowing how fast ketamine processes through the system, they thought, oh, well, if he can just make it, 4 or 5 hours, we're free and clear. It'll be I don't know what happened to him.
Okay. Yeah, enough to go around times 2 over for everyone. Let me see. There was something else here. So this is Mom seeks justice. So this is from 6 years ago. No criminal. Let me see here. 1 second.
And there are so many dirty details behind the scenes that, uh, Michelle and I could talk for a bunch more episodes of all the things that aren't common knowledge. Yeah, a lot of dirty dealings behind the scene, and jeez, it goes on and on. It's like Delphi. It just goes on and on and on and on.
Ooh, here's some. Oh no, that's not. There's not very many videos on it either.
Mm-mm. No, if
Let me
it had
see.
not been for Michelle, I probably never would have covered this case, because there's not enough details out there for a lot of things. But, I had a friend that said, hey, I know somebody who has an unsolved case, and, would you cover it? And I'm like, sure, let me talk to her. And you cannot not love Michelle. She is precious. She's absolutely precious. And we get on the phone and we just talk forever. But, yeah. A lot of things have been pulled.
There's not much about it. I mean, there's a couple documentaries that are like an hour and a half long. It would be interesting to check one of those out sometime on the show. Maybe do an episode about this before you guys would come on, and then we could kind of watch, have more of a background as a community first.
Yeah.
And then the next show, kind of everybody's caught up to speed, so that way when we're having the conversations that night, people kind of understand everything that kind of already took place. This is a short video here. These are all, like, seriously, there's only a few, and they're like 5 or 6 years old. Doesn't make sense.
It was at this house in the western part of Howard County where Tanner Barton was hanging out with friends back in 2012. According to this coroner's report, it was just after 2 a.m. when Tanner collapsed and died.
StreamYard.
Tanner's mom, Michelle Barton, still can't believe her son is gone.
It's heart-wrenching. It's hard. I'm angry. I'm so angry he's here.
Wow, look at that headstone.
Because he was a fabulous kid.
I know.
Look at that headstone, the guitar. Man, that's awesome.
He shouldn't be here.
Michelle believes Tanner's friends who were with him that April night know more than what they're saying, including a friend who told police she saw Tanner collapse, checked his pulse, and thought he was snoring, so she went to sleep.
So those are the... okay, so he was found at the bottom,
But
right here, before you broke down?
No, he was actually found... That shows the staircase, but he was found at the bottom of these stairs. You can't see it, but the way it goes,
stairs.
and I've got... Okay. Yeah, I've got a staircase just like this, only mine splits at the landing both ways. But yeah, that's the top, and then it goes down to the basement, but then it turns. So that if you are coming... Yeah, so like if you are on the stairs up here in this picture, you can't see what's at the bottom because it twists.
It turns out, and then you got like a few more stairs to go down, and that's it, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like a little step up before you kind of change direction and go all the way up there.
Right.
Let's see. Crime Sleuthin says, do the eyes on your cat pillow glow in the dark?
Oh, can you even say that in here? I don't think so. I don't know. I never really look at it, and I don't think they do, though.
Yeah, they did do a documentary. I just found a couple of them. I'm gonna be checking out. I would like to learn more. I think watching your show would kind of showing your show would be a great way for everybody to kind of catch up too. Definitely a great episode.
Yeah,
so
the first one is called Kokomo Delphi, something corruption. Okay. But it'll say Michelle Barton, and That's the first one, and I show the toxicology reports on that one, and I also show the coroner's report, which is not very long, really. But yeah, you can see that when we talk about the inconsistencies in that one.
The live section.
Yes, Michelle and I have only done lives. It's
right here.
Yeah, that one.
Corruption connection.
Yeah.
So let me see here. Here's the link for that one if you want to save it to your guys' playlist. And then the one that she had last night was right here. And I'll share that one. So you can add that to your playlist as well. And I need to add those to mine too.
Yeah, I had really hoped that some more people from the Kokomo area would, you know, or even the Delphi area would jump on this, because it is, you know, it's there where they live. They can make the most noise. Right. But I can tell you what, they surely don't want, the officials in that area do not want this case broadcast. Obviously. I'll let Michelle tell you about that, but yeah. They've done everything they could to stop it.
Wow.
Some, you know, I'll have to ask her about that.
If that don't spell right?
Absolutely.
Man. Yes, you'll love Silky. She's awesome. And thank you for
Thank you,
out.
Wandering Orphan.
I wish there was a longer video to play you guys. Because let me see. Let me finish this one here.
Thank you, Brandywine.
Was snoring, so she went to sleep. About 6 hours later, she found him dead at the age of 19.
She knew something was up. Something was wrong with Tanner. You don't need to, you wouldn't check somebody's pulse if you didn't think that something was wrong with them. And 911 was not called immediately.
Autopsy reports show Tanner had THC and alcohol in his system, but he wasn't legally drunk. The coroner could not find what caused Tanner's sudden collapse and death, only that he was positioned in a way that cut off his air supply. Michelle wants more toxicology tests.
If we have to exhume Tanner, that's a hard one. But I do believe that we need to do it.
Tanner's case has captured the attention of many, including the group Families of Homicide Victims and Missing Persons, based in Colorado.
What stands out about Tanner's case is that there are, many people involved. There's a lot of inconsistencies throughout the case and the files.
Tanner would have been 25 years old next month. His gravesite shows just how much he loved the 4th of July.
He just always thought when he was little, oh, everybody's celebrating my birthday, Mommy, look. And the fireworks were going off. We're like, it's all for you, Tanner. It's all for you.
But this year and every year, there won't be any celebration until there's justice for Tanner.
The Howard County Sheriff declined to be interviewed on camera, but says they are looking for leads, especially those with factual evidence. He says anyone with information should call their office at 765-456-2031. Reporting from Howard County, Kara Kenny, RTV6.
They only want people with factual evidence to call in. How about you just give us tips, because we're probably not getting that many, so we'll go through whatever tips you can fucking send us, maybe, huh?
Yeah. I mean, this case defies all logic. It really does.
Why put somebody in a position to determine themselves whether their tip is credible or not, Then
right.
Right there, you already just lost some of them. Come on, how many tips do you probably get in a day, a week, a month, or a year at this point Probably not too many. So who cares if somebody says, "Hey, I saw that guy at Burger King yesterday." Who gives a fuck? At least it's a tip that might bring you closer to the answer of what took place. But it sounds like they just don't give a shit what the answer is, and they.
No. No, they
I
don't.
need
And
to
the
know
more
more.
years, as the years go by, memories, you know how that goes. And
Oh
you
yeah,
start
they
asking
do
a
come.
question, it's like, oh, well, I don't know. I haven't thought about that. Let me, you're trying to dig things out and you just,
Mhm.
and I think they're just hoping that she will shut up, but she's not gonna. And that's the thing. If I had been shut down as many times as Michelle had been by so many different people, creators, national, people, whatever, I don't know if I would still have the strength to call up strangers, which is basically what she did, and say, hey, my name is Michelle Barton and this is my story. Um, and, we talked, although we did have a mutual friend that
Strong
turned me
lady. Yeah.
onto her case, she's still got as much passion, maybe more than she did on day one.
Mm,
She's not letting it die. She's going to bulldog it all the way. And
that's
she's
good.
amazing. She's amazing.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Definitely good to hear. Let me see.
Hi, Cherry Cherry.
What's up, Cherry Cherry? Hey, Cherry Cherry, can you do me a favor and send me that logo to Discord, please? The new Peace, Positivity, and Progress one. Oh, thank you so much, Shelly. Oh, hold on a minute. Thanks for the community and good friends that share one. Oh, thank you, Shelly. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $4.99. Thank you, Silky, for hopping up here and kind of explaining this case to us. I appreciate that.
Oh,
And
no
definitely go
problem.
sub to Silky if you're not subbed. She does I mean, gosh, you're just on point. You
Thank
are
you.
just you're so focused and you just bam bam bam. It's great when you can go on YouTube and watch some of these true crime shows, and when you have panel members on or even special guests, and it's just like facts facts facts, great questions, great conversations, great interactions. It's not just a bunch of just sitting there just chilling, which we have those shows. But
Yeah.
when you have these shows about these cases, I mean, it's nice to balloon around or whatever, but really it's just you're not having to like spend hours and hours and hours to get to the topic and to get to the information, and it's just one after another. It's just so awesome, and it's so amazing to watch your shows. So awesome
Oh,
work out
thank
there.
you. Another one,
Right.
if for y'all people who are, a little bit edgier, if you go back a couple of months, I did 2 interviews with Carol Stanhope, and she's Illuminati bloodline. Um, and her story, she's got a book coming out, hopefully the end of this year. Her story, man, all I got to say is it's it's something else. And I've talked to her, vetted her. I've talked to her hours and hours on end, and that is some really scary crap right there. That's all I'm going to say about that. I think it got me a little bit shadow banned, but you know what? I don't care. I
Oh,
don't care. I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to say it anyway.
yeah, they
It's
don't
who I
want you to
am.
talk about shit, right?
Nah.
So let me see here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if there's any breaking news real quick. Yeah, reach out to me. I'll let you guys know. We'll definitely when we talk in the background, I'm gonna have an episode for the community where we're gonna discuss it. We're gonna kind of get into the facts and a lot of the. And if you'd like to hop on the night before that too, you're more than welcome as well. Um, because I'd like to really just kind of get into some of this like the documentary stuff and kind of get into the understanding of everything. And
Right.
then that next night, it'll just be nothing but, you know, we'll have maybe a question and answer, or you guys can type questions in chat, just hashtag it with Q. And then I could always ask it. You know, we can do something like that for sure. So now we're talking about this scary truth stuff. We've kind of brought it up a couple times, and it's kind of interesting because this video came out this morning from Harsh Reality, and it has to do with that same exact topic, but for the Idaho 4 case. So I thought, well, we'll be talking about some Idaho 4 stuff because we're going to be getting into some of this body cam from Truth and Transparency. Shout out to her. Appreciate her hard work and her efforts in the community. She does an amazing job and amazing work, and one of the best edit production type on YouTube. Definitely a channel and definitely a person to strive to only be that good when it comes to that stuff. I could only try. I try and do what I can do right now, you know, with different things that I show for the show, but she does such an amazing work. So there's going to be a lot of body cam stuff we're going to be checking out here shortly. But this is a video from Harsh, and it's about the scary truth with the Idaho 4 case as well.
Well, hello there, you beautiful, beautiful people. I hope you're all well and you've survived Friday, because this is video 2 of 2, so you know the drill. I want to touch on something sort of furthering on from the video that I did this morning and bring your attention to a video that Jules over at Julesville Trades did. I'll just show you this quickly. So if you go over to Jules' channel, she's got this one here, the very first one, 4 hours ago, a foreshadow of what's to come. I would say go and check out that video. Not now, because I'm more important. I do love Jules, but I'm more important at the moment. But she goes over some of the information surrounding the Idaho 4 case, the documentation, and specifically this another bone of contention, because there seems to be a lot of them. It's like a butcher's bin. And there's still issues surrounding this DNA situation. And it looks like what they're trying to do is they're trying to hide how they come about this DNA, the DNA sample that would eventually lead to the arrest of Brian Coburg. And I've always had an issue with it because there's always been something that just felt missing. It always felt like there was something missing. And I think both myself and Jules, and I'm sure there's other people who have said the same, this case doesn't feel like it was investigated and that investigation led to a suspect, and that suspect was Brian Coburg. It felt like someone pointed their finger at someone and then the case was built around that person. You know, like it was, and I think Jules said exactly the same as a terminology that I use, and that is, it's almost like it was reverse engineered, where what you want to see in a case like this is that you see, and it's transparent, of how law enforcement came to find this person. And the documentation shows that, and it's very clear in how that's presented, so that when it goes to trial, there is a presentation to a jury that says, look, this is what we did, this is what we found doing what we did, and this is where what we found led us to, and that's why we're here today. So it's very easy to follow that chain of custody, that paper trail, everything. The I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. But in this case, it's not like that. There's a large proportion of this case that is removed, and instead of offering that to the defense when they're asking for it, they are constantly being rebuffed. That's constantly being held back, and it's being held back because they're saying that they're trying to protect certain elements, you know, certain people that they don't have the right to it. They want to protect, yada, yada, yada. And what Jules is showing here is they are using another case as a case in point as to where another trial, they hid.
And that's what we went over last night. Yoli and I was reading the document, and I'll go ahead and share it again here in a second when the video's done. And then I should have made a highlight about it last night, so I'm definitely gonna need to do that when the show's over today before tonight, because we did a read through and it's very interesting. I wish I would have thought about it at the end of last night to make a highlight about it. Dang it. But I'll kind of show you what we're talking about.
Information. They hid stuff. And it looks like what we could eventually see here is that the IgG information, this DNA, this missing piece, this missing proportion of this trial is going to be removed. It's not going to be shown. And that should scare you. As an American citizen, whatever side of the fence you are, that should scare you. Because what they're basically saying here is that we can obtain information, but not tell you how, not show you how, not show you anything. We can just say, this is who we think did a crime, or this is who we know did a crime, but we can't show you the workings of that. You're just going to have to trust us, because we can't show you how we did it, because it places other people at risk. Even though, as Jules again quite rightly points out, when you're in this system and you're going through this procedure, they have the ability to share information, both the prosecution to the defense to the prosecution, and file it in a way that protects the data. Like we're seeing with the grand jury situation, we're seeing that they've now been forced to give the information over. They didn't want to. They rebuffed, and eventually it's now going over after months and months and months of asking for it, and it's done under seal. It's done under seal to protect the identity of the jury, and that's how it should always be done. I don't see, and nobody should be able to see how the prosecution cannot hand over all of the information regarding the DNA, the finding, the workings, everything, and over under seal to give all the relevant protections, but give the defense everything that they are entitled to, that they should ask, especially when they have themselves brought professionals in that field into the fray who have said that this can be flawed, that this is not 100% certified, this is not 100% guaranteed. And then after that professional in that field has said what they had to say, they have then seemingly been coerced by the FBI, who were the main protagonists in this situation. So she then pulls back on what she said. And again, that should scare you. What if you had a child who was wrongfully accused of doing a crime? What if you were wrongfully accused of doing a crime and no one was willing to help you, or people were willing to help you, but they just kept getting rebuffed all the time? Again, it's very easy to have thoughts and feelings when you don't have skin in the game. But what about when you do have skin in the game? What about when the system that is set in place to protect you starts to work against you? And the freedoms that you have as US citizens and citizens all over the world, when those systems that are set in place, those things that are set in place to protect you, they are ignored. And they are wrapped around other technicalities and loopholes that mean that they are not considered. How would you feel then? Let me know down below. Go check out that video. I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Anyway, love you and leave you. And I'll catch you all in the next one.
And that's what we've been saying this whole time, you know, like, what if it was you? What if it was your loved one? Would you really be doing that, you know?
Exactly.
Man, these logos are so huge. Give me one. I can't even shrink them down. Shoot. Well, here's what I can share you. I can't shrink it down anymore, but that's part of. Sorry, if I could shrink it, I would. But this is what the new logo is going to be. On the photo.
Cool.
I'm going to be putting that on my hat. So instead of the little Major League Baseball thing, I'm going to be doing some hats and things like that. And so I will have some stuff on the merch store coming up this weekend, where there will be coffee cups, you know, the other usual stuff that I have on there. But I'm just going to be doing the t-shirts on with another company here. I've been kind of working on some things in the background for that coming up. But here is the link to the merch store. So sometime this weekend, I'll be having like coffee cups, stickers, things like that, hoodies, things like that you can still snag. But I'm trying to work on a thing where I can get the t-shirts down to $15 and $12. Have one for $12 a month, a special one on sale, and then the other ones will be like $15. I figure make them, you know, cheap as shit, you know, because I think with all these little things that pop in my head, and I think I could have my own t-shirt line too in the future. So it's something that I kind of want to start doing.
God, me too, CJ. I think of things all the time. I'm like, there should be a t-shirt for that. I had wanted to do that at one time.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool. Yes, and it's very creative. I wish I could show you like the whole thing. It's just, I don't know, for some reason they're coming across on Discord. They're so zoomed in that for some reason, and I can't share. Hold on. Yeah, they're just so zoomed in. I can't zoom them back. So you'll be able to see it. I'll have, like I said, I'll have the stuff on the store coming up as, you know, especially a coffee cup, because I love making my coffee cups.
That is super cool, CJ.
So shout out to Cherry for helping me with that too. All right, so that was Jules's video. So let me see. Now I wanted to share this with you because I should have made a highlight out of it. It kind of sucks I didn't. But I am going to give you the link to this episode, and then I'll give you the timestamp here. So this is the episode that we were kind of reading through it last night. So here's the link for that. And it looked like, let me see here. Conference held on. It just keeps. So if you're not sure what they're talking about, Silky, this was they had a testimony with the DNA, the forensic genetic genealogy. They had a few people up there testifying. And there was a lady on there, the third person that was the witness to testify, had testified to some things. And as you're listening to the answers, she's kind of like almost, she's pretty much like answering how some shady shit can go down. Yes, Gabriela Vargas.
Wow.
No, not the middle one. No, the last one. And so it was kind of interesting because then they had another court hearing a couple days later. And that's when the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, said that he had, after that, he had, and I'll go ahead and play that video of him saying it in a second. Basically, he had sent investigators to Miss Vargas to find out what was going on, because her testimony that she had said on the witness stand, I guess, differed from what they were expecting, and they were not prepared, quote, to cross-examine her, which it wouldn't take a rocket scientist to figure out you can come up with your own questions to cross-examine without being prepared because of what's happening on the fly.
Yeah.
But instead, they waited until court was over and then sent investigators over there to figure out what was going on. And then that's when Bill Thompson stated that she, in fact, signed something that she didn't fully read. And therefore, her, her testimony shouldn't even be included. And they had a court document a couple days ago about an order vacating hearing when it comes to here, hold on, let me get the exact wording for that document for you. It was, let me see here. It was notice of intent not to cross-examine. Okay. And that has to do with basically what they're saying is that on the hearing, the court allowed the state to reserve cross-examination of two witnesses, Gabriela Vargas, who the defense disclosed without a CV the day before the hearing, and Lee Larkin, which is the lady that was on the screen a second ago. The state has determined that it need not cross-examine either of these witnesses, and that in addition, the state mentioned during its argument at the hearing that Judge Whitney in Canyon County ruled on a similar issue 1 week prior to that hearing, and that the state would provide the written ruling once available. And they included the transcript in another document after that. And that's what I'm talking about, and that's what we read through on this episode right here. So if you go to about the 2 hour and 10 minute mark, actually, no. My bad. It's 3 hours and 23 minute mark. That's when Yoli and I go into the transcripts, and it basically is talking about everything from this case to a T. It's very odd. So it's definitely a good listen or a good read. And so if you need that document as well, let me put that link out there for you. Basically, you just go to the case of interest for the Idaho government, and let me get that for you. So here is the link if you don't have this, so you can get to the documents, and that goes for all the cases there. And then let me see here.
I'm sorry, CJ. I am cracking up at
Sorry,
Dog
it's
Fan.
bugging out. Sorry, I'm trying to go through these documents. I haven't been able to see chat. 1 second.
Well, while
Trying
you're
to do all this at the same time as a task.
yeah. While you're doing that, let me just bring up in chat. Dog Fan was saying that somebody should do a YouTube channel for singles called Shoot Your Shot, where they interview guests. And I'm like, you know what? I cannot believe nobody's doing that. I'll tell you this, Dog Fan. I think that is a wonderful idea. I think that would go crazy. I've already got 2 channels. I don't have time for that, but I mean, wow.
Shoot Your Shot?
Yeah, where you interview like single people, like, okay, here you go. That would be honestly, that would be a very interesting platform. Stellar idea.
Let me see. Let me get to chat real quick. It dropped. Let me see here. Someone on YouTube shoot your shot for. That would be creepy because, you know.
No telling what you'd get.
Well, I mean, right. You never know, you know.
Man, I bet it would go viral though. What an idea.
I'm sure it would. Sure, there'd be some
Hey,
crazy shit.
Jinxie, we can host a program like that.
I'm sure there'd be some crazy shit going on.
Probably would. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be crazy.
Well, that's kind of how what's the Murder Sheet? Didn't they like get together for a case or something, started dating or something like that?
Yeah, that's how they met. Sure is. But I mean, you know, it's hard when you're talking about, at least for me, when I'm talking about true crime cases, and I guess being female, I am so much more emotionally charged in these cases. I get angry, you know, I get very intense, especially when we're talking about corruption or injustice. And so, you know, I'm so focused on that. I don't, you know, I'm not thinking about really anything except the case. But you're absolutely right. That would be hysterical. It would just be hysterical. You'd probably have to, I don't know how you'd do it. It'd be hard to do it live because
Yeah.
God only knows what would be said.
Well, I mean, and then you can't, I don't know. I just special fucking flags with that shit.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
know.
I always think about the shitty shit that can happen, just so I'm not surprised or some shit, like, oh, I can imagine. But I mean,
Yeah.
it's a good idea, with the way the technology is and how everything's kind of,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
catching up.
Yeah,
Sure,
I don't know.
I
You'd
bet it
have
would.
to.
I bet it would.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that sounds like a killer idea. It really does. I don't know. You'd have to vet people. You'd have to talk to them a little bit first and see what kind of crazy they're gonna bring.
Who needs VH1 anymore?
Exactly. Oh my gosh.
Well, you could have your own road rules and shit on YouTube. Who needs it anymore?
I tell you, I don't watch TV. I just don't. And everybody is always,
All the time.
at work and stuff. They're like, oh, are you watching this series? Are you watching this? This is really good. I'm like, no. You know what I'm doing? First of all, I am researching for both YouTube channels that I have. And I am, that's all I'm doing. And when I watch YouTube, there are some things that I watch that are more entertaining, just to decompress. I like some of the reaction videos, but basically I'm watching YouTube. I have really no desire to watch regular TV because I'm always learning something,
Right. You always have to. I mean, it's the thing about being a content creator. Well, most of us is it's as soon as you wake up until you go to bed, you're constantly thinking about things to update. You're
Yeah.
researching, studying. It's a constant. It never ends, And when it comes to the personal time, it is kind of far and few between because you are so focused on so many different things at the same time, and then trying to even be focused, but at the same time get caught up with stuff that you haven't been able to get to as well because you're trying to focus so much time on all these other areas as well. So that way
Mm-hmm.
you can make sure that you are, doing what you're setting out to do. So, it definitely does take a family and a team. And, as somebody that tries to do a lot of the things on my own, I could never imagine being able to do all the things that I can do right now without any of the help from, the
Yeah.
community. You know, it's definitely it's a task. But once we do that Monday through Friday, it is on because I'm going to be available for so many things. I'll have another 9 or 10 hours a day to just devote and focus on this program. And I think it'll make a big difference when I'm able to do that. I think it'll make a huge difference.
Yeah.
when I'm able to do
And
that.
you set up your system so well from the very beginning, having community involved. And I mean, to this day, I still do all of my own research. And, I stopped doing videos, and that's all I ever intended to do. So, you're talking about even one short video, I call short, like 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. There's hours of research and reading and vetting that go into that. And then looking at all the different angles. And then you have to, set up, shoot the video, hope to God, you get it right the first time, and, have to piece it together. The editing, at least 10 to 12 hours of editing on a video. And then, the uploading and the promoting and the description, like the tag, like you're talking about a humongous amount. And, people are like, well, why don't you put out more videos? Well, because I work full time and I've got, children living here. And, although they mostly take care of themselves, they're very needy, and so they really are. And so, it's like every spare moment goes into, YouTube. It's like, well, what about your social life? My what? My what? I don't have one of those. YouTube, that's my social life.
Mine is like this much. Mine is like this much. But it's okay though, because it's about the end goal, because all of that other stuff, this can be, way out to here. once that goal, and that's that's what you have to do to be successful. Unfortunately, sometimes is you have to sacrifice a lot of the fun, for a lot of the grind, and that's what it's about. And that's you if you don't work out, you can't get fit.
Exactly.
So it's the part of working out. So so definitely check that out. That little read through. I'll be trying to make a highlight after the show's over. Try to put a highlight out before tonight. So I'm gonna get to my. There's no breaking news out there. I haven't seen anything coming across. So if you guys do, just shoot it out in chat. Let me know, and I'll look it up. I'm gonna get into my August folder because I'm gonna get into some of these other videos here, and let me see here. If there's anything else anybody wants us to cover, go ahead and let me know. I put the links in chat for the document if you want to read it. It's 24 pages. It doesn't take too long because the font is really big on the court documents, and really it's like a paragraph or two and you're on to the next page. So it's a good 15-20 minute read if you wanted to read it on your own. Let me see here. Let me see what I got. So I got a whole bunch of different stuff. Now I do want to go into this body cam thing from Truth and Transparency because we've been talking about it for a few days, and a lot of people have been saying about what is on the body cam, the conditions, the living conditions. I guess very disturbing. So we'll be checking that out. Some BTK stuff as well, and we'll be getting into Karen Reed here in a little bit too. Karen Reed, how much have you covered that, or have you at all, Silky? Karen Reed.
I am not familiar at all, but I kept seeing it come up on yours, and I'm like, this sounds like something I need to look into.
Okay. So let me see here. Come on, computer. Ooh, hold on a minute. This is something. We're going to get into the body cam next because the body cam is going to take a little bit. This is the Crime Circus video everybody was wanting me to check out too. And I love Crime Circus, so give me one moment.
Yeah, me too.
We're going to check that out. Yeah, we're going to check that out. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I think I need to do like some kind of computer is just so boggy. Here we go. Come on. Does the music skip for you, Silky? Or is it just my side? Does the music
Every
slow down
once,
and speed up? Can you hear it at all? Or
I
is it
can
just
hear
mine?
it. I don't really hear it, or I don't notice it speeding up and slowing down. Every once in a while, your voice glitches. Not very often, but every once in a
Okay.
while.
Does it? Okay. Maybe that's when it's slowing down, speeding up. Maybe that's what it's doing on my end. Okay, so this is Crime Circus, and this is about Idaho 4 case here. Thank you all for hanging out with us today. Daytime True Crime. We're hitting the 2.5 hour mark, and we're still going to be going all day. We got so much stuff to get to, and this is Crime Circus. This is the newest video that they dropped. Brian Koberger, Good Vibes and Alibis. And speaking of, I thought I had some new neons coming, but maybe I don't. I have to double check that. I thought I did.
In this video, we're going to discuss Baby Drip, Brian Koberger, Moscow, Idaho, alibis, driving around at night, court, and so much more.
Oh my gosh, it's
You don't
so
want to
good.
miss a single second of this episode. And we need to know, does Ann Taylor and Brian Koberger make a cute couple? Stay tuned. Let's see what I have to say for myself this time.
He's awesome. And yes, we will be going into that body cam next from Truth and Transparency, everybody. I've heard about it, and I definitely have to watch it. I was hearing, like, the mods were telling me about it a couple nights ago, and I was just like, what the fuck? Yes. This would just be a quick watch, 20 minutes or so, and we'll be getting...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name is Drip Drop, and I'll be your host most of the time. Baby Drip's here with me, and sometimes he'll be the host as well. Anyways, I'm certain you've come to expect booms from these videos.
Love it.
You may or may not get some booms in this video. Stay tuned to find out. However, let's jump right in and start with the alibi. Brian Koberger's attorney says he was driving around late at night like he usually does. Is that a legitimate alibi? Even a lot of Brian Koberger supporters dropped their jaws and said, oh, no. That can't be his alibi. We thought for certain he was at home in his apartment, and he must have been at home in his apartment sleeping. No, that's actually Jack DeCour's alibi. Allegedly. Allegedly, Jack was sleeping. Brian was out driving late at night. And driving around late at night is not a crime. I know most of you out there probably haven't done it. But me, I've done it a lot of times. And I don't even listen to music when I'm out there doing it. I drive in complete silence. With my own thoughts. Gives me time. I drive on highways. I even drive down unknown dirt roads where I don't know where I'm going. Not a crime. Suspicious, okay. Weird, okay. Call me suspicious and weird. That doesn't make me a quadruple, passing away evil person. The alibi is so bad as if he's some genius high IQ mastermind, surely he would have had a better alibi.
One second. I'm going to rewind it just a minute. It is... Sorry for it bugging. I was even trying to unmute, and it wasn't even registering my unmute. So I apologize. God.
Suspicious, okay. Weird, okay. Call me suspicious and weird. That doesn't make me a quadruple, passing away evil person. The alibi is so bad that you know he's telling the truth. Because if he's some genius high IQ mastermind, surely he would have had a better alibi than I was driving around. Guess what? There were probably a lot of white Hyundai Elantras driving around in the early AM hours between November 12th and November 13th.
When I was doing that, multiple hour freaking drive, I mean, most of the time I'm just listen. I do the same thing. I love For some reason, I just love driving with no radio going. Just if I'm on the highway, just hearing
Same,
the,
CJ. Same.
it's the spot
Yeah.
you can dig deep into your head with your thoughts without it being clouded by all this other stuff that's going on. It's great for
Yeah.
deep.
Does that make us weird?
No, it's the best time to deep think.
It is, and that's why I love to mow the grass on the riding mower, which mine got stolen, so I can't do it anymore. But
Son of a bitch.
yeah, it was brand new too. Anyway, yeah, I love it. I get away from everybody. Nobody bothers me when I'm mowing the grass, and I'm just in my own head. I don't even realize half the time that I don't have the radio on. I am so deep in my own head.
I love it. It's the
So do
best.
I.
It's so productive, like because there's so much other stuff, confetti that's floating in front of those thoughts, and the stuff that's in the back of your head is the stuff that needs to be thought about the most because it's back there for a reason because it's important. And I love the long drives. That's why I like, I like. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Kid Kitty. Thank you to Rumsey, Tana. Yeah, I think it's just healing is what it is, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, YouTube keeps, thank you for the gifted membership. Yeah, the 503 air still happening. But it's still happening.
What kind of error is that?
It's where the chat, it's been happening for like 2 weeks now where YouTube, the chat feed for the shows will
Mm-hmm.
constantly, it'll time out. So it comes up with a 503 error and you have to hit retry to get the chat back up. Yeah, constantly.
I bet
Even
that's
my
what
own chat feed.
happened. Yeah,
It's
go ahead.
YouTube. Yeah, it's
Okay.
YouTube. Mhm.
I
Yep.
only had
So if
that
anybody
happen.
says,
Go ahead.
if anybody says that their chat feed's not showing or something, it's YouTube being buggy. It's been like that for 2 weeks now
Oh,
or
wow.
more. Mhm.
Now, see, I don't usually have as long a lives as you do, CJ, but mine usually stay around 2 hours or less. And but my members only that ended up not being private, where I had a lot of people on, Thomas Frost and Ruckus and Jinx and somebody else. Laura Thompson was on. Hope I didn't miss anybody. Anyway, it was like over 4 hours, and yeah, towards the end of that, my chat went blank. So I had to look at it on my phone, and I didn't know. I just thought I was having an internet issue.
Nope,
So I'm
it's
glad
here.
you
And
told
then
me. Yeah.
yeah, and then StreamYard's been bugging too at the same time. Like I've had YouTube comments not being updated on StreamYard muting things automatically on its own, not screen sharing things. It's already tough enough to try and do these live shows, and then you add all the other stuff that you shouldn't have to, go through or deal with. On the live show and just with the programs and stuff, it definitely adds more things that you got to try and work through. But we can deal with it. And
Yeah.
I want one of these baby drip dolls. Damn it!
It's
Those are
cute.
so. It is so cool.
I love
Anybody
Clown
that
Circus.
what is that, crocheting or something? Is that what that's like? Is that what you do?
I
The
don't
crocheting
know.
or whatever.
It's either knitting or crocheting. I crochet, but I don't know that I could do that. I might could. I don't know. But knit, I can't knit because you have to count. Like you have to constantly know what number you're on, and I'm too ADD for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd have to take a lot of time. That's for sure. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Judge better not play today. Well, we'll find out. We'll see what happens. We got a hearing coming up at 1 p.m. Pacific.
18th in 2022. The chief of police said there was 22,000 white Hyundai Elantras in the area.
So far, we have a list of approximately 22,000 registered white Hyundai Elantras that fit into our criteria that we're sorting through. That's an awful lot of information. But
boom, that's a lot of white Hyundai Elantras. So the state forced his attorney's hand to even present an alibi. However, it's really messed up because they weren't even ready to present an alibi. Because the state has been stonewalling and gaslighting the defense, which leads us to the speedy trial not happening. There's been a lot of dirty tactics used against Bryan Kohberger and his defense.
Absolutely.
A speedy trial is always preferred. Bryan Kohberger certainly knew that the state was not prepared with a proper prosecution, because this is quite likely a false prosecution. You can see Bryan Kohberger right here. Look at him walking in the courtroom. I'm going to play this in slow motion. He has a moment with the deputy that brings him in. Bryan has what looks like he just wiped a little smirk off his face, and you can see the deputy clearly has a smirk. They make eye contact. They have a little repertoire. They have a connection. This deputy would certainly not be being buddy-buddy with Bryan Kohberger in Moscow, Idaho, if Bryan had actually done what they're saying he did. Boom. Also, these appear to be different officers than what was shown in my last video. The tall man, link down below if you haven't seen it. Bryan Kohberger is a really tall man. Why that matters? Dylan Mortensen said that the perpetrator was over 5'10" tall.
Oh my God.
5'10" tall is a huge difference compared to 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". You know somebody that's 6'3" when you see them. So you don't.
Right. And if Dylan, she's tall herself, if she's saying, yeah, you got to give the plus minus when it comes to the height.
Absolutely.
And the weight. You know, it could mean a lot of different things, but you would think Dylan would know if somebody's taller than her. She's 5'10", 5'11" herself. So she would know if somebody's the same height or taller than her. And 6 foot and a few inches is a hell of a lot taller than 5'10". So if you're 5'10", 5'11", you're telling you're making a statement that the person was 5'10", roughly, then that means you're telling them they're about the same height. So how can somebody be, and you're only literally a foot or two as you're noticing this, witnessing this. So you would know if the person is taller than you. You would know if you're that tall, and then you're saying, well, yeah, then you're in your head, you're thinking, well, then they got to be like 6'3". It is a great point.
Don't say over 5'10". You say well over 6 foot. Are these officers tiny humans as well? I don't think so. They look like large men, which makes Bryan Kohberger a giant. True story. Anyways, we gotta backtrack. Let's talk about driving through neighborhoods late at night. I mean, we don't even know if he was in a neighborhood or not. We don't know where he was. He was driving. He could have been going down a back road without a camera. This is what it may have looked like. Just driving around. Some of you out there have analyzed the Linda Lane footage. You can hear a lot of traffic in the background. You can hear cars coming and going. And on the Banfield body camera footage, you can also see cars coming and going. There's some real contradictions in the arrest affidavit regarding the activity in that neighborhood. One wise man out there even referred to it as a circus. Were coming and going. The Linda Lane footage has been heavily analyzed, and some people have even proven that it's not a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra circling the Queen Road apartment building. This isn't me saying this, ladies and gentlemen. This is just information I've read on the internet. And with me reading it on the internet, everything does have to be taken with a grain of salt. However, we all have common sense. And common sense is important because it means you don't just believe what you read or believe what you hear or believe what you heard from your favorite YouTuber. You shouldn't trust anything you see on this show either. In fact, nothing can be trusted. Although I will always keep it authentic and real with you here at Crime Circus, because I appreciate you. If you're watching this, you may be a friend or you may even be a foe. But I'd honestly just prefer you to be family, because here at Crime Circus Cult, it's all love. And all we want is proper justice for the victims one way or the other. And we don't
And it's the same motherfucking place here.
want to see anyone else become victims in this case. Some people even think that it's okay to drive by the defendant's parents' house. Sneak, creep, and peek. That's called stalking. And being a peeping Tom is an actual crime. And it's quite possible Brian Kohberger was being a peeping Tom on the early morning hours of November 13th. I think at this point it's very safe to say he was not the DoorDash driver. However, that's not even official one way or the other. All we can do is speculate. I did make 2 videos about the possibility of Brian Kohberger being the DoorDasher, aka the Door Slasher. But maybe he was just peeping in the window and he saw all that happen and he was terrified. So he just kept driving around. Drove for hours. In fact, he was probably up for days. And as of right now, there's no evidence that Brian Kohberger ever owned a K-bar knife, let alone a sheath to a K-bar knife. A leather sheath was found at the scene. The authorities have made the claim that nobody else's DNA could have been on there except Brian Kohberger's, and that the number is some type of octillion with 27 zeros. An octillion is not even a number, specifically 5.37 octillion. Why not 6.37 or 5.98? How can it be so specific that it's 5.37 octillion? They say that's 27 zeros added at the end. That's make-believe, that's fantasy. That's like telling all your friends you saw a unicorn in the wild. You think anyone's going to believe you? I certainly wouldn't. Why not 4 octillion, 10 octillion? What's the difference once you get past real numbers? The highest actual real numbers that exist is trillions. Quadrillions if you're feeling frisky. Never, ever, ever.
What happened, CJ? Did it just... that video just glitch?
No, it's bugging again. So I noticed it was bugging again. So instead of the audio being skippy over there, I just pause it real quick and let it kind of StreamYard back up.
I don't know
think it's
where...
okay now. Sorry about that, everybody.
Cherry, I sent you a
I
message
gotta
in
find
Discord.
a new program.
Go ahead. Hey, Cherry, if you would comment on my live from Silky Southern Tea, if you'll hop on there for just a second, I can make you a mod.
Sorry, it's bugging out right now. I'm just waiting for it to kind of be done. Because it's constantly going up and down.
I think I'm bugging this morning too.
Have you ever checked out any other programs? Have you checked out any other ones besides EVMU Max? Because this is just crazy.
I've looked at a lot of them. And, some of them look pretty interesting, but I don't have anybody that I know. Before I become... Some of them you can't use unless it's a paid service, so you can't use it.
Right.
Yeah, but I couldn't recommend because I'm like, well, I don't want to pay for something, and then, even a month, and then I find out immediately I don't like it. But, There's some really interesting ones out there. There's one, I can't remember. I want to tell you it starts with a P that was interesting.
Prism?
No, it wasn't Prism. It's something. It looked like it was a lot of fun. It had a lot of features. But then I read some reviews and it's like, I think some people said it was glitchy. And, you know, it may be because they're relatively new. And I thought I may come back and try, you know, this out. So many people use OBS and there are some stellar things about it, but dang, it's hard to learn. And you have to have all these patches, like, you know, these other things that you have to add into it. And I don't know. I don't have time for that.
Yeah, I know. And that's one of my hurdles with OBS is like, okay, when time to learn that. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I need to take a week off.
That might, for the future, I think that's the route. I think for the future, I think that's the route, though, is when I'm able to, like, have the time to learn it and grasp it and kind of dig into it on, you know, maybe even somebody showing me. If I'm doing the hands-on, it's like, boom, you know. And I think that's what's going to end up happening in the future, because just trying to learn it is the task. And I know that there's a lot of great things with OBS. So I think that will be the end result when it comes down to it. But yeah, just learning how to use it. So if there is anybody that would like to take a couple hours on a weekend day to kind of maybe show me how to use OBS, I'm definitely down for taking a day or a weekend to try and learn it and figure it out. Because it's just, you know, before it was like, yeah, when I'm able to, you know, set aside the time to learn it. Now it's getting to the point where it's like, you know what, this is like every freaking show. And before, when it happened once in a while, fine, I get it. But every freaking show, and how much you pay for it, it's like, I'd expect this shit on a free version, not on a paid version. And I always see these videos from them coming out with these new features that they're offering once a week, but why aren't you fixing your shit? You know, that's what I'm wondering. Where's the video on that? So, yeah, if anybody knows how to use OBS, reach out to me, and if you have a couple hours or something, I'd definitely love to learn. And then I can just start using that from that point on. And then I'll help anybody else out that also wants to learn as well. So it looks like everything's okay again. So I'm going to hit play. I apologize about that. And then we'll be going into the body cam ASAP.
Why not 6.37 or 5.98? How can it be so specific that it's 5.37 octillion? They say that's 27 zeros added at the end. That's make-believe. That's fantasy.
Yeah,
that's like telling all your friends you saw a unicorn in the wild. You think anyone's going to believe you? I certainly wouldn't. Why not 4 octillion, 10 octillion? What's the difference once you get past real numbers? The highest actual real numbers that exist is trillions. Quadrillions if you're feeling frisky. Anything beyond that is simply smoke and mirrors. I've seen a lot of true crime cases, read a lot of court documents, and I have never, ever, ever seen the audacity of the absurdity of such a specifically ridiculously big number of 5.37 octillion. Not real, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not. That's called overcompensation. And when you're overcompensating, red flag. And when I see a red flag, boom. I don't like being lied to. And 5.37 octillion feels like a lie, in my opinion. They say there's something like 7 or 8 billion people on planet Earth. So if there's only 7 or 8 billion, what in the world is an octillion? That sounds like fake news to me, ladies and gentlemen. keep in mind, this is all just somebody else's fantasy that I'm
Right, like I'm saying, it's confetti. It's a big ass fucking number to make you go, whoa. But when you look, it's the distraction, it's the confetti. Hey, I'm going to throw this big fucking number out to you. So that's what you're focused on, just like the 51 terabytes. It's a big ass fucking number for you to focus on. So then when you look at what is the 51 terabytes, or how did you get to that octillion fucking profile, then you start to go, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, they're big numbers, but it's shady shit that got to the big numbers. Big numbers to distract you from the shady shit it took to get to the big numbers.
talking about here. It's not mine. Anyways, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I don't want to be fooled again and again and again in this case. I was fooled initially. Initially, I made a series of videos based on the official story. I believed them. I assumed they got the right guy. They said the DNA matched. They said they found evidence. They said he had the same car. They said it was him. And I believed it. I made videos saying Brian Kohberger was guilty. I took some time away from the case. I did some analyzing. I did research. I did some investigative detective work. And a lot of you out there emailed me and were in communication with me with information. I read all of it. And I came to the conclusion the so-called evidence is super weak. Super, super, super weak. The so-called evidence is basically not even real, in my opinion. Remember, this is all alleged speculation, and none of us know what we're talking about. All of the words coming out of my mouth is just somebody else's fantasy. Yeah. Boom. 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 There's a lot of booms here in Crime Circus. Some booms are in the mind state of the viewer, but I'll never knowingly steer you wrong here. Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana, they need us. They need us now more than ever. And we are going to get to the bottom of this case. We being me and you, the viewer. Together, we are the Crime Circus cult. And for those of you that didn't know, that's actually my second YouTube channel. We're almost to 100,000 subscribers, but we're not there yet. If you watching this right now will go down and click the link, you can help us get to 100,000 subscribers. That'll be a boom. We're going to do a big celebration, and it's going to be awesome. Anyways, there's been a lot of confusion about cell phone data. Apparently, Brian Kohberger's phone was off. What does that mean? Well, it means he didn't have a reason to have his cell phone on. Maybe it was dead. It's that simple. It doesn't mean he turned his cell phone off to pass people away. You can't tell me he's a super high IQ genius that doesn't really leave much evidence behind of any kind. No shoe prints, no fingerprints, just a smidget of DNA, but nothing else. What about the knife with the dripping BLOOD on it? Whoever did this no longer had the sheath to put the knife in. Dylan Mortensen did not report seeing a knife that we know of. So you can't just be super high IQ and pull this crime off in about 6.5 minutes and then go turn your phone randomly on an hour and a half after the crime. If he really is this much of a lunatic madman, then yeah, I suppose he certainly does deserve the firing squad. We just haven't seen any evidence, and we must learn from history's mistakes. Remember the Salem witch trials? That happened way back in the day, hundreds of years ago in Salem, Massachusetts. A whole bunch of wrongfully convicted witches, who weren't even really convicted of anything, people just said that they were witches, were burned at the stake. And now that little historic town has turned into a real tourist trap. There's gift shops, live music, haunted houses. You can go spend your money there. So they have a very dark cloud above them in that town.
No.
Evidence is important. Authentic evidence. If you know anything about the news that's been popping up on this case, you can see the prosecution apparently is hiding stuff from the defense. There's no track record of the genealogy testing on how they got to their results. Imagine if you're doing math homework or a math quiz and you just give the results, but not how you got the result. Your teacher is going to give you a big fat F because you look like a cheater. And cheaters aren't good. Cheaters are bad. All types of cheaters are bad, bad, bad. Anyways, riddle me this, riddle me that. Some of us just need to get a clue. And what I mean by that, you got to read between the lines. Because when you get a clue, that clue can be very important. If you want to be an online detective, you have to be a really good online detective if you want to solve this case. You got to think a little outside the box, and you can't believe everything you read or you're told. There is a lot of false information about this case. Anyways, when you see Bryan Kohberger walk into the courtroom, you can see he's confident. Some of you have tried to nitpick his micro mannerisms, that he's clenching his jaw, or you can see his temple pulsating. Folks, he's in a courtroom surrounded by bad energy, with cameras all over the place. He's potentially facing a firing squad. He's potentially being falsely accused of quad passing away, the craziest big news story in modern history. Yeah, you might clench your jaw too. That is not a signal of guilt. His temple pulsating, yes. He has a heartbeat. He's not a vampire. Although it is said that he was up for all hours of the night. So what? I am too. So, to wrap this up, what have we learned? Bryan Kohberger is the tall man. Bryan Kohberger is presumed innocent. Bryan Kohberger appears to have the confidence of an innocent man. Bryan Kohberger's attorney seems to have really good courtroom energy with her client. If that wasn't a court setting and I saw them on a park bench sitting that way next to each other, I would honestly think they were a happy couple, enjoying each other's company. Just a little date night of sorts. And in closing, the grand jury. What do they have to hide? Why so many secrets in this case? To me, that raises super red flags. And when I see red flags, it makes me raise bushy eyebrows to this case. It really does. I've been investigating different individuals, and I've seen a lot of people with bushy eyebrows, and the consensus says Bryan Kohberger does not have bushy eyebrows. That's just not really even deniable. This guy does, Bryan doesn't. Boom. If it was really so obvious that Bryan was guilty, a 5 octillion to 1 chance that it was. If it was his car on the cameras, it would all be so obvious, and he would not embarrass himself or his family that he loves very much by making this a media circus spectacle. He would just plead guilty like Chris Watts did and fade away into obscurity. It would just be that simple. And in detail, people move on with their lives usually. It's on to the next true crime case. The more I look into this case, the more I want him to be guilty, but the more I think he's probably not guilty. There's just no evidence. There's been a lot of fantasizing going on where people wish that the so-called tidbits of info that has been released fit Bryan Kohberger. But the truth is, the timeline has changed since day one. The information has changed since day one. They keep changing things. During the initial press conference, we were led to believe there were 2 roommates on the bottom floor, Dylan and Bethany. 6 weeks later, they suddenly tell us Dylan was actually living on the 2nd floor. That's a change. That's a red flag. They initially told us the crime happened around 3 a.m. After Kohberger was arrested, they suddenly say it was just after 4 a.m. That's a change. That's the red flag. That makes me raise a bushy eyebrow.
It was the change when they first came out and said it was unalive, self-unalive, and the community didn't have to worry. And then they flipped the script and said, okay, hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like it's been red flagged from the fucking point they were given the initial presser.
Ain't that the
Right from
truth?
then. Because that's when I was like, what the fuck? Who the hell self-unalives them that way?
Well, even if you look from the get-go, they should have said the community, lock your doors at least, something. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
If you don't have somebody behind bars, you better be warning people.
Yeah, it never made sense. It never made sense.
Well, it was that way in Delphi too. Because the initial reports in Delphi when the girls were, found, the other parents were saying, hey, I'm afraid to let my kid outside. And, Ellie was right at the beginning saying, oh, no, it's okay. Everybody's safe. I'm like, unless you got somebody locked up, I'm going to say BS on that.
Mm. And how they even locked him up, it's going to be interesting to see what they got. Because, like he said, they're obviously trying to, like we even got into it last night, because that's one of the things that we were doing that read through with the document about the other case from Canyon County with Judge Whitney. That's in the documentation for the Koberger case. And it was also talking about how they didn't have certain documentation because certain documentation was not available because it was from a higher agency that, they could try, but, they didn't know if they could or not, if they'd be able to get the information. So it's like, I don't know. It was weird as we were reading through the whole document, and I'll be making a highlight. I wish I would have made one last night, but as we're reading through the whole document, and it's so eerie, and how it's just so similar, or you could definitely see all of this shit playing out in this case right here, with how it's all, even, like, we're not going to use this for the trial, so it's, in our opinion, it's not part of the discoverable evidence, because we didn't really use it for, it was such a long, it was like maybe an hour and a half or something. But you definitely have to read the document. And I'll share the link again here in a little bit. If you want the link, just scroll up to me and you'll see where I type something with the yellow square, and it'll be, I threw the documents out there. But I'll put them out here in a little bit. I'm going to finish on this one. We're going to start. I'm going to look to see if there's any breaking news going on. And then after that, we're going to get into this truth and transparency body cam for a little bit. And then somewhere around that area, then we're going to be getting a call from the architect at 1 o'clock Eastern today. So I'm definitely excited for that. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So let me finish this up. We'll see if there's any breaking news, and we will get to those body cams. Thank you all for hanging out. Got my K-cup ready too. Come on, StreamYard, work with me.
Told us it was a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. Suddenly, Brian Koberger was driving a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, and the information changed. If law enforcement has to keep changing the so-called evidence to fit their man, maybe their man isn't actually their man, unless this is just way higher up than them. And that's all I'm going to say on that, because, well, anyways, moving on. We were even told a very specific certain time that Kaylee and Maddie arrived home. Kaylee's sister came out and said, that's not true. They actually arrived home at this time. Moscow PD also told us Maddie and Kaylee were dropped off by an Uber. Uber made a statement saying no Uber driver was involved. Moscow PD made the correction and said, oh, it wasn't Uber, it was just a private driver. Okay, red flag, boom. None of us even knew that there was a DoorDash driver until the arrest affidavit came out. We had all just only speculated because of the Jack-in-the-Box bag that was on the counter. Well, we don't even know if that was actually ordered, but that is pretty much the only restaurant that was even open at 4 a.m. Brian Koberger is probably not the DoorDash slasher, as I told you. Anyways, the odds of that man showing up at the exact time of this crime happening, it raises a red flag. Why didn't they tell us about this before? Red flag, boom. Other things have changed along the way as well. The sororities, the fraternities, Greek life. They won't say anything. They have a code of silence. It means they don't really go to the police. It means they don't call the police. So it really does make you wonder. If the Banfield is surrounded by sororities and fraternities, who called 911 to report underage drinkers? That's highly sus. I think whoever called that in may actually be the KILLER. Boom. Yes, I know, there's been an extreme amount of
I'm going to play that again real quick, just so everybody can hear that one more time.
crash driver until the arrest affidavit came out. We had all actually arrived home at this time. Moscow PD also told us Maddie and Kaylee were dropped off by an Uber. Uber made a statement saying no Uber driver was involved. Moscow PD made the correction and said, oh, it wasn't Uber, it was just a private driver. Okay, red flag, boom. None of us even knew that there was a DoorDash driver until the arrest affidavit came out. We had all just only speculated because of the Jack-in-the-Box bag that was on the counter. Well, we don't even know if that was actually ordered, but that is pretty much the only restaurant that was even open at 4 a.m. Brian Koberger's probably not the DoorDash slasher, as I told you. Anyways, the odds of that man showing up at the exact time of this crime happening, it raises a red flag.
Right?
Why didn't they tell us about this before? Red flag, boom. Other things have changed along the way as well. The sororities, the fraternities, Greek life. They won't say anything. They have a code of silence. It means they don't really go to the police. It means they don't call the police. So it really does make you wonder. If the Banfield is surrounded by sororities and fraternities, who called 911 to report underage drinkers? That's highly sus. I think whoever called that in may actually be the KILLER. Boom. Yes, I know. There's been an extreme amount of booms in this video. And I wish these videos didn't even have to exist, because I wish Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana were all with us and this crime never happened. Is BK guilty or not? We don't know. But we do know we've been lied to by the officials. We do know the official narrative does not add up. We do know that there's been a lot of false information in this case. There's even been fake evidence presented. And if you believe in the number 5 octillion, I'm going to say a little prayer for you, and Baby Drip's going to pray for you too. Anyways, if you enjoyed these shows, please consider joining my Patreon. I need all the support I can get here at Crime Circus. Make sure you're subscribed to my second YouTube channel, The Crime Circus Cult. It's more awesomeness. I'm going to make it...
It's buggy. Oh my gosh. Sorry if that was skipping a little bit there. Man. But yeah, it's so many freaking red flags this whole time, you know? And the it was always suspicious about the driver. That's why I always felt that there was some kind of involvement somehow. Look out, something.
Yeah, whose name was on the bag again? Was it Xana?
So this is... What's that?
Whose name was on that bag? Was it Xana's name?
Yeah. But that's... Yeah, on that picture through the window. Yeah, it had Xana's name on it.
What if that meant she was the target?
I don't know. That it was if you look at the other items like the coffee cup and things like that, it kind of looks like it had been sitting there for longer, maybe.
Oh,
but
okay.
I don't know. It's, you know what I mean. Who knows really? It's just kind of something that pictures snap through the windows, because really there was not curtains really, even on the screen doors. There was nothing covering them. It was, I don't know, anybody could just walk up to the door and look inside. It'd be kind of creepy in a way.
Yeah.
You know, this is some breaking news that just came out. Some escaped convict?
Now to the urgent manhunt for a convicted killer who is on the run after escaping from a prison in Pennsylvania. Authorities are calling him extremely dangerous and are asking for the public's help in tracking him down. Ariel Resha has the latest. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you, Eva. Authorities are not saying how he escaped, but hundreds of local state law enforcement and U.S. Marshals are on the hunt for that convicted murderer who they say was set to serve a life sentence and has little to lose. This morning, the urgent search for this killer who escaped from a Pennsylvania prison.
He is considered extremely dangerous.
Canine units deployed on the ground, drones and helicopters scouring the area from the air. Authorities say convicted murderer Danilo Cavalcante broke out of the Chester County prison around 8:50 a.m. on Thursday. Last seen walking on a nearby road roughly an hour later, wearing a white t-shirt, gray shorts, and white sneakers. Local schools immediately put on lockdown. Cavalcante was in the early days of serving life in prison for fatally stabbing his ex-girlfriend 38 times 2 years ago in front of their children.
Already engaged in a murder in broad daylight in front of children.
Whoa.
There's no stopping him for doing anything more egregious.
Officials say the 34-year-old was sentenced just last week and was awaiting transfer to a state correctional institution.
He physically escaped. There was no cutting of any fences.
Concerns mounting with the violent criminal on the loose.
His depravity knows no bounds. I mean, this is someone who has nothing to lose. I don't know what he's capable of doing.
And there is now a combined $10,000 reward for information that leads to his arrest. Officials are concerned about his potential actions given his violent history, and they're warning the public to keep their distance. If you see him, do not approach him. Call 911 immediately. DeMarco.
Ariel, thank you very much.
Whoa. Okay.
Isn't Pennsylvania, isn't that Coach Kev's area? I'm
what
thinking
is it
he's
with all
from around
these freaking people
Pittsburgh?
escaping out of fucking Pennsylvania and Ohio? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is going on over there with their jail system?
Yeah, probably
Fucking
not
the-
enough people to work. That would be my
Ohio and
guess.
Pennsylvania. What the hell, people? Fuck. And then they just follow the river. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Asking a question. What's a good comment? When did this happen? Just now. 20 minutes ago. This came out. So this is right now.
Wow.
Breaking news. Yeah, right now. 1 second.
Wow.
Get that. Yeah. It just says, what county was it? Here's another one. Hold on 1 second. 6 ABC Philadelphia.
Breaking right now at 4 o'clock. The search is on for a convicted murderer who escaped from a Chester County prison. Hundreds of officers are working.
So this was 19 hours ago. Okay, so this was yesterday.
Right now to find 34-year-old Danilo Cavalcante. He was last seen
Trying
this
to pause
morning
it.
on Wawasset Road in Pocopson.
Trying
Sarah,
to
the big
pause it.
story on Action News, Extended County. It was just last week.
Right now to find 34-year-old Danilo Cavalcante.
Whoa. It must have been bugging out again because I was trying to pause it and it wasn't doing nothing.
Wow. Wow.
Sorry. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, hide your wife, hide your kids. Ohio and Pennsylvania are turning out their prisoners, y'all.
Chester County. Thank you. Oh my god.
Crazy, crazy.
Chester
If they hit the
County
river, they're going to
and
be
Philly
down
area.
here. They're going to be south. Jeez.
Going to get what? What the hell's going on with Cherry? What?
I don't know.
I don't know. Is she mad about something? I don't know. What?
I don't know. I might back it up.
I don't know. All right. Let me play this
I
video.
think she's gonna just go get something to eat.
Breaking right now at 4 o'clock, the search is on for a convicted murderer who escaped from a Chester County prison. Hundreds of officers are working right now to find 34-year-old Danilo Cavalcante. He was last seen this morning on Wawasset Road in Pocopson Township, putting communities in that area on high alert. It is Thursday afternoon. I'm Brian Taft.
And I'm Charlotte Williams in for
Oh,
Sarah. The big story on Action News is the extensive search happening right now in Chester County. It was just last week that Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his former girlfriend. Now authorities are doing everything they can to get him back behind bars.
Action News reporter John Paul live in Pocopson Township now. And John, we understand things have gotten rather active behind you in the last few minutes.
Correct. Yeah, Brian Shari. So just in the last maybe 5 minutes, I saw 3 heavily armed law enforcement members. I mean, I'm talking full combat gear walking over this hill. They went down that way. We also see a drone. There have been 2 helicopters that have come over. To give you an idea where I am, I'm about a quarter mile from the prison where this escape happened this morning. In fact, I'm on Wawasset Road. That was the last place that he was seen walking down this very road at around 9:40 this morning. We've seen some state troopers going over that hill. We really can't see much over that hill. We've just seen a lot of law enforcement head over that way.
All that wide open area,
Now,
too.
look
At that.
Jeez.
Let me back up. I mean, and in the
This morning,
woods.
we've seen some state troopers going over
The
that
woods, too.
here, walking over this hill. They went down that way. We also see a drone. There have been 2 helicopters that have come over. To give you an idea where I am, I'm about a quarter mile from the prison where this escape happened this morning. In fact, I'm on Wawasset Road. That was the last place that he was seen walking down this very road at around 9:40 this morning. We've seen some state troopers going over that hill. We really can't see much over that hill. We've just seen a lot of law enforcement head.
Okay, so you're telling me that not only they escaped, but they fucking before it gets to them trees. That's a lot of fucking wide open area. I'm sorry, somebody running or walking,
Yeah.
dressed in that clothing. You're gonna notice that's a lot. How in the hell were they able?
I don't know.
All this open area.
I know our
Into the
prisons in
fucking tree.
Alabama. Yeah, that's a long. I don't know how it works. Okay, in Pennsylvania, I assume it's the same as our prisons here in Alabama. But I mean, yeah, you have wide open spaces right around the prison, like a lot before you start seeing trees, and we have a guard tower. And I mean, they're armed, and you know, if somebody suspicious is walking out, especially if they can see him, and which he wasn't wearing orange, and I don't know how they do it there. Maybe it is gray, but yeah, our people are trained to take them down if they're walking away from the prison. So
Gray sticks out, definitely.
how did that? I mean, how did that happen?
Gray, really? Like, you're gonna go at least give us some bars or something, or like some kind of logo. I mean, gray. It just, but I don't know. I guess it's times are tough, but
Well,
prisons are big business, so I don't get it.
Here we have the colors, like we have the bright orange, but I believe in prisons they have gone to, and this has been some years back. You remember Monopoly, how the guy was in the black and white stripes? That's our prison. A lot of our prisons have those, because you see them on the side of the road. They look like prisoners. You won't mistake that for anything.
Yeah, it's I don't know. You've seen some of the clothing now. It's pretty cheap. I just don't understand it because prisons are big business.
Yeah.
That's why there's so many of them. And so why in the hell are why isn't there something that stands out? I'm sorry, that's a lot of open area for somebody to just be not only getting out of the fucking prison, but then being able to get through this part too, because this is where I think your ass would be getting caught, right here. If you did escape, I think this is where your ass would be getting caught. So the fact that you even made it past there, it's like, who who wasn't doing their shit, because obviously it was a collective thing, because there's different, levels of how this person got. I mean, they just got past all these different barriers. Come on now, something.
I don't know. They're on their phones in
That's
a
just
guard
crazy shit.
shack. They're watching TikTok or something.
Yeah. Man,
They're doing something besides watching the prison, that's for sure.
yeah. They're probably watching, because Fact or Fiction Beyond Belief, I brought it up, a couple nights ago, and maybe they got sucked into those episodes, because that is a good show. We're going to be kicking back at the lounge in the future. It's one of those shows, I think, because you got to come. Have you ever hung out at the lounge, Silky?
No, I wanted to the other night. I
Go
can't
back and
remember what
watch that?
happened. Yeah.
No, Tales from the Crypt. We're gonna
Yeah.
start watching the first episodes with Robert Stack, the Unsolved Mysteries. Just different movies, things like that we can all hang back and just hang out at the lounge and go kick it. And it's just about what, like, comedy, just watching whatever, stuff that's not true crime, but that may be somehow slightly connected to it. But the Fact or Fiction Beyond Belief TV show, if anybody remembers that, that's another one we'll be watching at the lounge. So we'll have to hang out at the lounge sometime, Silky, and we'll just kick back and watch videos and shit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I had wanted to come the other night. I can't remember what happened. It's like, life.
Yeah, you definitely have to. Yeah. Especially Tales from the Crypt. Oh,
Yeah.
that's my favorite show from when I was a kid. Tales from the Crypt. Oh man, just hearing the laugh, going down the stairs in the intro, and then it leads you right at the bottom, and then he just pops right out and starts giggling, and you're just like, ah,
I love the Crypt Keeper. Love him.
Yes. Yeah.
The older I get, the more I resemble him in the morning. I'm like, what the crap? What is looking back at me?
That Pennywise shit was crazy. It is. It's fun to hang out. We just kick it and hang out. It's a way to, it's the lounge. It's not the main stage. It's the lounge of CJ's Club. So we got the talk show and then the lounge where everybody can kick it back there. But yeah, this is a lot of space. And this is an action cam. But that's a lot of space. And drones. Drones would be neat. I know Jinx has
that was the last place
for that Delphi stuff. I think it'd be pretty cool to get a drone and like get footage and stuff that way too.
Why don't they? Why don't they have drones? That's crazy.
No, they did. They have drones looking for this guy now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Where's the dogs?
Yeah.
Where's the dogs? Unless the trees are just too much for the senses, but you would think there would be some kind of lead. I mean, Pocosin Township, it's got to be out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and what prisons usually are.
Probably in them woods somewhere. It ain't. When it gets to like day 3, 4, 5, if they haven't caught him yet, then you'll probably be seeing him coming out, because then he'll be getting really hungry, really thirsty, and at a point where he has no choice but to come out. So the lounge is like the green room. Yeah, we gotta hang out at the lounge some night.
Yeah, absolutely.
That he was seen
Yeah.
walking down this very road at around 9:40 this morning. We've seen some state troopers going over that hill. We really can't see much over that hill. We've just seen a lot of law enforcement head over that way. Now, they're looking for a man they describe as a ruthless killer. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole for stabbing his girlfriend 38 times in front of his children. That happened in 2001. He was waiting to be transferred to a state facility after being convicted just last week. That's when he escaped.
White t-shirt and gray
nothing
pants.
to lose. It's Danilo Cavalcante.
That right there, that looks like somebody walking down the fucking street. Who's even gonna who's even gonna like think that that's somebody that escaped from a freaking prison?
Yeah.
Seriously, a white T-shirt and gray sweaties.
You got to do better, Pennsylvania.
He
That's
escaped from the
crazy.
Chester County Prison
Wow.
around 9 o'clock this morning. The 34-year-old is 5 feet
Look at the wide open area and then the woods. Come on.
tall, 120 pounds, shaggy black curly hair, brown eyes. When he escaped, he was wearing that T-shirt, gray shorts, and white sneakers. And as I mentioned, there was a confirmed sighting on the
That would look just like anybody else walking down the damn street.
Yep.
Like, that's so crazy.
road that I'm standing on around 9:40 this morning. We're only about a quarter mile from the prison. Now, the warden
Wow.
would not go into any details about how this man escaped, but they are extremely concerned about what he might be capable of. So they've got hundreds of law enforcement out. They've got drones. They've got dogs out, multiple helicopters searching this area of Chester County right now. The district attorney held a news conference with state police just a short time ago. Here's some of what they said.
His depravity knows no bounds. I mean, this is someone who has nothing to lose, as you indicated. So
Why aren't they saying how he escaped? What's the secret? What's the
Oh, no.
secret?
I would be interested in
What-
that too.
What would be the what do you think would be the reason why they wouldn't want to disclose how he escaped? Because it would look bad on them. Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
guys, he escaped out the laundry chute. Our bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Or I don't know if I imagine they have trustees or something like that. But I'm sure they do because they're the ones that work the kitchen. They do the work around the jail. So I don't know, unless it is involving an officer. You know, we had that case here about a year and a half ago of Casey and Vicky White that, you know, went on the lam. So
Yeah.
if it was officer assisted, they definitely don't want to discuss it.
And they didn't need street clothes, Salsa Sam. That's the prison garb. They didn't need street clothes. White t-shirt.
I don't know
Sure,
what he's
gray
capable
sweaties.
of doing. If he's already engaged in a murder in broad daylight in front of her two children, there's no stopping him for doing anything more egregious.
Once we noticed we had
No,
an
we'll be
issue
going
with
into the
inmate
body
being
cam in
there,
a minute.
we immediately followed our protocols, locked down the prison, did what we call a special count to confirm there was only one person missing. We further went out. We did lockdowns to the schools, the cops and home, put out reverse 911s to the immediate area, and just waited for assistance to come.
It's a scary thing, but like I said, I don't think he's going to have.
Oh, come on.
Now, that was a neighbor,
This
and
is
that
so
is a big
buggy.
concern because we know that Cavalcante has family in Phoenixville. He also has the victim's family in Phoenixville as well. We know that Phoenixville Public Schools, they went ahead and put the kids on restricted movement today because they were so concerned that this man may be trying to get to the Phoenixville area. The search, though, for this killer continues. Now we're seeing some officers who are just in that field coming out this way that is heading toward the prison itself. Looks like a state trooper there. 3 more coming out this way. So doesn't look like they found anything, at least over in this area. But listen, we're keeping an eye on everything. We've been in contact with law enforcement sources. If we get any information, we will bring that to you. But they're saying this is a very serious situation. They're asking people to stay inside because they don't know exactly what this man is capable of. Again, more officers going by right now. Now we are live in
I would say so.
You think?
That's scary too.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I wouldn't want to live near a prison.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't even have a choice because they're just popping them up left and right.
Yeah.
Right, what are they
No,
thinking?
that's for sure.
You think he
Yeah.
just walked out? You think he was just able to walk out? Like,
Yeah. I'm checking out for
Brought
a
up-
few days.
brought up fact or fiction TV show, and all of a sudden this shit happens.
Yeah. Wow.
No, we'll be going into that body cam now, and then I'll take a pause when the architect calls.
Hey, CJ, I am
Yeah.
going to bounce for a little bit. I'm going to be
Okay.
watching. I want to
Thank
hear, I want to
you.
see the body cam, but I have got
Yes.
laundry and then I want to get some stuff together. Yeah, I've got a lot of laundry, and I've got to. That's bad. But also, yeah, I want to get some stuff together for later for my dumb criminals. So yeah, just send me a message on Discord or email or something, and let me know what time today you're available to hop on over. We can do it short. I know you've got a lot of stuff today, so we don't have to keep it that long. We'll just go with the flow.
Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah. And then whenever we're done, I was thinking about maybe doing a hangout, just depending on what time it is or whatever. But no, it really depends on the Kohberger court hearing stuff. 4 o'clock Eastern, 1 Pacific. So depending on when we're done with that is really going to determine. So I'm just reach out to me maybe around 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 Central, somewhere around there. And I'll have a better idea of how long the court hearing is and things like that. So yeah. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you.
Oh, no problem. I loved it. And like I said, I'm going to be listening. So I'm going to just go ahead and go. But y'all, I'm really interested in this body cam. I really am.
Yeah,
so it's just, I gotta work this weekend. So I need underwear.
Yeah.
It's really important.
So hey, you gotta do that. You gotta have clean drawers. You gotta have clean drawers.
Yeah, the drawers.
Yeah, the drawers. And thank you for giving us a little catch up on the Tanner Barton case. And anytime that you both are available, you name the night or afternoon or whatever, depending on what day, and it doesn't matter. I want to make sure that both of you can be on, and I'd love to have her on as well, and I'd love to do whatever kind of attention I can put towards that, because if it's messed up shit like that, it's not cool. That's not serving justice.
Yeah, and her schedule is about to open up a lot, so mine stays the same. But yeah, we'll get together. We'll talk about it in Discord, and we'll make a plan. She's very anxious to tell her story anywhere she can. So
yeah, let's do it. Can't wait.
All right. Well, the panties are calling, and I will see you later today.
Later.
Right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, we'll be hanging out on Silky's show tonight, and I'll be putting a community post out as well. So definitely go give her a follow, or a sub. Man, I'm at the Twitter and all this other shit. Follow, sub. I wish it was all just the same. All right, so let me switch to Truth and Transparency here. 1 second. Sorry about all the buggy. And then we'll be getting the call from the architect coming up here 1 p.m. Eastern, so in about a half an hour. We'll be taking a call from the architect. We'll be talking to him for a little bit, and then we'll be getting more into this body cam again too. So I want to say thank you all for hanging out, and breaking news. Be safe out there, PA, and all the surrounding states. All right, so we're going to get into this video here. Is it the one from 6 days ago, correct, everybody? The one from 6 days ago? Let's see. And here's the link to this video as well.
Hello and welcome to the Transparency. We will be discussing these body cams tomorrow. These body cams are from 8/20/2023.
So is this the video you guys are talking about? I just want to make sure. See you later, Salsa. Appreciate you. Uh-oh. Yeah, thank you very much, Silky. Appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, she does. She's Silky and I, we each she had started her channel and I had started my channel, and then I came across one of her videos, and I was like, hey, I like your theories and your thoughts. If you'd like to join sometime, I do a talk show on YouTube. If you'd like to join sometime, I'd love to have you on, and we can chit chat about it. And she came over and checked out the show, and she took it down. What? Oh no. So wait until today was no bueno, huh? What's up, Danny? Wait until today? I've been laughing all week. What do you mean? Play a few minutes of it. I guess this isn't the one. What?
Yes, sir. 1118 King Street. Right? Yes. Yeah. Well, that one might. Okay. I think that's 1112, but yeah. You should assume when we got here. Yes, sir. From here up to there.
What's up, Ashley?
I just want to say the people that like are in my house that I'm with have been in my place. So yeah. Yeah, we've gotten this all the people out here wasn't really. Yeah, but the security guard who's over on that house said there's been people going out and pissing all over the back of the house and all over the rocks and stuff like that. Okay. That's got to stop. Yes, sir. Yes, so, I understand that. Yeah. Any other questions? No, I don't. I do not, but I am 21. That's not what we're worried about right now. Just saying. I do not. I don't have my wall. Or I'm looking through the window here. Here. Isn't it like just it smells? Just the whole street smells like bar. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is all the same party that went from probably from the Whites who just made it up here tonight. Well, I saw the guys from over here from 323 last night. I was like, I've seen you everywhere, man. He's like, yeah, we came here with some friends. There's like 10 guys in here. That's it. He's like, all that stuff outside, we're not associated with that. Let's have a good night. Let's try to keep it cool. Yep. Thanks. Thanks, guys. This have been in my place, so yeah. Yeah, we've gotten all the people out here wasn't really. Yeah, but the security guard who's over on that house said there's been people going out and pissing all over the back of the house and all over the rocks and stuff like that. Okay. That's got to stop. Yes, sir. Yes, so, I understand that. Yeah. Any other questions? No, I don't. I don't try again. You just like. What's going on, guys? How's it going? Doing well. you doing? Good ID on you? I do not, no. All right, how old are you? I'm 21. Are you? I just turned, yeah. Okay. You sure? Yes, sir. If I run your name to dispatch, they're going to have you as 21, not some other age? Yes, sir. All right. Where do you live? I actually live down the road here. Okay. All right, cool. You're not one of the people who live here? Yes, sir. No, I'm not. All right. Yeah. So, okay, what's the best way? Because I know they're doing stuff here and people might be kind of in the street. What's the best way for us to make sure that we don't get out of trouble for that? Keep your people inside. Don't be on the street. Don't have any people out here pretty much. I mean, technically, everybody who has an alcoholic beverage in streets and open container, it's a misdemeanor. Yeah. Right? So, yeah. Oh, sorry. Can I get my wallet? Yeah. Dude, I'm seeing you everywhere, bro. Me? Yeah. Did I talk to you last night too? We did. Yeah.
So we don't live here.
You're gonna leave, like, honestly.
We're like Ty's party, man.
No, like literally, like no one's like we have like probably 10 people inside. That's right.
There's really no one.
So like everyone already like is gone. There was like 50 people here and they boned out. Right over there's about to get talked to.
Yeah.
A lot of people are
over there. But at the same time, we really do appreciate you guys like handling this the way you guys do handle it. Like, it's been really nice, and you guys have been perfect for us. Thank you.
I still am.
Yeah. Did either of you guys go to UI?
No. I'm from Cali originally, so.
You grew up there? Mm-hmm. Where at?
You familiar with Cali?
Kind of.
I'm from like just north of the LA area.
Okay. So. Still Orange County or not? Out of Orange County?
Yeah, Orange County's like way south. Oh. It's about 4 hours south of LA, yeah. With no traffic. With traffic, 8 hours, you know, something like that. Who knows?
A lot of, so I worked real estate this summer. A lot of cops from California moving to Idaho. And they were telling me that they're moving back to, they'll like go back to California and they're building places to work there because I don't know what, but a bunch of people are moving from California to Idaho.
1 second. 1674. We have 3 different houses down here. Can I go out?
All right. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Have a good night. Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you so much. So, what was this address here?
1127.
So, what we should do is make a call for 1127.
Okay.
Change the address to 1127, and then we'll come out. We'll pop to this one, and we'll make a separate call.
Makes sense.
And then we'll make a separate call for that one.
Tell them turn the music down a little bit.
Yeah, and please get the doors and stuff closed so it's not going out here and stuff. I don't know what the address here is at this one. I have no idea. It doesn't have a posted on it.
We'll shut the doors and turn down.
All right, appreciate it.
Hey, good. You guys take your time.
How's it going? Good, how are you? Is this your house?
Yeah, it is.
Cool. All right, man. So, just the same copy.
What's the address here?
Oh, this is 118 King Street.
118? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Moscow 174. The address will be 118. Yes, sir. 1118 King Street. Right? Yes. Yeah. Okay, well, that one might. Okay. I think that's 1112, but yeah. You should have seen when we got here. Yes, sir. From here up to there, literally filled with people. I just want to say the people that like are in my house that I'm with have been in my place. So yeah. Yeah, we've gotten like all the people out here wasn't really. Yeah, but the security guard who's over on that house said that there's been people going out and pissing all over the back of the house and all over the rocks and stuff like that. Okay. That's got to stop. Yes, sir. Yes, so, I understand that. Yeah. No, I don't. I do not. But I am 21. That's not what we're worried about right now. Just I do not. I don't have my wallet on me. And then all room looking through the window here. It's like just it smells. Just the whole street smells like a bar. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is all the same party, but from probably from the whites who just made it up here tonight. Well, I saw the guys from over here from 323 last night. I was like, I've seen you everywhere, man. He's like, yeah, we came here with some friends. There's like 10 guys in here. That's it. He's like, all that stuff outside, we're not associated with that. Please have a good night. Cool. Yep. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Hey, I have a question. So, do you guys report to like property management, and do I have like a number of noise complaints like a year before I'm like? So I'm just curious. I'll make it easy for you. We don't necessarily report to property management, but if the property management comes and requests a property or copy, yeah. And you guys post that in the newspaper too. So we just say something. Yeah, it's public information. But as far as for you, as far as how many noise complaints you get, basically the way that we generally operate is we'll come and we'll warn the first time, and then if we get multiple reports within within the night or within a certain amount of night. But if it's like if we're here a couple of days, you're probably gonna get it. But if it's like you got one a month or something like that, and it's not that big a deal. But a lot of it also depends on what the reporting party wants to have done. So if it's the same person that's calling every time and they want to sign a citation against you, potentially you could get a citation for sure. These are misdemeanors. Yeah. And also, we get complaints from like up on the hill quite frequently. The biggest thing is like because they can all are kind of more expensive. They're like residential, right? And so the noise just So we're pretty chill about it usually, but if we got to keep coming back, then at some point in time we got to kind of appease the other people in the community too. So I feel like this might also be like a unique time. Oh, it is. Yeah, this is kind of a training period for us as far as with everybody that's new coming in that hasn't lived here before. Or anything like that. It's like we're kind of like showing them the ropes of like what to expect. I'm really not going to try and have this happen again unless I have like a city permit where like I have like the barricades across the road and it's like from like 2 o'clock to like 7 o'clock like during the day on parents' weekend. But, and a good rule of thumb is if you're in your house and the doors are closed and your music's not like blasting loud, you're probably not going to get any complaints. And additionally, we know that there's probably a lot of people who are just here that all bolted who are underage. Yeah. And so that probably won't be seen inside of a house for those people, but if they're outside, they're going to get a ticket probably. Yeah, so. Yeah, definitely. All right, well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good one. Yep, have a good one. We need to go up and chat with them. This house was blasting music as soon as they saw me. Kitty on top. I turned it straight down. They were all like I said, man, we were all young ones. So. That's true. Most of these people, I mean, my age, if not a few. Yeah, they're there. Life choices. Who's complaining about this security? They were talking about peeing on the back of the building and stuff like that. All right, I think I'm gonna go up and just tell them they need to take it inside.
Hi.
Hello. What's up, man? Do you live here?
My roommate does.
Okay.
Or not my roommate, my flex brother does.
Get someone who lives here, please. Thank you.
I don't know if he's still here. He went to the bar, but...
Okay. Someone who's responsible for the building.
If he went to the bar...
Just him lives here?
Well, they kind of... One of them's at a bachelor party, and one of them's at his girlfriend's house, and then the one that was here that threw the party went to the bar because he had to go to work and just are letting us party here.
Okay. So it's way too loud, right? Music's loud. People are outside. We're getting noise complaints. So you guys got to keep it down, okay?
I'll call my buddy that's working right now and tell him that...
Okay, how I typically work it, first time's a freebie, right? Next time I have to come back, I'm going to start issuing citation. I'm going to check everybody's ID and make sure everybody's 21.
That's
right.
So tell them if you guys want to keep the party here, doors need to be shut, windows need to be shut, and music needs to be down.
Yep.
So is the music all fine? It's just like the doors being...
Everybody was out here, and I could hear you guys from the intersection down there, which means they can all hear you up there, right? And that's all residential.
They're calling about it and stuff?
Just telling you, yeah, we're getting noise complaints, so.
Okay.
All right,
I will
is that
tell
fair?
them. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you so much.
Yep, have a good one, man.
Right, thank you. Thank you, guys.
You have no power here. That's the difference between like 18 to 21. 18-year-olds and up to 21 will usually be outside. And 21-year-olds, after you get a little older, you're like, there's no point in doing it all outside. Let's just go inside and keep the doors closed. Yep. Where did you walk? Did you walk straight up here?
Yeah, I walked straight up.
I didn't even see you.
Yeah, I didn't see you guys either. I was like, yeah, which house is that? All right, I'm just gonna start contacting people. Just clear me.
Yeah, just change address to area of King Road.
going, guys? Good. Good. How are you guys? How's it going, guys? Do you guys know who the primary residents or tenants of this house are? I'll go first. Perfect. Thank you. Man, how's it going? Is this your house? Yeah. Perfect. All right. So here's the deal, and all the houses here are gonna get the same story, just so you know. Okay. So we got a couple noise complaints about you guys. So loud party, last minute music. It's 1 a.m. We got people that got to work tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. So it's kind of your one freebie for the night. Okay. Just keep it quiet it down, stay inside. No loud music, anything like that. Okay. If we have to come back, you could get issued a citation for disturbing the peace. I'm not saying you will, but you guys could, and that would be you because you guys are the residents of this house, okay? And then if we do have to come back for multiple noise complaints, again, we probably will start IDing everyone here, make sure they're over 21. If they're not, they're going to get MIPs, okay? Do you know what the fine is for that? It's like a $400 ticket, right? Okay, we don't want to do that, but we will. We have to, okay? So just keep the party contained inside and quiet, okay?
Yeah. So, okay, what's the best way? Because I know they're doing stuff here and people might be kind of in the street. What's the best way for us to make sure that we don't get kind of in trouble for that? Because, like, obviously,
yeah.
Is that the big thing? Don't have any people out here pretty much.
I mean,
technically, everybody who has an alcoholic beverage in the streets up with parents in this room.
Okay.
Then you got your ID on you, but
yeah. Sorry, can I go get my wallet?
Yeah, go for it.
Dude, I'm seeing you everywhere, bro.
Me?
Yeah.
Talking to me?
Did I talk to you last night?
Yeah, we did talk to you guys.
Yeah.
So we don't live here.
You're about to leave, like, honestly.
We're like nice party, man. It's not even that fun.
No, like, literally, like, no one's, like, we have, like, probably, like, 10 people inside right now.
Yeah, there's really no one inside.
So, like, everyone already, like, is gone.
There's like 50 people and they phoned out. Whatever there's about to get caught.
Yeah.
Most people are over there. But at the same time, we really do appreciate you guys, like, handling this the way you guys do handle it. Like, it's been really nice, and you guys have been perfect about it.
But, you know, we were young once, too.
I know. Let's go to UI.
No. Moscow 83. I got one to run and attach.
Okay. Grew up there? Where at?
Familiar with Cali?
Kind of.
I'm like just north of the LA area.
Last name McCarthy, Mary Charles, Adam Robert, Tom, Henry Young, Adam, Ida, David, Edward, Nora, A, Adam, Davis, 3 mail through Idaho.
Oh, really?
Thank you. Thanks, man.
There's no traffic. The traffic 8 hours. You know, so.
Yeah. A lot of, so I worked real estate this summer. A lot of cops from California moving to Idaho, and they were telling me that they're moving back to California, and they're building places to work there because I don't know what, but a bunch of people are moving from California to Idaho. Cops wise.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to hop over to the next house. You guys have a good night, okay?
So, what was this address here?
1127.
So, what we should do is make a call for 1127.
Okay. Each separate.
1127. And then we'll come out, we'll hop to this one. And we'll make a separate.
Right.
Makes sense.
No, but my roommate does.
Moscow. You change the address of this noise complaint to 1127 King Road, and then open a Assign it to me, close it, no report, open a separate noise complaint, standby for address. What's the address? I have no idea. Just have it posted on it. It looks like that might be it there.
We'll shut the doors to $10.
All right, appreciate it.
Hey, it's good. Turn your camera inside.
Great.
Kick it inside.
Sharp as a tack. And we're about halfway through this video. We'll check out some more here in a little bit. I will be pausing it here in a few minutes. We're going to be having the architect giving us a call. So we will be getting back to this here in a few. I do want to promote something. I do want to promote the architect's Twitter real quick. If it will allow me here. So definitely go follow the architect on Twitter if you're on Twitter. And then the YouTube page as well. Give me 1 second. They just dropped a video yesterday, and I want to share that too. And it was pretty cool. Use Google Earth. Almost looked like a drone video, even though you don't have a drone. There's all this drone stuff coming up here lately, and it's like, man, I bet you can get some really good footage. I don't know. I never used one before, but I've been flicking sticks since I was 6, so I don't think it'd be too hard, you know? Yeah. Give me 1 second. I want to share this video, though. It almost looked like a drone view. And it's all of the, you know, all the, quote, places that BK was on 11/13/22. So give me 1 second. I'll get that for you. All right. So here is the YouTube channel. So definitely go sub over there. Give me 1 second. And I will share that screen real quick so you can see that. There's that. And we're going to get into the video. We kind of checked it out last night for a little bit. So here is the architect YouTube. And like I said, this was a cool video. It was like a drone version of all of the alleged places that BK was. And it even shows like a drone view of leaving the scene and everything. So very interesting. Starts off behind it. I just can't play it because I will get copyrighted. But it starts off with the 700 block of the Indian Hills. And then it kind of shows, it's pretty cool video. Let me get into full screen. It kind of shows like a drone type footage. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, flicking sticks, old school drones, right? It's like the controller that, you know, controls the DeLorean. It's the same kind of thing. Yeah, I'm breaking. I know it's been acting weird here, but we do take a short pause. When we get around 4.5 hour mark, just a short pause for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we get back into the next half of the episode. So, you know, I gotta get a little snack in between and get all refreshed with some water before I dive into some more coffee. Thank you again, Lulu. I'll be getting my next box this weekend. Yes, there's a slight lag. I know. So during that process, when I do take that intermission at the halfway point, I will also be refreshing my shit. Reboot everything. So that will be coming up after this phone call here. The architect will be calling here in a few minutes. I'm just showing this video here so you guys can see the type of work. I think this is really neat, very interesting, and appreciate the hard work. Here's the link for this video too. Definitely go sub to Architect. Definitely go sub. Only has 74. Come on, we need to get that number up there. Architect needs to be at least above 1K. Talking to a fan, I know. Sounds like I'm underwater. Should I do the refresh now? You know what? Let me do that. Yeah, let me do that. I'm going to reach out to the architect. Here, let me reach out real quick before I do that, because I'll just take the intermission right now and we'll come back with the call. Can you wait 15 All right, so I reached out. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do that here real quick. Since I'm underwater, it sounds like I have a flanger pedal hooked up. I'm going to take that intermission, and then we will be back with that live call. So if you want to take a break yourself, come back in about 10 minutes, and I will have everything refreshed, updated, and we'll get into that phone call. So thank you all for hanging out. We'll be back here in just a short time with the architect coming up here. And let me update this here too before I go. We will make it 1:15 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll go ahead and take that short break. So just come on back. We'll get into that phone call. Thank you. We'll be right back. Man, that was a task. Holy crap. Shit. Wow. Trying to reboot everything and then everything in StreamYard pretty much freaking went crazy. Come on, StreamYard. So hopefully everything's fixed. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I had to go out and come back too. What the hell? All right. Well, we got that little intermission knocked out of the way, so that's good. Excuse me. All right. So let's get all this set up, and let me reach out to the architect here. All right. Let me see here. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, sir. Come on. I definitely can't wait to do my setup. second. We do have a phone call coming through here.
Call from
Architect.
to accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Good evening, or good afternoon, sir, actually. Good evening. I'm used to be
DJ, what's up, buddy?
on night shift. What's up, bro? Give me 1 second. I had to reboot all this shit here. One moment.
Yeah, no worries, man. I seen you dealing with some technical difficulties.
Yeah, like crazy. Like crazy. What's up, man? How you doing? Good stuff, by the way.
I'm good,
to
man. I had a busy morning, but how you been?
I've been better, but we just keep trucking, keep moving along. It's been great. It's been a great positive week. So, it's up and up.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Sometimes there's potholes. You just gotta keep trucking. But amazing stuff, man. I like that video that you came out with. I was showing everybody last night. Everybody was even talking about it before we even got into it. Very cool, man. Very cool. Appreciate your hard
Thanks,
work.
man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm more of like a visual learner. So for me, the PCA, not only that, but the way the PCA was written is in like sections, all scattered out. It's not in order. So it was easier for me to sort of put it all together in a visualization. So like I actually have a Google Earth project I can send you that's got like all the details. So if you click on all of those little those points, those data points that you see, the different time frames, in the Google Earth thing in the project, if you click it, it shows all the details. So I put like the portion of the PCA that's in there, and I put like more pictures and things like that. So I can shoot that over to you.
Yeah, and we definitely got to get you on panel here soon, man, because I'd love to be able to have you on, and then we can kind of screen share a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, man, next week for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be
I
awesome.
ordered a mic, so
hell yeah,
we should be good to go next week.
That's going to be awesome. And definitely go sub to the Architect on YouTube. I'm going to share that link with you guys. And I've been noticing you've been putting out some tweets too. I'm going to share the Twitter as well. So what do you think about all this stuff that's going on when it comes to all these different changes in the hearings and the dates and the times and excluded and not excluded and all these different things? I mean, there's a lot of shit that's going on. Not only shit that's going on, but shit that just constantly changes. I mean, it's hard to keep up anymore.
Yeah, definitely. The scheduling orders is kind of tricky because I don't know, it happens all the time in like big cases like this. Like you'll get different reasons for the scheduling, so it's kind of hard to say what that's about or why that happened. But as far as the documents that came out from the state, that's the one that kind of raised my eyebrow when I saw it, because it was they were essentially waiving their right to cross-examine both witnesses,
Right.
which is weird because they sent the FBI to go see Ms. Vargas. So it makes you wonder what she said to them that makes them sort of back off, or if they were just simply asking questions off the record. I don't know.
I don't know,
I have
man.
no idea what that interaction was about or why they decided to back off of it.
I think it was because she was allowing holes to be exposed on the prosecution side. I mean, the stuff she was answering from the prosecution was like, whoa, wait a minute, are you answering for the prosecution or are you answering for the defense? The defense. And it was like the stuff that she was saying, I don't know. I have to watch it again because I was curious. Was it when she was talking up on the witness stand? Was it hearsay or was she actually part of?
She was speaking as if she knew firsthand that there were ways that law enforcement circumvent the legalities.
Yeah.
And one of the ways that she mentioned was that they, if they log into the site or the databases using their ID that identifies them as law enforcement, they can only see a certain portion of that the population. If they logged in as a regular user, apparently they could see everything. So she was saying that essentially that's what law enforcement would do to circumvent the laws behind it.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely sounded like, yeah. I mean, hell, even the documents that we read last night, when it was where they wanted to the documents that talk about that other case. I forget the exact title of it. We were kind of reading through that last night, and it was crazy because that was taking place. The same thing about how they obtained the profile and certain things that they didn't want to include because they didn't feel it was part of the discoverable evidence, and how they didn't really have a secret grand jury, but they kind of like snuck some shit in that other case from Canyon County. And it was pretty interesting read through because you were reading through it and seeing how shit was playing out, and it's like, holy shit, this is almost like a script of what's taking place.
Yeah, I
I
caught that
feel
last night when
what it feels
when you guys were going through it with Yoli. I saw that.
Yeah, definitely. It was like, is that the playbook? Is that, is that where we're coming from? And it makes you wonder, like, even in that paperwork, they were stating that some of the stuff, when it comes to what was being requested, couldn't be supplied or offered because they didn't have the availability to acquire that information because of higher agencies. And so is that
Yeah.
what's taking place in this case too? Is there a reason that they can't say anything about the other DNA? How it like have you ever heard, like, when it comes to DNA and being not qualified, I was assuming that the DNA wasn't qualified because maybe it was mixed with too much other DNA and you couldn't
That's one of the
separate it.
reasons for sure.
But then when we're watching
Yeah,
CC Moore and then this other person, they're talking about how that's why Ellie comes to them, is because the DNA is mixed. In one of the instances, is because it is mixed together so much, so they do reach out to those laboratories to try and generate a profile. Um, so
well,
it's
from
like,
my
okay,
understanding of what CC was saying, I could be mistaken here, but what I interpreted as, like, law enforcement, that they typically reach out to these IgG, companies or whatever to identify partial, like when they find a partial
Mhm.
DNA sample that they can't build a profile off of, they'll send it that way. Sometimes when the DNA is mixed, I'm assuming maybe they get a portion. So they send, it's not a full match, so they'll, or a full profile, so they'll send it to an IgG lab and have them create that profile. Maybe that's what she was referring to, but I know that one of the reasons that was stated in that little list that I had was that they said that if the DNA wasn't a single source, that could be a potential reason as to why it was not qualified. But I don't know. In my opinion, like, how hard is it just to run the test? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you
Right.
rather know
Right.
than speculate?
Right. And what differentiates BK's DNA to these other individuals, 3 to 5, whatever? What differentiates the DNA from what's on the sheath? Then, so who's to say that these other DNA that obviously is different than BK's, because BK's was able to have a profile, it was qualified, obviously. So who's to say that that wasn't accidental? And like I said, the sheath could have been tossed on a sweater that BK wore that was sitting in the back seat of a
Yeah.
car. You know what I mean? But this
Yeah.
other DNA that wasn't qualified, who says that's not the DNA of the people that committed the damn crime?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't understand. Like, they haven't explained how they were able to rule them out definitively. It's like, well, if you didn't test the profiles, how would you know? Either
Right.
way,
How do you know?
how could you rule out? Yeah, if you don't have an idea of who this profile belongs to, then I don't understand how you could rule it out.
And it was in there. So, and if you
Yeah, and
already
according to the
interviewed all these
defense,
people,
well, yeah, and
it's
according
not
to the
them.
defense, these DNA profiles were found, in the vicinity of these victims. So it's kind of like the verbiage in that statement is alluding to their relevancy. Like they're saying it's relevant to the murders because of where the DNA was found.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's the defense's claim.
And then you have BF having exculpatory evidence. Well, there's so many, like, why are they only focused on one individual? You know, because they just want to get it over and done with and move past
the
it. Like they
BF
want to
stuff,
tear the
man.
house.
The BF stuff is really, really intriguing to me because I'm curious as to what she could possibly say that's exculpatory. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, the only thing I could think of is that maybe she contradicts the description that DM is giving. Like, maybe she saw an individual that wasn't a Caucasian, or she saw an individual that had, you know, blonde hair or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
So
like,
it's possible.
I mean,
but it's also the defense's view too. So I'll be curious to see what she actually has to say.
Well, I look at it like this. In the PCA, she's stated in being in the bottom floor. You have a room that's facing the parking lot, the exit of the property. You have a window and a door. Like, I wouldn't be damn surprised if, you know, because who knows what kind of communication was taking place, right? While that stuff was going on, while DM's upstairs, BF's downstairs.
Yeah.
Who knows what kind of communication's going on? Who's to say that after, you know, DM maybe text her, hey, I just saw them, they're by the sliding glass door or something. Who's to say BF wasn't looking and peeping out the exit of the property? And maybe that's the exculpatory evidence. It doesn't fit the description.
Yeah.
Of
And like
such
you mentioned,
person.
she did face that. Her room faced that parking lot. So there's a chance that maybe she saw a different colored vehicle or a different type of vehicle fleeing, you know?
Right.
Maybe that's why they kept it out of the PCA. I mean, this is all speculation, obviously.
Right, of
but
course.
Trying to understand what she could possibly say, you know, I mean, that's really the only things I could think of, because if she happened to see, like, let's say, you know, how Enan Harsh, he mentioned that black SUV. What if BF said something like, I saw that SUV flying out of here at 420, you know what I mean? And they left that out of the PCA because that's potentially exculpatory. It doesn't fit their narrative. So that could potentially, like, it could be something along those lines where she saw something that contradicts what's in the PCA and they chose to leave it out for that particular reason.
And that's why they were pushing so hard to try and get her to get an interview, because they wanted to, okay, if that is the case, a different vehicle was leaving the property, you know, when the crime.
Well, look at what she did when they first subpoenaed her for the interview. I mean, she immediately went to quash it. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't want any parts of it. And now, and giving her the benefit of the doubt, I can understand both sides of the argument, right? Like, I can understand why she wouldn't want to go out and give evidence that potentially exonerates when you've got all of these family members 100% convinced. Yeah, so she doesn't want to be that person.
She don't want the backlash.
Or you know, she feels like there's some sort of legal ramifications that might come from what she has to say.
Wow.
So
I mean,
those are really the only two reasons why I could see an attorney being like, we're not touching this, you know?
I'd be afraid of the legal ramifications for the 8-hour delay in the first place before anything else. Because what
I would too, but if
I don't know
have
what
a
can you
attorney.
Yeah.
Well, if
how can you explain an 8-hour gap? You know?
Yeah, if I have a decent attorney, I'm expecting them to set up some sort of immunity deal before I even speak on anything. That way, there's absolutely no chance that I'm going to be charged for obstruction of justice or whatever I might say, you know?
Yeah, for
and
sure.
I would assume that in a situation like this, they'd probably grant it to her.
Yeah, because I feel she's gonna be a witness that, you know, just as strong as DM. But I don't know. There's a reason why I think a lot of her stuff wasn't used for any of this, you know, this apprehension and you know, everything that's kind of taken place so far. I think there's a reason for it. And
well, there's a lot of people that seem to think that the statements that DM gave are like you know, hardcore facts, when in actuality they're cherry picked quotes that Payne decided to pull,
Yeah.
then we don't understand the full context of what she's stating. So
Mm-mm.
she might have said bushy eyebrows in regards to something completely different, you know, like not saying not him. It was description towards him, but it could have been in a completely different context that he just chose to take that one line out.
It's kind of, I've always thought as one of them things, like who says that was even her first statement? Who says it wasn't a third statement? Who says it wasn't over the phone?
Yeah, they were interviewed multiple
You know what I
times,
mean?
So true.
And when
True, we don't know.
you look at the verbiage, bushy eyebrows comes up again in the documentation, and so it's like, okay, well, you didn't have to say bushy eyebrows in that part, so now you start to question the bushy eyebrows from DM's statement, and then it makes you wonder, was this maybe a third statement that was over the phone where somebody's asking her?
Yeah.
Did they have
Well, a lot of the like, for me, the sequence in which they're putting the quotes, is that accurate? You know, like, do we know, like when she says like she heard Xana crying or whoever it was, you know, like, and she heard Kaylee playing with the dog, like they're not specific as to which order this happened in. They just sort of put it as quotes in the, you know, like individual quotes inside the PCA, but without the full context of the story and understanding how A got to B, it's hard to determine what they're really saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be, you know, it could, because, you know, who knows? Maybe it was one of them things where it's like, yeah, I just saw a person, they had a mask on, all I could see was their eyes. Okay. Is there any certain features that you can describe? Well, I don't know. Okay, what kind of eyebrows did they have? Because if you're wearing a mask, right, I could definitely see somebody asking what kind of eyebrows they had, if they had any kind of, were their eyebrows thin, were they slanted, were they bushy?
Yeah.
You know, I could
I would've
definitely
went into
see
detail,
somebody,
yeah.
right? Somebody asking, even as an investigator, somebody asking, give me, you know, can you give me some specifics? Just like you're trying to draw up a profile. So just because she said bushy eyebrows doesn't mean that's like a automatic, like, yes, the eyebrows were so bushy. That's the first thing that I noticed when they were walking through while they were wearing a mask. I could definitely see somebody asking it, and then that being
Yeah, I mean,
used.
if you're in the dark and you're wearing a mask and their eyebrows are so bushy that's the distinctive characteristic that somebody remembers, you got to have like Fozzie Bear or, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
your eyebrows got to be
Well,
ridiculous.
there's other people that have bushy eyebrows and they're not a male, you know, so who knows?
That too,
Maybe
that
that's
too.
the person that BF saw leave. Maybe they didn't see the bushy eyebrows, but they saw that it wasn't a male, and that could have been it too.
Yeah, I've always
I don't know.
wondered what kind of mask it was that he was wearing, or the individual was wearing, because all they state was mask, but was it like a
Like,
ski mask?
what do they call
Was
that?
it
A
like a COVID mask?
baklava or
Yeah,
something?
yeah, like what kind of, like, was this something that looked like nefarious, or was it something that, like, you know, you would see an everyday person wearing? They didn't describe the mask or
No.
the outfit really. They just said
Right.
clad in black, and I was like,
Mhm.
well, what
Yeah.
do you mean, like clad in black?
I don't
What
know. I
kind of
thought
college
medieval.
kid is first using clad
Right.
in black as a description?
I thought maybe they were watching Game of Thrones or something before they, you know, I don't know. I mean, where do you come up with that? Like clad in black. I'm thinking armor.
I mean, I've only heard law enforcement refer to that sort of description, like, or like, you know, maybe somebody writing a novel. But it's like, what? There's no kids I've ever met that's like, yeah, dude, he was dressed and clad in black. Like, no,
Mhm.
what?
Right. Yeah, what were you watching? Yeah, like I don't even
Yeah.
I've never even heard of it before, you know. So it's like, where in the hell did this come from? It's not.
Yeah, it's like one of them descriptive terms that you hear law enforcement use often, but I don't know. I've never heard kids use it.
That's why I always thought the PCA statement, that's why it always stuck out to me from the beginning, because I was like, that right there, I don't know. It seems like somebody was fishing or asking for information. It don't, like, just like with the footage, you know. Shortly after the crime took place, they swooped up all the freaking footage. You know what the best footage is? It's the city streets with the lit up lights, cameras in all directions. You know damn well they went through that footage first. And if you didn't have a license
Yeah.
plate then, come on now. you can pretty much look at the pictures that we've had, when it comes to this case, and you're going to tell me you can't put other vehicles, different vehicles, multiple different models of vehicles in those spots and tell me that that's what it is. I mean, you can literally
Yeah,
take
I mean
any of
that's
that footage and
circumstantial
piece
at
it
best.
together. Yeah. Whole.
Yeah, like there's no unique identifiers that we know of.
Right.
And
Not even a
you can
missing
kind of tell.
hubcap.
Yeah, like if it had like distinctive scratches or dents, or if it had like a specific sticker or something that you could discern, or if it had a legible license plate, VIN number, something that makes the vehicle unique to itself, to where you can't, definitively this does not belong to anybody else.
Right.
With absent of that, it's all circumstantial. So they're gonna have to convince a jury that this was his path, which is another reason why I created that Google Earth simulation, because if you notice, the time frames aren't really matching up. Like, okay, when he leaves his place, according to the PCA, when he leaves the Pullman area, they have him almost 30 minutes later at the 700 block of Indian Hills Road. Well, it's only like an 11-minute drive or something like that. So there's like a 15 to 18-minute gap that's unexplained. So if they were to see that car, and let's say within 12, anywhere between 10 and 13 minutes after that, they see the car getting off the exit and stuff like that, that's a little more understandable than a 15 to 20-minute gap. Like there's this gap in time where it's like there's a good chance that wasn't the same car that you saw leaving, as opposed to pulling out of the 700 Indian Hill Drive Road.
That's why I say, give me the stock
another
photo of the DeLorean, bro. Because Marty McFly's the only one I know that can do that shit.
Well, yeah, and there's another huge discrepancy where they say that he pings from a tower in Blaine at 4:48. Then the PCA says he pings from another tower that's in Genesee 2 minutes later. The distance between those two cities is 11 and some change miles, right? So he would have to be traveling over 200 miles to get in that distance in 2 minutes. It's just not possible in that Hyundai. It's not possible in a Ferrari. You know what I'm saying? Like,
just a DeLorean. That's it, man. That's it.
Yeah. Now, what I will say is we don't know exactly where along that route he happened to ping off the tower. So, you could give maybe 3 to 5 miles somewhere in that gap. But either way, I was doing the math and it still doesn't, like, it would still take you longer than 2 minutes. Even at the southern tip of the tower, of the, the blast radius of the tower from Genesee to Blaine, if you built like a Venn diagram and see like just how far these two signals could reach, it's still a gap. Like you still got at least a 2 to 3 mile gap that's unaccounted for.
It makes no damn sense, man. And I appreciate you saying that, because there's a lot of people that are like, this is fact. This means that he was there. And it's like, yo.
Yeah, I think a lot of people confuse the PCA because it says sworn statement of facts, when in actuality it's nothing more than a theory. It's the state's theory until they substantiate it in court.
With some fuzzy ass puzzle
don't seem to
pieces,
realize
man. With some fuzzy ass puzzle pieces. You're like, okay, I see it put together, but what the fuck is it exactly? You're trying to focus on it, and shit you can't get it in focus. It's the problem.
I mean, if you go through the PCA, there's so much stuff where they're essentially saying, from my experience, this is what I believe. And it's like, no, you're like, look at that and then look at the list, right? The list PCA. There's none of this like sort of guessing as to what was going on. They have it laid out with evidence in every step all along the way. So it's pretty clear cut what was going on. When you read Koberger's PCA, it's got a lot of opinions. Like, in my opinion as a law officer for, however long, this is what I think, like a suspect would turn their phone off when they're, no, if he's the mastermind that you claim that he is, he wouldn't have taken his phone at all. Or his car, you know what I mean? So I don't understand, like, it can't be both. He's either this mastermind or he's an absolute idiot. You can't
What?
you can't cherry pick
It makes
which
no
attributes
sense.
you want to.
Dude, it
Yeah.
makes no sense because you're going to tell me the dude went to school for this shit. He applied for these local PDs to help them with this shit. And you're going to tell me dude forgot to leave his fucking phone at home and then drive through, right? Because you can take the route and
Yeah.
you can take a back way by the airport and then kick it off a couple blocks and as soon as you get to Moscow to go to the crime scene. And you're going to tell me, dude, knowing all this shit, supposedly planned, stalked, all this shit, then went and drove through down fucking town of Pullman, and not only
Past
downtown
100
of Pullman,
cameras.
downtown of Moscow, through all these fucking neighborhoods, and then got there? Like, for real. And you're going to tell me you don't have a license plate. How in the fuck do you not have a license plate if the person, I'm sorry, it doesn't go chaotic, strategic inside, and then chaotic? It doesn't happen. Name something where that takes place. That's the first time ever. First time ever, uh, unless it's manufactured like this one is. In my opinion, I feel like it was all just little bits of shit just kind of thrown in together. Like I said, it was a Christmas stocking that had a bunch of crumpled up paper, and when you're looking at it from the outside and they're saying, look, this is what I got, and you're looking at all the bulges popping out and you're like, damn, I bet it's got some Kit Kats and some Hot Wheels and all sorts of shit in there. And then when they finally start to open it up and take out what's inside of it, it's just crumpled up fucking paper. It's a
Yeah,
joke.
I mean, it's kind of like what you guys were discussing earlier. Like, if he's a mastermind, why the hell didn't he create an airtight alibi? You know, like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, if I'm gonna go, it's kind of like the OJ situation, right? Like, when his wife was murdered, this dude supposedly was gonna be in on the other side of the country. You know what I mean? So he tried to fly out and and tried to create this alibi. But if you're a mastermind, like, why wouldn't he have went to his office and logged in or something that could have made
If
it
you're
seem
that
that
smart.
he wasn't able to do this crime, you know?
Right. If you're that smart to get away with it, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, people make mistakes. I'm sorry. Listen, you can like leave 2 minutes down the road and get a fucking flat tire and then your shit's all thrown off. You're not walking out of your fucking apartment and taking your phone with you or
That's
leaving your
literally the
apartment
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
and then shutting it off,
especially if
when
you're
you're
a
on the way.
forensics guy. Like, yeah, he apparently was studying data forensics, so it's like he would clearly know this, you know?
It's like,
Yeah,
come on, bro.
I
You
mean,
would know.
it doesn't
Leave your
take a
phone
rocket
on
scientist.
autoplay at home on the fucking coffee table. You know,
yeah, like strap it to your dog and have your dog running around the house so it looks like you're mobile or anything. You know what I mean? Like, you'd figure if this guy is that kind of genius, he literally made two of the biggest mistakes you could possibly make. I don't buy that.
And then you're driving all over both cities, downtowns, all over the place, and there's no license plate, but there's surveillance like a motherfucker around there. Come on now. Come on.
Well, you remember how Olivia, Kaylee's sister, had mentioned that she saw the security footage that showed them getting home at 1:56 and being dropped off. If you saw that, you guys didn't see the intruder? You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been trying to figure out how you saw footage that was clear enough to see them two being dropped off at the home. So you see them go into the home, but you don't see anybody else. So, yeah, obviously they could have went in through the back door and all of that, but it just seems highly unlikely. There's so many cameras out there. Somebody had to catch something.
1126 has to have something pointed right at that sliding glass door, man. It has to.
Yeah, I mean, I
It
agree.
has to.
Like, when you look at the vantage point that they have, it's like right there. You know, it's right
It
behind
has
it.
to. It has to. Because how else are you going to know that they took the dog out?
Yeah, like, you had to see some footage that was clear enough to see them go home. You know, like, see them enter the home or get out of the car and walk in that area.
Yeah.
And I don't think she's lying about that, because she was quick to call out the police's timeline and say it wasn't 2 a.m., it was 1:56.
Right. Even when the LinkedIn was deleted, she called up. She went to the
Mhm.
LE and was like, "Why are you deleting my sister's LinkedIn account?" And they're like, "Well, we didn't delete it."
Yeah, that was odd. It was like, somebody deleted it. You know, somebody took it offline.
Bro, there's some groups around there, man. There's some groups around there, some sick motherfuckers, that's for sure.
I saw a message or a post in the chat that was asking about the cell tower, and they asked if it could ping up to 22 miles away. Technically, yes, it's possible, but what I'm trying to illustrate here is that the accuracy is so far off that it's not reliable.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the commenter said, you know, there's a 20. Like I've seen it ping up to 45 miles. You know, I've done data forensics and stuff on phones, and I've seen various pings and stuff like that, but it's hard to determine because of it's hard to determine why that happened. There's so many different reasons. The bandwidth could have been full. You could have been out of range. You could be roaming, and the roaming signal prefers this tower. So it's like it's hard to say. It's really hard to say like exact location of where they were at. Now, if they can corroborate it with the phone data and say, look, you know, this is showing that his GPS data matches the cell ping data, then okay, now that evidence is corroborated. But without that, you know, you're essentially taking a wild guess. Like the only thing triangulation can really determine accurately in a rural area anyways is direction of travel. So you can know which direction they're going by checking the various pings. So they could tell he was going south, but they don't know definitively where exactly he was on that route when those pings happened. Not without GPS data from his phone.
Right, exactly. And you know, it's like, you know, before, you know, you're like, when it comes to two different towers, you could have one that's a half a mile away, but it's up a hill and has trees in between it, and then there's another one 2.5 miles away and there's no obstructions, and it's, you know, your cell phone's going to ping off that tower. It doesn't go off the closest one. It goes off the one with the strongest network signal. So that's why
usually.
Yeah, it can be confusing when it comes to exactly, you know, what specific location. That's why I kind of want to learn more about this CAS data stuff.
See, the CAS detail is a little more accurate. The problem with it is it sort of has an IgG sort of aspect to it. Like they don't tell you exactly how they, like they don't show the work for it because the FBI does not like to give out their investigative methods. But there was a Supreme Court ruling that allowed the CAS information to be used in court without them having to sort of, you know, explain exactly how they got this data. Because I mean, I work with phones and data all day long, and there's literally no way for them to do that without tapping into a back door. That's the only way to do it, which is highly illegal. You know?
Right. Just
so
like
it's kind of like, did you ever hear the like the whole thing about Eric Snowden, like what he was blowing the whistle on? He was essentially saying that these tech companies have back doors that law enforcement use, and he exposed it. You know, and he showed how the NSA tap into various like they can get into your phone, turn your camera on, look around, check your GPS, do everything without
like
your permission or without your knowledge.
Like they're you.
They can use your apps, go through your contacts, like everything. And
you know, all that came with
no
9/11
power to it.
Yeah, all that came with 9/11, with all those basically allowed the Bush administration to be able to do whatever the fuck they wanted when it came to
the Patriot Act essentially shredded the Constitution. It's a way for the government to circumvent all your civil rights simply by labeling you a terrorist. It's as easy as that.
They did it to Aaron Brockovich.
There was a story
earlier this year with East Palestine.
There was a story about a guy who, during the whole aftermath of 9/11, he was working out at a gym and said something anti-Bush or whatever, and somebody called Homeland Security on this guy, and so Homeland Security labeled him a terrorist and essentially locked him up without even charging him, and held him indefinitely until he was finally able to get out. I forget how exactly he got out of it, but they arrested him and threw away all his civil liberties simply because he was labeled a terrorist, based off of a totally legitimate and legal comment that he made at the gym. You know, you have freedom of speech. You can say that you don't like Bush, or you could blame him for whatever you want, and people don't have to agree, but it's not prosecutable.
Right.
But the Patriot Act was designed to circumvent all of those laws, which is why it's dangerous. It's super dangerous.
It is, and that's why he's been on the run. And we kind of we used a clip of Eric Snow a few nights ago, actually, because we were getting into the conversation about can your phone be tracked when it's shut off? Can it still be tracked? And I thought the best thing to show would be something from Eric Snowden, because if anybody knows anything about uh, like locations and what technology can do, it's this guy right here. I mean, he saw that something wasn't right with what was being done in practice. He said something about it, which you should stand up and say something if something's not happening properly. And then also, he's obviously knows what the hell he's talking about, because you look at his credentials when it came to what he was doing. It's like, damn, bro, you're smart as shit. And the fact that he's been able to basically exist and be able to keep talking about it says a lot. So I
Well,
thought
he's
he was a good
protected by
source.
the Russian government. That's
Right.
why he's able to be on forums like that, which is like to your point. The whole situation has credibility because A, the government never wants to deny it, and B, he's like one of the most wanted men in the world. Him and like Julian Assange. And what did
Right.
both of those guys do? They
said,
it's exposed how dirty the government is and how they throw your civil liberties away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and thank you, Sussin. I appreciate you.
But
Architects-
to answer your question about the phone being off, so
Yes.
it depends. It specifically depends on the device. So Apple's iPhone is designed to have a spare battery in it that keeps certain things going. So like if you've ever noticed, your phone could be off and you can still use the Find My iPhone app. And you can literally track the whereabouts of your phone. And that's because there's a spare battery that's designed specifically for that. Not all Android devices have that. Newer ones tend to, but your older models, they don't, the older Androids don't have that feature. Like Apple was sort of the first to introduce it. But could it turn your phone on? I mean, it's possible, I guess. Like if it's off and they want to turn it on, I guess. I mean, I've never seen it done, but hypothetically, yeah, I would think it's possible.
Right. And so when it comes to the pings and stuff, the pings are just like the DNA and all the different practices and what can happen. There's so many possibilities. There's so many for either side, really. And I think that's going to be interesting for the jury. Do you think there's going to be a trial? What's your opinion on that? Because that's a big question going around here in the community the last few days. Do you think there's going to be a trial, even if it is way down the road?
I don't see him pleading guilty, if that's
No.
what you're asking. Like I don't see him taking.
Or
the
do you
deal.
see? Well, I guess either way. Do you see it maybe not being a trial for the other side, where there's just
Well,
what the
if
hell
it's
are
a
you?
lack of sufficient evidence or something like that, that's hard to say. Like that would be totally up to the judge. I don't think there's sufficient evidence, in my opinion. Like if I was the
Something to
DA,
ask,
I wouldn't have even
yeah.
filed charges off rip. I would have made sure I had that confirmation of the DNA first.
Mhm.
I would have made sure that we interviewed them, on the record, and all of that stuff prior to issuing an actual arrest. But I'm not law enforcement. I've never done it, so I don't know why they do what they do. Their methodology has always been questionable, in my opinion.
For sure. Commercial Zone brought up something cool. Says your prototype showing the alleged movements of BK the night of the 13th was very good. Shout out again to you, bro. She says, I would like to see a similar one down to show Rosendal's and the other cops' movements. That would be an interesting one too. Have you thought about maybe doing something like that, or would you entertain that?
Yeah, if there's data that show that to where I can map it out, yeah, it's possible. I wouldn't be against that, but I haven't seen anything that shows his whereabouts in specific times or locations. Have you?
So, if anybody has any information they can send to you to kind of contribute to that, is there a way that somebody can reach out to you, or just through Twitter? Would you like?
Yeah, they can just DM me on Twitter.
Okay. So yeah,
I'm pretty active and check it.
Yeah, so if you have anything and you want to contribute to that project, go ahead and send the architect the information. Just follow him on Twitter and send the information. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I know there's a few body cams that show him
Mhm.
at a location, but I don't think
Yeah.
any of them are from that night in particular.
Well, hey, and I still have to go through. That's something I haven't done yet that I wanted to do a couple weeks ago was go through all these body cams and stuff. So you're more than welcome to join and on those shows too. Whenever you want to hop up on panel too, I'm sure. I know I'm going to be going through some of these other cases. I'm going to take a break half the time throughout the next week, covering some of these other cases and stuff. So probably towards the end of next week is when I'm going to start doing the body cam deep dive stuff. So if you're available
Yeah,
and
for
maybe
sure.
would like to join for those, that'd be sweet too. When it comes
Yeah, I
to
try
all
not
that.
to get like too overwhelmed with too many cases because when I get it, like this one caught my attention because of a lot of the inconsistencies with the PCA. So immediately I just started, and there was a lot of data involved. So like data is sort of my wheelhouse, and I was kind of looking at the PCA like this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So that got me into this, but I don't normally deep dive on this level into a lot of cases. The Karen Reed case, I've definitely looked into. There's a lot of
cool.
things that I question, but I haven't really dove into it the way I have with this one. So I don't really speak on that too much because most of what I think is opinionated. It's not based on a whole lot of fact.
Well, I mean,
so I don't
we're
want
all
to put it out there like,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
But
we're
we know
speculation.
the two theories, the big theories, like either the cop did it or it, right?
Something we just checked it out a little bit. I was gonna be getting into it here in a little while this afternoon, covering the Karen Reed stuff, and I'm gonna be doing a show coming up here at the beginning of the week. So I'm definitely gonna be getting into it. I know there's a lot of odd shit that's taking place, and I've been reaching out to that Turtle Boy to see if maybe he would want to hop on and or maybe just hang out and have a conversation about it. Because if I'm going to learn about the Karen Reed the case, I'd rather learn about it from the people that know the most about it. And so I
Man, I'll
think
tell
that's
you what, if you can
yeah.
get Sloopy on, she's done some incredible work when it comes to putting all of a visualization.
Yeah.
She's made all these charts and
Yeah, I
and
do
data
have that.
spreadsheets and things like that.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is really good information. Like she posted something recently about how many feet it was from the door to where his body was found, which happens to be an exact match to that Jen lady's phone, the phone record. So it's like, whoa, like like that doesn't look good. It's like, and then it goes to show that she was like talking to him on the phone or something to that effect, and then she deleted it. I was like, wow. So I'll definitely dive into that one, especially since we're gonna have a pretty big break in the Kohlberger case. Like I don't see it going to trial anytime soon.
No. And there's other cases. I mean, before it got this crazy, the last few months, we were able to take time there because right now shit is just every day something is coming out, something pops out. And before we were able to cover a lot of these other cases, and this is one of them. For sure. So I can't wait until you get the microphone, bro. We enjoy having you on the show. Appreciate you, your time that you offering, and thanks for all the information and the links and everything in the background.
Yeah, definitely,
Appreciate
man.
that too.
I was actually sending you those because sometimes if you try to play it on YouTube directly, it'll lag or it'll cause the quality of the image to be not as clear.
Okay.
So I sent you the direct videos if you ever want to use them on the show or whatever. It'll be a lot cleaner.
Appreciate that. Yeah, and I definitely will. Because I'm excited. Once you get your mic, man, I'm excited to have you up here on panel, and then we can not only sit and chit chat, but we can share a lot of these things too. So when we are kind of going into these different things, it's another element to add to the conversation between us. So I'm definitely excited for that. And there's some other ideas. I'm gonna kind of reach out to you here in the near future about maybe doing some collab stuff if you'd be interested. So I'll reach out to you about that stuff in the
Yeah,
back.
man. I'd
And
like that a
great
lot.
work,
I do
bro.
a lot of graphic work,
Yeah.
animation stuff. So like, yeah, we can get busy.
Great work, man. Totally appreciate you. Definitely fingers crossed for the mic. Hopefully everything works out. And man,
Yeah, it'll be here Monday, so we should be good.
well, shit, because I was thinking about doing Karen Reed on Monday. If you're not busy Monday night, hop on over, man. And I'm gonna be getting back into Karen Reed just for that night. It's not going to be any other case. It's going to be Karen Reed only.
Okay.
For Monday.
Yeah, I'm down, man.
So-
I'll gather some information, do a little research over the weekend, and
Hell yeah.
I'll be ready.
Sweet. Well, I'll go ahead and put it out there if you're good. If anything happens, I know life, things change, hit me up. But I will definitely we'll go ahead and do Monday night, Karen Reed. And then,
Sweet.
yeah, it'll
Sounds
be
like a
sweet,
plan.
man. I appreciate it so much, buddy. Thank you so much. Thank you for all
Yeah.
your hard work. Thank you for, everything you're doing for the true crime community, your efforts, and, just putting the common sense out there and helping people understand things a little easier, especially on Twitter or with the videos that you're starting to come out with on YouTube. So
Yeah,
appreciate
man.
that.
I mean, I appreciate the love. Like I said, you guys do all the same things. Like your community's awesome. You
Thank you.
you do a lot for the victims and like advocating for them and trying to get justice, true justice. Because in my opinion, putting somebody that's the wrong person in jail isn't justice, but at all. Like
For
there's still
nobody.
somebody who did this crime.
For
And I'm not
nobody.
saying that I'm not of the camp to say that he's guilty or innocent. That's not my job to determine. That's the jury's job. But the state hasn't convinced me. So until they do, I'm sort of staying kind of in the middle and just allowing it to play out. But from the PCA and the things that we know, it doesn't seem like the strongest case to me.
Oh man, especially when you read all these other PCAs. I was gonna read the Long Island SK. I was gonna do a video read through of it. I got like not even halfway through it, and I'm like, no. There was just so much, and you look at all these other
Yeah, that thing
PCAs,
is
and there's
so
so
detailed,
much in
man.
it.
Like,
Yeah, there's so much in
I
it.
mean, they have so much. Yes, it's not. I mean, there's a lot of circumstantial stuff in there, but if we're to assume that that physical evidence that they had was legit, I mean, he's screwed. He's absolutely screwed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is. It's a creepy PCA. When I was reading it, I was like, yeah, never mind. I'm not doing it. I'll just self-edit during a live or something sometime if we ever need to read it, but I'm not making a video with it. It was just no. It was too much.
Yeah, that's hard. It's hard reading, man. It's
Yeah.
pretty detailed and like
Yeah.
specific.
Even the searches, bro. It's just like, dude, what the hell?
Oh man, the ones that really fucked me up was the CP stuff. I'm like, oh wow, like.
Mhm. Yeah.
The other things that he was searching for, like the victims and stuff like that, and the victims' families. I mean, that's in line with a psychopath. But when they had the other CP stuff going on, I'm like, oh shit, like you're one of
Sick
these
mother-
dudes. Like you're on a whole nother level.
Yeah, when you can do that shit to children or anybody for that matter.
Yeah, bro, that's a
especially
whole
children.
different level of
And then
evil
the
right there.
searches that was being searched too with that case with that topic, it's like, what the fuck, man? That's why I was just like, yeah, no, I can't. It's no, I don't, no. So
Yeah, those are always the hardest cases for me, man. Like dealing with children,
Mhm.
it's just like I used to work. I used to do patient monitoring networks. Like I would design them. I used to work for Philips, designing patient monitoring networks for hospitals, and the hardest ones were always doing NICU or like the cancer ward for kids. Like at the pediatrics, it was just heartbreaking, man.
yeah,
It's so hard to see that.
It
Like you
is.
see kids that are abused and kids that are born with drug addictions, and it's just wild.
Yep. So it doesn't matter how hard you got it. There's always somebody that has had it worse or is having it worse, and you just have to keep that in mind and just stay strong no
man.
matter what it is, because the right thing will always happen no matter what. But yeah, it's definitely hard.
Yeah.
Definitely hard. Yeah, I mean all that stuff. That's why I don't even care to look at that shit. So, but yeah, man.
It's hard, man.
I'm excited. Definitely hit me up. I'll put out a notification a day or two before, and excited to do
Okay.
it. Appreciate it. And
Yeah, man, I appreciate you having me on.
yeah, thanks for calling in. Thanks for your time. Wow, a freaking hour. Appreciate it. And have a
Yeah,
great
man, it's
weekend. And
cool.
hey, if I'm ever live at any time, man, if you ever want to call in, just hit me up on Twitter and or Discord if you're on Discord. And you're more than welcome
Okay,
to
for
call
sure.
in.
I check out your lives as often as I can. So
Yeah, I
I'll
appreciate
rock
it.
with you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, man. Have a good rest of the show, and I'll tune in.
You too. Definitely check out Silky Southern Tea because I'm gonna be on her show later. We're gonna be checking out Dumb
Oh
Criminal
yeah, I
shit.
enjoyed her earlier. I
Yeah.
definitely will.
Yeah, she's awesome. All right, buddy. Thank you. Can't wait
All right,
to see you
everyone.
Monday
You guys have
or
a good
anytime
day.
in between.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Later.
Good shit. That was some good shit. Thank you again for calling in. Appreciate it. It's going to be great having him up on panel and going through this Karen Reed case because we did a combo episode a couple weeks ago. Kind of touched on it a little bit. But it's going to be good to kind of get into it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to that body cam video. Yes, thank you so much, Architect, and thank you for all the hard work and efforts that you do. Again, if you want to send any of that information when it comes to that project or anything else, there's the Twitter handle. And if you're on Discord, Architect, go ahead and send me the link or send me the name, and then we'll go ahead and get linked up on there too. Thank you again. Appreciate your time, your effort, and your company and your conversation. Thank you again for calling in last week. I appreciate it. Can't wait for the future. It's going to be awesome. Very talented individual. Thank you again. So let's get back to the body cam. We're going to check out the rest of that. We're about halfway through. And then after that, I'll leave it up to you. There's a couple other cases we can get into. While the body cam's kind of showing still, I'm going to see if there's anything breaking news, and I'll definitely drop the breaking news for you. And we'll get back into it. Thank you so much. I think Yoli might be joining here in a little bit as well. And anything, if there is any breaking news out there, let me know too. We'll go ahead and put it out there. Thank you, Architect. Appreciate you so much, bro. Thank you.
How's it going?
Good. How are you? Is this your house?
Yeah, it is.
Cool. All right, man. So, just the same talk we're gonna have with all the other
Where's
houses.
the address here? Oh, this is 118 King Street. 118. Yeah.
You just got a couple noise complaints about the parties. So, multiple houses, multiple parties. So with that being said, just keep the noise down, keep it inside, keep it quiet.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to educate you here a little bit. If you could be cited for disturbing the peace for this. That is a misdemeanor citation.
Okay.
I'm not saying you will, but you could if we have to return. Additionally, if we do have to come back tonight, we probably will start IDing everyone here in your house. Make sure they're over 21. If they're not and they're drinking or they've been in consumption, they're going to get a ticket. You know what MIPs and MICs are?
Yes, sir.
Hefty tickets, right? For about $450.
Yeah,
So,
I just want to say the people that are in my house that I'm with have been perfect in my place. So yeah. This all the people out here wasn't really.
Yeah, but the security guard who's over on the house said there's been people going out and pissing all over the back of the house and all over the rocks and stuff like that.
Okay,
It's gotta stop.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
any other questions?
No, I don't.
You got your ID on you, just so I can say.
I do not, but I am 21.
That's not what we're worried about right now. Just saying I talked to you and I warned you.
I don't have my wallet on me right now.
What's your first name, man?
My first name is Bennett. Just Bennett.
Middle initial?
R.
Last name?
Do you need my last name?
Yeah. It's to say I warned you for noise. So.
Okay. Marsh. M-A-R-S-H.
M-A-R-S-H.
Yeah, like a marsh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Date of birth for you?
2.
Perfect, man. Is your driver's license through Idaho?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, just have a good night. Just try and keep it quiet for us, okay?
Cool. Yep. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, I have a question. So do you guys report to property management, and do I have like a number of noise complaints
like year before I'm like. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'll make it easy
that.
for you. We don't necessarily report to the property management, but if the property management comes and requests a property or a copy of it,
Yeah. And you guys post that in the newspaper and everything too, so it doesn't really matter that much.
We just say something.
Yeah, it's public information. Yeah.
But as far as for you, as far as how many noise complaints you get, basically the way that we generally operate is we'll come and we'll warn the first time, and if we get multiple reports within
within a night or within a certain amount of
night,
span.
but if it's like if we're in here a couple of days, you're probably gonna get it. But if it's like you got one a month or something like that, and it's not that big a deal. But a lot of it also depends on what the reporting party wants to have done. So
exactly.
If it's the same person that's calling every time and they want to sign a citation against you, potentially you could get a citation for which is a misdemeanor. So
Yeah.
you don't want to have that happen.
Yeah.
So.
And also we get complaints from like up on the hill.
Yeah, that's
quite frequently.
The biggest thing is like all these houses
yeah.
are kind of more expensive.
Yeah, and they're like residential.
Houses, right? And so the noise just So we're pretty chill about it usually, but if we got to keep coming back, then some point in time we got to kind of appease the other people in the community too. So
I feel like this might also be like a unique time.
Oh, it is. Yeah, this is kind of a training period for us as far as with everybody that's new that's coming in that hasn't lived here before or anything like that. It's like we're kind of like showing them the ropes of like what to expect.
I'm really not going to try and have this happen again unless I have like a city permit where like they have like the barricades across the road and it's like from like 2 o'clock to like 7 o'clock like during the day on parents weekend. But,
And a good rule of thumb is if you're in your house and the doors are closed and your music's not like blasting loud, you're probably not
probably right.
And
people are playing outside.
And additionally, we know that there's probably a lot of people who were just here that all bolted who are underage. And so that probably won't be seen inside of a house for those people, but if they're outside, they're going to get a ticket.
Definitely. All right, well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
You need to go up and chat with them?
This house would blast music, but as soon as they saw me, they could hear them talking. Turned it straight down. They were all inside though, and
like I said, man, we were all young ones.
I still am. Most of these people here are probably my age, if not a few of them are probably older.
Yeah, you're here.
Life choices.
Who was complaining about just the security? They were talking about the being on the back of the building and stuff like that.
The only house left is
all right, I think I'm gonna go up and just tell them they need to take it inside.
Hi.
My roommate. Well, not my roommate, but I don't know if it's here at the bar, but okay. Someone who's responsible to it. If you went to the bar,
just in.
Well, they kind of, one of them's at a bachelor party, and one of them's at his girlfriend's house, and then the one that was here that third party went to the bar just to go to work. And just
Okay, so it's way too loud, right? Music's loud, people are outside, we're getting noise complaints, so you guys got to keep it down, okay?
I'll call my buddy that's working right now and tell him that.
Okay, how I typically work it, First time's a freebie, right? Next time I have to come back, I'm going to start issuing citations. I'm going to check everybody's ID and make sure everybody's 21.
That's
right.
So
if they're not 21, they're going to get
I'll tell them if you guys want to keep the party here, doors need to be shut, windows need to be shut, and music needs to be down.
Yep.
So is the music level fun? It's just like the doors being
Everybody
open?
who's out here, and I can hear you guys from the intersection down there, which means they can all hear you up there, right? And that's all.
And they're calling about it and stuff.
Yeah, we're getting noise complaints. So
okay.
All right.
I will
Is that
tell.
fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you so much.
Yep. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you. Thank you guys.
Hey, y'all, good night.
You have no power.
That's the difference between like 18 to 21. 18-year-olds up to 21 will usually be outside. And 21-year-olds, after you get a little older, you're like, there's no point in doing it all outside. Let's just go inside and keep the doors closed.
Keep the cops away.
Yep. What did you walk? Did you walk straight up here? Yeah, I walked straight up. I didn't even see you.
Yeah, I didn't see you guys either. I was like, which house are you guys at?
Okay, I'm just gonna
I thought you walked down the hill. Moscow 83, I got one to run and attach.
183.
Lives of Marsh, Mary, Adam, Robert, Sam, Henry, first of Bennett. Boy, Edward, Nora, Nora, Edward, Tom, middle R, as in Robert, Edworth. 2002, male through Idaho, also.
And I'm going to pause this real quick. I want to say thank you to Mama J. It just came through with the $25 Cash App. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're going to be finishing up with this body cam about another 15 more minutes. And then we're going to get into this Karen Reed case for a little bit. And we're going to be discussing some of that. I'm checking the breaking news in the background, see if there's any breaking news. And we'll be checking out some of that. And we'll just be on standby for all the Idaho 4 stuff. Thank you all for hanging out today. I appreciate it. What a show so far. We got plenty more to go. And then tonight I'll be hanging out on Silky Southern Teas channel for a little bit. So definitely come hang out with us over there. I'll be putting a community post out before I go hop on over there. So if you guys need a link, you can just come to the community post too. Appreciate you guys' support today. And what a great show. Peaceful, positive, progressive. And we're just on that path, baby. We just keep moving along. And thank you all for your support. It's nothing but motivation for me to keep doing the right thing. I appreciate you all.
You can close this call, no report. No report.
Yep, no report. That's the norm. That's right, Kay. That's right.
here before or anything like that. It's like we're kind of like showing them the ropes of like what to expect.
What's going on, man? How you doing? Got an ID on you?
That's true. That's true. Hey, let's go. Keep it down, guys. So that's why we're here.
Our old teammate, he transferred. We haven't seen him in.
Yeah, just try to keep it down a little bit because that's why we're here. People are calling about the noise.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
You good?
Yeah, everything good. We're just kind of quieter down a little bit. Okay, thanks.
Hey guys. How you doing? Good. How are we doing? Good. Which house are you guys at? Yeah, I'm up the end of the road here. I think at one of them. Hey guys, let's take it inside. Take it inside. Tell them to turn it down. Oh, hey. You guys know who's running the party here? Are you guys at this party? Just chill. You guys mind doing us a favor and ask them to turn the music down so we don't have to go up in there and bother everybody? Yes, sir. The neighbors are calling about it. Somebody is, so yeah, for sure. We're just going to try to make our rounds and see if everybody will kind of take it inside. Thanks, guys. Yeah, and at least get the doors and stuff closed so it's not echoing out here and stuff. I have no idea. Yeah.
We'll shut the doors and turn down.
All right, appreciate it.
Hey, it's good.
You guys taking her inside? Take her inside. Take the party inside. Try to have people quiet down. We have a lot of neighbors up here above you that are calling about all these houses, so we're just making our rounds here, just trying to get people to quiet it down. All right. Thanks, guys.
Oh, this is one. Yeah. Yeah. Lost one from Bobby. I guess he's 1-1. Yes, sir. 1-1-1. Yes, sir.
Right? Yes. Well, that one might face queen. I don't know.
I think that's 1-1-1-2. Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't think it really matters. It's just a whole street party. Yeah.
From here up to there.
Just yeah.
Yeah. I just want to see the people that like are in my house that I'm with in my place. So yeah. This like all the people out here wasn't really good. So. Security guards is over on that house over there. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. No, I don't. I do not. But I am 21. I do not. I don't have my wallet on me.
all I'm looking through the window here.
Yeah. It's like just it smells. It just the whole street smells like a bar. I think this is all the same party that went from probably from the Whites who just made it up here tonight.
Well, I saw the guys from over here from 323 last night. I was like, I've seen you everywhere, man. He's like, so we came here and some friends. There's like 10 guys in here, and that's it. He's like, oh, that's not outside. We're not outside here. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, I have a question. So, do you guys report to like property management, and do I have like a number of noise complaints like a year before I'm like?
So
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'll make it easy for you. We don't necessarily report to the property management, but if the property management comes and requests the property or a copy of any kind of public records,
and you guys post that in the newspaper and everything too, so it doesn't really matter.
we just say something that was like noise complaint. But as far as for you, as far as how many noise complaints you get, basically the way that we generally operate is we'll come and we'll warn the first time, and then if we get multiple reports within
within a night, or
especially within a night. But if it's like if we're in here a couple of days, you're probably going to get it. But if it's like you got one a month or something like that, and it's not that big a deal. But a lot of it also depends on what the reporting party wants to have done. So if it's the same person that's calling every time and they want to sign a citation against you, potentially you could get a citation for disturbing the peace, which is a misdemeanor. So you don't want to have that happen. So
and also we get complaints from like up on the hill.
yeah, that's
quite frequently.
the biggest thing is like all these houses up above here are kind of more expensive, like retired. Yeah, right. And so the noise just So we're pretty chill about it usually, but if we got to keep coming back, and some point in time we got to kind of appease the other people in the community too. So
I feel like this might also be like a unique time.
Oh, it is. Yeah, this is kind of a training period for us as far as with everybody that's new, that's coming in that hasn't lived here before or anything like that. It's like we're kind of like showing them the ropes of like what to expect.
I'm really not going to try and have this happen again unless I have like a city permit where like they have like the barricades across the road and it's like
get a noise exemption and
like 7 o'clock like during the day on parents weekend.
There you go.
Right.
Is if you're in your house,
A little way too chill.
closed and your music's not like blasting loud, you're
probably all right. Yeah. It's when everything starts spilling out and people are playing outside in the streets and peeing, and
we know that there's probably a lot of people who are just
turn it down.
Probably inside of the house. But if they're outside, they're gonna get a ticket.
Yeah.
A lot of threats, you know.
All right, well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm going.
A lot of threats.
I just to make sure they're not going to turn it back up yet. Wait and see. I just to make sure they're not going to turn it back up again.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well,
turn it down.
Probably won't be seen inside of the house. But if they're outside, they're gonna get a ticket.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm going.
I just to make sure they're not going to turn it back up again. Wait and see. Who was complaining about it? Just the security?
They were talking about peeing on the back.
They're so lackadaisical. Like, do you need to know my name? Do you need to know my last name?
Talking about peeing on the back of the building and stuff like that.
And then you got them, just a bunch of threats, no reports.
Who was complaining about it? Just the security?
They were talking about being on the back of the building and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is the only house left that's causing any issues now. So,
All right, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna need to take it inside.
or break it up, one of the two. Have a good night.
Good night.
How we doing? Good. Pretty good.
Everyone, shut up!
Shut up!
I know people are outside working, getting noise complaints. So you guys get a
Call my buddy that's working right now and tell him
I would typically work it first time to previews, right? Next time I come back and start doing techniques.
You know, it's a lot of this.
So, tell them if you guys doors would shut
Yeah.
So is the music all fun? It's just like the doors being
Everybody's out here, and I can hear you guys from the intersection.
I'm surprised they're not.
And they're calling about it and stuff?
Yeah.
Judgmental.
Okay. I will tell them. Yeah, that's right. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Shut up! Shut up!
I'm surprised they didn't say shut up
These
to
guys
the
are all
people
back
saying
outside,
shut
but at
up,
least
you
they're
know?
being fairly quiet.
Shut up.
If you guys are going to be outside, just make sure and keep it down, okay? Thanks.
Difference between like 18 to 21. 18 year olds up to 21 will usually be outside. 21 year olds, after you get a little older, you're like, no point in doing it all outside.
Yeah.
Where did you walk?
Good night, man.
Did you walk straight up here?
Yeah, I walked straight up.
I didn't even see you.
Yeah, I didn't see you guys either. I was like, which house are you guys at? You're like, house. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna start. I'm gonna start contacting people, just clearing them out.
All right, guys, they didn't do anything about what the call was for, and it was for they were getting calls because the private security company called into and made this complaint, which was peeing on the house, peeing on the back of the house, peeing on the back of the building. And they were calling it a building. And over by where the rocks are, we are going to break it down. We are going to discuss all of this tomorrow. I'm resting my voice, so that's why.
So, and then that's the stream that was removed or whatever, I imagine. Okay. Let me see here. So this is a video I came across about the Karen Reed. I'm trying to see. I thought I had something else on it instead. Something from Court TV. I could have swore. So give me one moment. I could have swore I had something from Court TV. But if not, I do have something else. Maybe not. Wow, is there not much out? Okay, here's this. I think I already have that saved. Yeah. Okay, maybe not. Well, let me get to that folder. Oh, come on, YouTube. Sorry about this, everybody. All right, here it is. Rachel Shannon, True Crime. Now, she goes into this case, and we're going to check out. This is just like a little 30-minute video just to get. I need to actually see if there's more out there. I only have 4 videos on this. I'm surprised I didn't have more in there for it. I don't know. Is there not much being put out about this case or what? We did see like a video last time we checked it out where they had a bunch of supporters out there in front of the court. Oh, and I want to say thank you, Kelly M, for the $200 Venmo. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. Thank you all for just being a part of this community. We've been going through some rough patches lately, and I just want to say thank you guys. Your support and your company and your conversation and your time really means a lot to me, especially right now. Because when you're walking down a path and then all of a sudden you get tripped from behind or something, and then you're trying to get back up, you're just you're looking for that support, and I just want to say thank you so much for your support. It means a lot to me, more than you guys know. And especially at a time like this, it really, really means a lot. And as much as I preach the 150, I definitely feel the 150 in return. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Let me see here. We are going. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. One day I can do this for you guys. This Monday through Friday, daytime true crime. And then I'll still always be there for my night community because that's where I started from. That's where my roots were from. And those will just be hangout shows. So in the future, you'll get these kind of shows during the day, different guests, different calls, different topics, breaking news. And then at nighttime, we'll just be chilling out, hanging out, open panel, live calls, just chit-chatting about everything that, from the day, No, not tomorrow morning. I meant to put this up there. Rachel Shannon is the channel that we'll be checking out. And this is, did Karen Reed unalive or caught BF, or is this a cover-up? The tragic case of John O'Keefe. And so I want to thank her for her hard work and effort. Ooh, there's some more videos right here. Court TV. There we go. That's what I was going to say. I thought there was more from Court TV. It must have been from last month. No, it's from 3 weeks ago. Hold on. Let me save a couple of these real quick. Because I have not really checked out any of the Oh, here it is. No, that's what I was going to say. I thought I had a court TV video. Hold on a minute. I did. It must have been further up. Oh my gosh, there is a bunch. Hold on. Security video. Oh, shoot. Here we go. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. Just one moment. I really do not have much. Okay, so let me get back to the Karen Reed folder with everything in it, and we're going to readjust here. Okay, where's it at? There it is. All right, so let's get into that court TV, a deep dive. Yes, but I'm sure they'll play the you know, the surveillance video in this court TV episode. I was going to play that first since we came across it, but I have a feeling court TV is going to be doing it in this deep dive. So we're going to be checking out this Karen Reed case. Let me jot that down. That way I can put timestamps in the video. That way if there's a certain case anybody wants to go to for today's show, there will be timestamps in the episode. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. The plans that I was having for this weekend kind of fell through, so I'll just be kind of updating. My goal this weekend is to get this different part of the studio done. Now, when it comes to the above camera, I apologize. I might not have that available yet when it comes to the new studio setup, because I custom built my camera shelf for the forward camera for this desk. Now, this desk, I got another desk. Shout out, thank you. I appreciate your support for that. I don't want to drill into that new desk. So I got to figure out some other way that I can attach my custom shelf to that desk. Something. I'll figure out something this weekend, but I will definitely have that ready to go for that as well. I'm so excited. I'm definitely going to have twice as much room after the studio's done, so I won't be available as much this weekend doing streams, but just know I'm working on that update in the background. Also, when it comes to the membership stuff, the Discord stuff, we're going to get a lot of that stuff hopefully knocked out this weekend, and then we'll have next week coming back with better shows, more content, and also with a lot of updates for all this stuff. So just because I'm not around on these live shows as much this weekend, trust me, I'm going to be working from as soon as I get up until when I go to bed, and it's all going to be coming for next week. So thank you so much for your support. I drill it. All right. I'll drill it. We will drill it. I'll have the camera. We'll have the forward camera on the desk. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I love being here with you guys during the day. One day, I can't wait, because just to be able to wake up with you, have a couple of breakfast biscuits in the morning, some coffee, and start my day off with you. What could be better than that, you know? What could be better than that? All right, let's get into this deep dive.
Karen Reed and her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, were bar hopping on a snowy night in Massachusetts. At the end of the night, they were invited to a house party at the home of a fellow officer in Canton, Massachusetts. When Karen and John arrived, Karen did not exit the car. John did. From that point forward, there are two very different versions of what happened. Prosecutors say Karen was mad at John and purposely struck him with her car and left him on the ground to die in the snow. But Karen and her defense team say John went to the party. Something terrible happened inside the house, and his body was placed outside, where he was found dead the next morning. Karen has been charged with murder, but claims she is the victim of a big cover-up by police. Meanwhile, both inside and outside the courthouse, things have been getting very tense. A local blogger who goes by the name Turtle Boy organized a protest outside the courthouse to support Karen. Tonight, we speak live with Turtle Boy. Then we'll bring in the attorneys for Karen Reed
Oh, wow.
as we investigate the death of John O'Keefe and the allegations of a police cover-up.
Bonus, we get to hear from Turtle Boy on this episode. Hell yeah. And speaking of say please, I just want to say right there, you like the true crime banners and show graphics, definitely go follow on Twitter. Reach out, even if it's for a friend. Amazing stuff. Amazed at the amount of work that it takes to do these things, all the different layers that it takes to do these things, and a professional over there. So definitely hit her up on Twitter if you want to do something special, not only for yourself, but if there's somebody that you care about, a content creator, somebody that designs, right there. I'm telling you right there. All right, we're going to get back into this Karen Reed episode. Deep dive from Court TV. Thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. Oh, great show today. I love it. Architect, thank you. Silky, thank you. Thank you.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Great to have you with us. Now, Karen Reed, like every other criminal defendant, when they're charged, is presumed innocent. And it's no different in this case. But in many of the cases we cover on Court TV, right, the presumption of innocence applies, but and I think sometimes in the back of my mind, yeah, they're presumed innocent, but come on. We've from the evidence that's been released already, it doesn't look really good for that defendant. This case is a little different and potentially a lot different, depending upon how the evidence plays out, because there are two very different versions of what happened that night in Canton, Massachusetts. Now, we rarely hear from criminal defendants. They don't usually testify at trial, and they usually don't talk before the trial. But in this case, that's not the case. I mean, she has spoken. Karen Reed has spoken out. And even though we rarely hear from defendants, we've heard from this one. So that makes this case a little bit different because the defense has an alternative story about what happened here. Many times the defense is, they can't prove their case, period, end of story. They don't have the evidence. And as we know in our system, the defense doesn't have to prove anything. They don't have to put one witness on the stand. They don't even have to come up with an alternative theory as to what happened in the case. It's up to the prosecution to prove it beyond any and all reasonable doubt. But again, here, things are different. There's an alleged police cover-up here that John O'Keefe went inside that house, which was a party with fellow officers and family members, etc. And the allegation is that something happened in there. And that's all being covered up now. So that is a bold move. Again, rarely do you see this play out, especially before a trial, but the defense has been very, very vocal about it. And how would you react? And I'm not presuming this case is one way or the other, but I always think about this. If I've been wrongfully accused of something, would I just sit back and wait for my moment in court? Or would I literally be screaming on the steps of the courthouse so everyone knew that I was innocent? I think I would choose the latter. That's the way I would react. Now, someone could be guilty and react that way, but if I was innocent, knowing myself, despite what my attorneys may or may not be telling me, I think I'd be saying that, especially if I was accused of murdering someone that I cared about, someone that I loved. And that's the allegation in this case, although prosecutors are saying they're in the middle of this big fight and this breakup, et cetera. So here's the thing that has happened in this case, which again is another rare development, is that Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers in this usually sleepy courthouse in Norfolk County in Dedham, Massachusetts. I've been to that courthouse. There's not a million courtrooms there. I think there's actually 2 in the building. And the one where this case is being held is the very historical Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom. Not much happens in Dedham. I mean, it's not like there's a bunch of people, showing up. Like if you're in the middle of a big city, you could always find people that might show up at a courtroom. Here, you have to be there for a specific reason. And that's what happened, large numbers. And they are clearly supporting Karen Reed and think something is going on here that is terribly, terribly wrong. Again, at the outset, we want to investigate and get as much information as possible on the show as we continue to track this case as it moves towards a trial. I don't know. I haven't seen all the evidence. I haven't heard all the evidence. She's presumed innocent, but anyone that the defense is pointing the finger at is also presumed innocent, right? That's the way our system works. But tonight we're going to try to figure out what exactly is going on in that town. And for me, it begins with this outpouring of support for Karen Reed. Take a look at what is actually happening in Dedham, Massachusetts, when there are hearings in this case. Take a look.
Wow. That had to feel so good. Oh, is StreamYard bugging again? Is it bugging again? So Turtle Boy Live set that up?
Case, take a look.
I gotta say, that's one of the most peaceful, positive protests that I've seen from media. Amazing job to Turtle Boy Live for doing that. To rally all that support. That had to boost her confidence so much that hopefully the right thing will happen. And then to have it all be peaceful, positive, with progress in mind. What a beautiful display right there. What a beautiful display.
We're not putting up with that. We're right here today, Chip McDermott, and we're not going to be quiet. We got it.
Even that is peaceful. Even that is peaceful. Come on.
Imagine one day you wake up and your daughter is telling you, Dad, they're telling me I killed John. They're telling me I killed John and I'm scared. And then you go, you're involuntarily sectioned for 5 hours in Compton. At the same hospital, I believe, that the boyfriend has just pronounced dead. You're sectioned there against your will. And then you brought back to One Meadows Avenue, where the people who were kissing your when you were helping out their niece and nephew for the last 2 years, helping raise them, those people are suddenly turning on you and telling you that you killed your boyfriend who you love dearly. So we are here because the institutions that we are supposed to trust, the police and the district attorney's office,
Damn straight.
have completely failed us. They've completely failed not only Karen Reed and not only John O'Keefe, but they have failed all of us.
Damn straight.
I mean, it's
damn straight. Damn straight. I almost feel like doing the same shit. That's inspiring. That's inspiring.
an unbelievable scene. I mean, it's reminiscent
Wow.
of the cheering that we heard at Johnny Depp's trial when I was there. And this is not a Hollywood star. This is an accused murderer getting a standing ovation as she enters the courtroom. What is going on out there? Well, the man who organized all of that is joining us tonight. Our special guest, blogger, social media
Wow.
personality,
Wow.
owner of TB
What
Daily
a
News, and
display.
the man who organized the Karen Reed protest. He's joining us tonight, apparently from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Aidan Carney, also known as Turtle Boy. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me, Vinny.
Let me start here. Aidan, Turtle Boy.
It's the passion. You know what I'm saying? It's the passion. You either have it or you don't. You can't create it. It's not manufactured. You either have it in your soul or you don't. It's about the passion. Man, great job. So inspiring.
What do you prefer?
You can call me Turtle Boy.
Okay, I'll go with Turtle Boy. No, not a problem. I understand. That's what everybody calls you. So let me start here.
Yeah, I'm used to it now.
Yeah. So the first question, how did you get involved in this case? Like, you were a sports guy, weren't you?
No. I mean, I started the blog about 10 years ago about sports, and nobody really cared about sports. So I started really getting into investigative stories, and I became an award-winning journalist along the way. And I've built a pretty large following in the New England area. And so when stories like this happen, I gravitate towards them. But this particular story is by far the biggest and longest story we've ever done. We're on part like 97 at this point. I don't know how many hours of YouTube streaming shows we've done about this, but it just seems like it never ends. And, the following has obviously grown significantly as a result of this because the story is so mesmerizing. It just every day there's something new about the story that you couldn't be more shocked than the previous day. And then like yesterday, we find out that Michael Proctor, the detective in this, made up a fake company that does not exist and wrote in his report that they plowed Fairview Road, a company that does not exist, in order to avoid interviewing the actual plow driver who I interviewed yesterday. And as it turns out, he went by 34 Fairview Road and he reported seeing no body. He said that he would have seen a body if it was lying there. He's a 217-pound man, 10 feet from the curb. He said there was no body on the ground. And the lead investigator for the Massachusetts State Police, who is good friends with the people who are believed to be the perpetrators of this horrible, horrific crime, has known these people his entire life. He lives in Canton, and he never interviewed the only eyewitness who can definitively say that there was no body on the ground on 34 Fairview Road that night.
And again, as I said off the top, Karen Reed presumed innocent. Everyone that the defense is accusing is presumed innocent as well. But we know this way this is playing out, and the defense is going to make these same accusations that you're making. That obviously we have no idea what the truth is, and hopefully everything comes out inside the courtroom, and the jury tells us eventually. So you have no personal connection to Karen Reed.
No, I didn't know who she was before this. I mean, I briefly saw it in the news when it happened last year and didn't pursue it. I thought it was a horrible tragedy wouldn't happen, like a horrible accident. I think a lot of people assume that. And then what really caught my attention was a court filing in April about the Google search. Like that was what caught my attention. And I looked into it and I read Alan Jackson's 94-page affidavit accompanied by Richard Forensic, what his exact title is, Richard Green. He's basically a data nerd. He looks through your phone, finds things you deleted. I read it all, and every page I read further, my jaw just dropped. And I said, this can't be happening. How is this real? And I assumed, like, they have a woman Googling at 2:27 in the morning who was inside that house, how long to die in cold, claiming that John O'Keefe never came in that house. So why would you Google that if you thought John O'Keefe was home in his bed, right? So when I saw that, I'm like, well, this is game over. Obviously, they have to drop the charges. This isn't, you trust the institutions, right? Like the district attorney's office can't be unethical and corrupt. They know this is beyond.
Let me ask you
doubt.
this, like, because you're coming out and protesting, right? And you're organizing all these folks coming down. They're making a lot of noise locally, challenging people, getting in their faces, et cetera, coming in and out of the courtroom. Have you always been skeptical of police? Is that where sort of you come from? You question the police as sort of a social activist?
No, I mean, if you look back on older stories I've written, I'm a right-wing guy. Like I'm a law and order guy. I'm a back the blue guy historically. During the BLM riots in 2020, we were very pro-police during that whole thing and didn't think that all police were like Derek Chauvin, and just wanted to, and so to have this happen, it feels like a betrayal of the trust that you put in these institutions. To have the cowardly, and that's what they are, the cowards of Canton, the cowardly Canton police, who first got to that scene at 6 a.m. and did not find a single piece of taillight or a shoe. And then 12 hours later, when the state police took over, boom, they found taillight everywhere and a gigantic shoe, which somehow the Canton police missed. Now, if I'm the Canton police chief, I say, I stand by my men. And I say, look, my guys are competent. They would have seen that. Those were not there. But the cowards of Canton remain silent. And not a single officer in that entire department has any fortitude up and say, no. We need to put a stop to this. An innocent woman, you are trying to put her in a box for the rest of your life while her killers remain free in this town that we live in.
So are you from Canton? I know you're in Cape Cod tonight. Are you on vacation?
No, I'm on vacation. Yeah, it's the last night of vacation.
That's what I figured.
I'm from a little town called Holden, right next to Worcester, second biggest city in New England. So it's about an hour away. So I go to Canton a lot these days.
So let me ask you this. You've got a lot of followers. The people that showed up at that courthouse, those protesters, are they local folks from Canton, or are they followers of yours who have gotten, entrenched and committed to the story the way you have, who showed up from all over? Because I'm wondering, are we looking at potential jurors here?
Well, I don't know how many live in Norfolk County. There's a lot of counties, and the county lines are kind of weirdly drawn in Massachusetts. But I doubt, I would probably say 5 to 10% of that crowd is a potential juror because they live in Norfolk County. Obviously, they would not be picked for the jury if they had jury duty that day based on their activism. But I would say like a very small percentage of that crowd is actually from Canton. I mean, these are people who are so outraged. I've never written a story like this that has gotten so much interest and outrage from people. Like if I died tomorrow, this movement would go on. People would keep protesting. I'm kind of like the leader of the movement, but it's taken on a life of its own. Yesterday at the Canton Town Select Board, one of the alleged perpetrators is on the Board of Selectmen, and a lot of Canton folks just showed up and began demanding he resign. I didn't urge anyone to do that. This is taken on a life of its own because it is that outrageous. I am not a conspiracy theorist.
Let me ask you this.
Let
me ask you this. Now, there were cheers for Karen Reed on the way into the courtroom, but there were boos for other folks who were walking in. Who was that, and why was the crowd booing people who were walking in? I mean, because was it the prosecution? Was it an officer? Who was it?
That's Carl Dougal. He's a local moron. He's a Boston detective. He is the only member of the Boston Police Department that believes Karen Reed did this. Normally, when a cop gets killed, police officers go to court.
So again, I mean, you called him a name. I just got to be careful with that.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I get it. That's the way your show usually goes. Just tone it down just a little bit tonight in terms of the name calling. Because I don't know him. He could be a bright guy, could be the best guy in the world. I don't know. You have a problem with him. But he's from the Boston PD, is what you're saying?
He's a Boston police detective.
Okay. So this took place in Canton, but the officers at the party and John O'Keefe and everyone else is really connected to Boston PD?
I mean, the only other person connected to Boston PD in that house is the homeowner, Brian Albert.
Okay.
He has a brother who's on Canton Police. He's got another brother on the Board of Selectmen. But, this took place in Canton. It just happened to be two Boston cops in a Boston suburb, like not Boston itself. And so Carl is a former coworker of his. And
that's wasn't that John O'Keefe's friend? Isn't that his friend?
Yeah, but a lot of John O'Keefe's friends are sitting on Karen Reed's side, including some of John's ex-girlfriends. Imagine that. Like ex-girlfriends aren't supposed to like the latest girlfriend. But they're sitting there with Karen on her side.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I mean, his friend is dead, right? And he believes what he believes. Do you think he's at fault here for believing what he believes at this point?
Yes.
So.
First of all, nobody is. I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nobody with who is that ignorant should be in charge of investigating.
I'm trying to be nice.
The fact that he's a Boston police detective makes me wonder how many times he has falsely arrested people for crimes that they did not commit.
Good question.
I get it.
Bases this all on a hunch.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering what this scene is going to be like at the courthouse, right?
Trust me, I won't interrupt him. I'll let him talk. I'm trying to be nice. Hey, sometimes you got to say BS when it's BS, there's certain individuals that will speak the damn truth, and there's some that are yes man, and there's a difference. Like I said, it's not created or manufactured. It's born in your soul. It's the way it is. People admire it or they can't stand it. It's one or the other.
Folks who are coming in. How about John O'Keefe's family?
But you know why we boo him, Vinny? Because anybody who is down there sitting on the prosecution side is knowingly supporting a sham. And every minute wasted on this sham prosecution of Karen Reed is a minute longer that the real people who killed John O'Keefe are out there free. The FBI is investigating this. There's going to be indictments. There will be no trial in this. That is one thing I can almost guarantee you. There will be no trial. There will be indictments probably within the next 3 to 6 months would be my ballpark estimate.
All right. Turtle Boy, thank you for being on the show. I appreciate you coming on and hope perhaps you'll come back in the future as we continue to track this case, things develop. And the only thing I would say from my perspective, just having covered trials for years, is that for family members and stuff going through, and it's their loved one, their friend that is the victim in the case, just a little, it's tough for them. It's really a difficult spot for them emotionally. Like it's even tough for me just to sometimes approach them.
Right. I just want to make it clear that we didn't boo his mother or anything like that. I actually said, no, we're not going to say anything to his mother. I wanted to be very clear with that.
Okay.
Even his brother, I said the same thing. We're not going to do that. But Carl, it's a long story.
I know it's a long.
You don't like.
And you can watch all of Turtle Boy's work on.
Yeah, well, he can say this story on this show. I think it would be great if he ever wants to honor us with his time and his patience and his company. I would definitely love to have him on. I mean, I'm thinking if we ever do, it would probably, I would want to make sure to give it to you all. I'm thinking it would have to be on a weekend night because I have a feeling just based off of this, it would be just the back and forth with me and him, the conversations and me learning about this case, just with his knowledge as well. And all the background stories. I really think it'd be like a 4 or 5 hour show And honestly, maybe members only or something. I don't know. I would definitely love to sit. It sounded like he kept getting cut off. I get it. Vinny's on court TV. You know what I mean? Vinny's on court TV. I understand that, but like I've always said, I don't have that. I don't have that boardroom that's above me telling me I need a 4% to 8% growth every quarter, and I can't and can say certain things or allow. There is limits when it comes, because we all have limits when it comes to the YouTube. We want to make sure that we're here every day for you. But at the same time, we can allow these people to talk and be more descriptive and go into detail and in more of a depth into the stories and the experiences and things like that. So for real, I could see a conversation with us being like 4 or 5 hours. I think it would be a great conversation. Definitely learn a lot. Love the attitude, love the approach, love the passion, and what a inspiring, peaceful and positive protest at the courtroom. Very inspiring. Very inspiring.
On his blog, and you'll understand exactly what he's talking about tonight. But we appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, Vinny.
Thanks so much. All right. I'm telling you, things are tense in the courtroom, out of the courtroom. Up next, we're going to speak with Karen Reed's attorneys. Plus, coming up next hour.
In the Bahamas, a love triangle and divorce turned into an alleged murder-for-hire plot. Lindsay Shiver is accused of cheating on her.
Live coverage weekday mornings at 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
So this is a cover-up, and if so, who's leading the cover-up?
Your guess is as good as mine. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's exactly what we're trying to figure out. Certainly the Massachusetts State Police is involved. There are people that were in that house that are involved. Brian Albert is involved. Jennifer McCabe is involved. The rest of the folks that were in that house. There's some level
That
of
poor
involvement
lady.
by every one of them.
So you have a Boston police officer who's found dead on the lawn of a Boston police officer's home. Why was there no search warrant done of that home? Why was there no search for forensic evidence? Evidence that he entered that home.
Wow.
That would have been
What?
done if it were you or me.
And I apologize, everybody. I really, truly don't know much about this case. So you all probably know more than me. And all this stuff that I'm watching, I'm learning right now. I haven't watched any of this stuff. I've been so deep into the Idaho 4 case, I haven't really been able to focus on this other stuff. And this shit's crazy. This shit's crazy.
Own that home.
The dog has been gotten rid of. Got rid of the evidence in the basement. Got rid of the house, the crime scene itself. Your Honor, I would submit to the court.
Shit, you damn straight. If I was a lawyer and I was up there standing there talking, I'd be looking fly as shit too, you know? Shit.
That evidence is literally being destroyed right under our nose.
Makes no sense to me. I think it's going to make no sense to a jury.
And I've been saying this from the first time we covered this story, that this defense is extremely aggressive, very competent, and it continues. It absolutely continues. Let me bring in our guest joining us in Boston, Massachusetts. Karen Reed's defense attorney, David Yannetti, is with us. Also joining us, he's on the other coast in Los Angeles, California. High-profile attorney. You've seen him many times on Court TV, co-counsel for Karen Reed, Alan Jackson. Alan, great to see you again. Great to see you, David, tonight.
Let's get Alan Jackson on the damn show too.
Let's
buddy?
begin here with something that I'm going to actually say. Turtle Boy told us in the prior segment about the snowplow driver.
Why are you saying his name like that,
David,
man?
how significant?
Why are you saying his name like that? Why didn't you just say Turtle Boy? Had a great conversation. Damn, Vinny. And why are you always wearing a blue tie, Vinny? Why? Why? That'd be like me wearing my favorite hoodie is my baby blue hoodie that I just got. Shout out to the support. My favorite's my baby blue hoodie. So what? Should I wear that every day like Vinny wears his blue tie? What's up? Am I doing something wrong, everybody? Am I doing something wrong? What am I doing wrong here?
significant is this? Have you spoken to the snowplow driver? And is this the key witness for the defense?
Well, I would say it's one of the key witnesses for the defense. This is no less than bombshell evidence, Vinny. By the prosecution's theory of the case, my client supposedly struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him on the lawn of Brian Albert's property. That would have been at 12:30 a.m. So when the snowplow driver went by to make a pass at 2:30 a.m., when he's checking the sides of the roads to make sure there's nobody there, not even an animal there that he would potentially hit, and he confirms that no body was on that lawn, in our view, this is ball game over.
All right, let me ask you about the other big thing, again, that Turtle Boy mentioned, that that really struck him and struck all of us here at Court TV, was this Google search. Now, is this going to be a battle inside the courtroom as to when this search was done about a body dying in the cold? Is the prosecution saying this is after the body is discovered, and you guys are saying before? Is this going to be a battle of the experts? What's the status of all this, Alan? Because to me, this is crucial, right?
It is crucial, but to have a battle, you have to have two sides. There are no two sides to this. This doesn't come from us. This comes from Apple. The time of the search comes from Apple core data. In other words, it's not something that can be manipulated. It's not something that needs to be interpreted. It's something that just exists in the world as we know it. The Apple Cocoa core data indicates, or the core time indicates exactly what time that Google search occurred. That time was at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning on January 29th. That's 3.5 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found. Why is Jennifer McCabe, one of the parties that was inside the house that night, the sister-in-law of Brian Albert, why was she Google searching? How long does it take for a human body to die in the cold? That's a question that we have posed to the prosecution over and over and over. And the Commonwealth doesn't have an answer for it. So they simply say, oh, well, we think maybe they got the time wrong. Except we didn't come up with the time. And we're using data from Celebrite, which is the exact same program that the prosecution relies on. Massachusetts prosecutors across the state and prosecutors across the country have relied on for not just years, for decades, to establish guilt and in some cases to establish that the defense uses to establish innocence. It's unfathomable that the prosecution would take the position, well, that timestamp is not right. We know it's right, and that also, to echo what David said, that is another aspect of this case that establishes this game is over. We know what happened inside the house. We just don't know who struck the fatal blow. And the prosecution, it doesn't seem to want to get to the bottom of it. We're trying to.
All right, let's get to the shattered taillight. As Alan was speaking, David, we were watching video, and that's Karen Reed's car, right? And what's the significance of this video? And is this where the taillight was actually shattered from your perspective, not during the murder of John O'Keefe?
Yes, there's no doubt that's when the taillight was shattered. And by the way, that's at 5 in the morning, 4.5 hours after it was supposedly shattered the night before. The taillight was intact when she left Brian Albert's house. She came home, and this was Karen leaving to begin the frantic search for John O'Keefe. Now, I don't know that you can see it from the video that you have there, but there is no doubt that when that SUV comes into contact with what is John O'Keefe's vehicle parked in the driveway, you can see that rear tire move forward. Yeah. It rotates, and you also see the light shatter from the taillight being broken. So their theory is that this happened 4.5 hours earlier. We can prove it happened 4.5 hours later.
Okay, how about this, Alan Jackson? Is there going to be a paramedic coming inside that courtroom and saying that they heard
they can prove
Karen Reed, your client, say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I don't know who's going to come to court and say what. I mean, it's very easy for the prosecution to stand up and make all these sort of grandiose claims, these fanciful claims about what they think the evidence is going to show. I can tell you this, there's going to be no reasonable evidence that she ever confessed to hitting John O'Keefe, because she didn't. Could she have questioned, oh my God, could I have hit him? That's a reasonable thing for a person in that circumstance to say. It's a reasonable thing for a person in that circumstance to wonder. She's sitting there. The last time she saw John O'Keefe alive, he was stepping out of her car, walking up a driveway, walking into a doorway in a house that she wasn't familiar with. And several hours later, she sees his body outside in the cold, dying, right? Taking his last breath. And he's trying to jump, she's trying to jump on him, make sure that he gets some warmth in his body. She's trying to give him CPR. Keep in mind, she was absolutely, utterly frantic at that point. Could she have said, could I have hit him? That is a reasonable thing for her to have said. It's a reasonable thing for someone to have overheard. But keep in mind, I don't know what the paramedic's ultimately going to say. Everything that comes from that paramedic is coming through someone that's involved in John O'Keefe's murder. In other words, Jennifer McCabe, others inside the house, they have a connection. They have a relationship with that very same firefighter or that paramedic. That's why this is all very suspect. If the only thing that the Commonwealth has to rely on is some supposed statement, oh my gosh,
I mean, it's logical.
That's not enough to base a prosecution on. That's desperation. When every single other piece of physical and circumstantial and direct evidence points the exact opposite direction, to the Alberts, to the McCabes, to the people that were inside that house.
David, let me ask you this. We covered the Alec Murdaugh trial, and there was testimony about the movement of cell phones, and it was very specific. Like, it wasn't like it's generally in that area. They were able to track the movement of the cell phone. The prosecution painted a picture of Alec Murdaugh running around the house, pacing around the house, very specific location. What does the cell phone of John O'Keefe tell us in this case? Because to me, if it's all these hours or an hour that he's alive, is he moving in the house? Can you get that type of a location information? Are there searches done? Are there calls, text messages? Is he looking things up? Is anything like that happening on his cell phone, which I believe was found underneath his body?
Correct. And that in itself is curious that it was underneath his body and not in a pocket. But the answer to your question is two-part. Number one, Alan and I have been fighting tooth and nail to get all of the cell phone data that we can.
Weird.
And guess who has fought us back to prevent us from getting that information? It's been the prosecution. They have fought us when we have tried to get the cell phone data of everybody in that house, which they should want to get to the truth.
But John O'Keefe is the key, right? I mean, isn't the tech? I mean, we saw it in the Murdaugh trial. This technology can be extremely precise in the location of these cell phones and the movements.
What the fuck?
Right. So that's the second answer, or the second part of my answer. That the Apple health data that Alan referenced earlier shows that he did walk, I think, approximately 80 steps and went up and down approximately 3 flights of stairs. You don't do that by getting out of a vehicle and being struck by the vehicle. And I think Alan had said at one point, what did he do? Did he do laps around the car and start jumping up and down and then got hit? It's fanciful. It's ridiculous. We know he went in that house. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there was a witness that saw Karen alone in the vehicle with her hands 10 and 2 on the wheel, and nobody else was around her. This prosecution is a walking zombie. It's dead. The DA's office just doesn't know it yet, or they refuse to acknowledge it.
And Vinny, it's important to understand, if I could just dovetail onto David's point.
We have about 30 seconds, that's all. I'm sorry.
I can do it in 15. The prosecution's entire theory is John O'Keefe stepped out of the passenger side of the vehicle. He was hit and he was disabled. Done. There would be no movement from his cell phone. You're exactly right. The Apple Health data is extraordinarily precise. It shows him taking 88 steps. It also shows him going up and down 3 flights of stairs at the 3-story house, and then taking 30 steps after that at 12:31 a.m. At or after 12:31 a.m. If he stepped out of the car and was hit, the Apple Health data would show absolutely nothing whatsoever.
Right.
When the prosecution is asked by David and myself, explain that, they simply say, we have no explanation.
Yeah, just like Idaho.
It can't be relied on. Every
Just
time
like
they don't
Idaho.
like an answer,
What
they
the
say it can't be relied on.
Wow.
Alan Jackson, David Unetti, I know you're super
Wow.
busy. We really appreciate your time tonight, giving us much more insight into this case.
Wow. It was,
and hopefully we'll
Kay.
speak again.
It
It's
was.
an important case, Vinny. Thanks
so
for
much.
the time.
Absolutely.
I
All
thought
right.
the same thing.
Whew. Up next, folks, we're gonna get an independent opinion on all of this. We're gonna bring in one of Massachusetts' finest attorneys and legal minds next.
These are the cases. This is an innocent woman. She didn't do it.
I tried to save his life. I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered
up,
in his blood.
Isabel?
I was the only one trying to save his life.
Okay, so this hour we've heard from Turtle Boy, who, along with his followers, believes that Karen Reed is falsely accused. The attorneys
Oh.
who tried to laid out some very compelling evidence. So I wanted to bring in like an
What if every time somebody was talking about you, Vinny, they said, yeah, you know, Vinny. Come on, bro.
independent mind to take a look at all this. And
I
you're
say
in
Vinny.
Massachusetts, so only one place you go. Let's bring in our guest. Joining us in Boston, Massachusetts, former child abuse prosecutor, law professor at New England Law, Wendy Murphy, back with us. Wendy, great to see you.
You too, Vinny.
All right, so what's happening there in Canton, Massachusetts, in Dedham, Massachusetts? What are your thoughts about this? Is it possible that there is some sort of a police cover-up here?
You know, that's the big question. And I know how the issue has been framed. Either there's a big cover up or she's guilty of murder. And I kind of come down in the middle. You know, my feeling from the beginning of this case was that she probably did hit him. He banged his head on the driveway. She didn't plan to hit him. She didn't want to kill him. And that he was covered by the snow, which is why no one found him until the following day. And it was really the fact that police overcharged her with murder. I don't think any jury will ever find her guilty of murder, period, because I don't think anybody will be able to prove that she wanted to kill him. But she's charged with murder. And I think when a defense attorney gets involved in a case where it appears their client has been overcharged, and likely overcharged because this was a cop, and the cops have a very nice relationship with the district attorney who gets to decide what the charges are. If there's an overcharge, and this is a serious overcharge, this is life behind bars, second-degree murder overcharge. If she in fact committed, at best, manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, you know, because she was under the influence, and she, I think, did accidentally kill him, then the question is,
We'll be checking out that Turtle Boy video after this. This one's almost done, just a few more minutes. And then I'm going to cut into some breaking news real quick, and then we'll get on to the Turtle Boy video from Heavy Metal again, one of my mods. Thank you. I appreciate you for sending me the link as well.
why is the defense characterizing this as a conspiracy by the police? And my sense of that, just tactically speaking, is that the defense wants to use their strategy.
Well, do me a favor, Heavy Metal, if you have a timestamp for that, go ahead and, if you can, just send me the link to that video and then a timestamp. And we might be able to check it. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to be going on Silky Southern Tea's channel tonight to go hang out. It's going to be kind of fun. Dumb criminal episodes.
Their theory of this was a murder by
We're going to be making some t-shirts tonight, everybody.
And they're trying to cover it up and pin it on her. But the real theory, I think, here is that if they can even get the judge to buy into the idea that it might have been someone in the house, then they're going to get access to all the police files, all their employment files, all their disciplinary records. And that's going to give Karen Reed leverage, the leverage she needs to pressure the prosecution to lower the charge to manslaughter, to give her some kind of not only lower charge, but ultimately a much lesser punishment. So that's really what I think is going on here. There was an overcharge, and in a sense, there's an over defense where we're hearing things about police conspiracies.
Couldn't be on more polar opposite sides here. So let me ask you this: what's if we do go to trial, right? And I always prepare for that moment here at Court TV. What do you think the temperature is in Norfolk County, in Dedham, Massachusetts, for jurors to think that their police, are capable of this?
Well, there's a lot of support for Karen Reed here, and whether people think she's just overcharged or outright innocent and had nothing to do with it, there's a lot of support for Karen Reed. And here's the problem. When the prosecution overcharges someone and they blame the police for why there's an overcharge, there's a real risk that the jury's going to come back and punish the prosecution for doing that. If the jury thinks this was an accident, they're going to be angry that she was charged with murder, and that could translate into an outright not guilty as a way of, bringing democracy to the case, punishing the government for overdoing it. I can see that happening. And there's no question all the potential jurors, which will have to come from that area of Massachusetts, are watching this. They're watching all the support for Karen Reed mount. And this is a country where the climate around support for police is unfortunately not good. I don't support that. I think we need good cops, and it's really, unfortunate that that is tainting this case to some extent. But I would say this: the defense has the upper hand, not because people think Karen Reed is innocent, but because they think she's being unjustly prosecuted.
Kind of like Sacco and Vanzetti. Anyway, that's another story for another time. Wendy Murphy, great to see you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it as always.
I was surprised. Like I was thinking this should be like a Netflix show or something. Like it's crazy.
A manhunt underway for 34-year-old Danilo Souza County.
Sorry, it was all muted for some reason, and now what's going on?
Chester County District
What the
Attorney's Office
heck?
says he.
Wow. StreamYard's bugging like crazy. Come on. What the heck, dude?
I was surprised. Like I was thinking this should be like a Netflix show or something. Like it's crazy.
A manhunt underway for
Man.
34-year-old Danilo Souza Cavalcante. The Chester County District Attorney's
Thank
Office
you. I
says he
appreciate
escaped
that,
the Chester
Ashley.
County Prison on Thursday. The state game warden searched the cornfields, and officers from multiple agencies checked down every tip that rolled in across the area.
Our objective is to find this individual.
We want to bring him to justice.
Just driving up and down the street right here thinking he could be in the woods anywhere. So, not knowing if he's hiding somewhere, waiting until dark to come out, I have no idea. So, yes, of course, locking up, doing everything we can to stay safe.
Caval
Wow.
Conte was sentenced to life in prison without parole last week. Investigators say he was convicted of first-degree murder for fatally stabbing his 33-year-old girlfriend back in April of 2021.
In front of their children.
No bounds. I mean, this is someone who has nothing to lose.
In front of their damn
People
children,
who live in
too.
the area say they heard the prison escape siren in the morning, and some even showed us alerts they received to their phone.
Did lockdowns to schools, the precaution home, put out reverse 911s to the immediate area, and just waited for assistance.
Tanner Barton says he was at school when he found out. Once he left campus, he saw some of the search efforts.
It's just kind of crazy seeing them all just show up and just seeing it actually here in my community. It's just happening,
Caval Conte is 5 feet tall, has long, dark, curly hair and brown eyes. Investigators say he is fluent in Portuguese and Spanish and speaks some English. He was last seen walking on South Wallasette Road. Neighbors say they are still trying to wrap their minds around all of this.
It's terrifying. I've never like this before. Never saw anything like
Hey,
this
what's
in a
up?
small community.
Hi.
Whoa, it just stopped. Hold on. Hey, what's up? Yeah, watch out, PA.
Hi.
I
Hold on
was
one
surprised.
second.
I was thinking
Let me,
it should be like a Netflix
what's
show
up?
or something.
Give me one second. I'm going to share that
A
on
manhunt
YouTube.
underway for 34 fellow
I'm going to
citizen
share that
Caval
press
Conte. County
conference.
District
Oh my
Attorney's
gosh,
Office.
it won't stop. Jeez. I'm going to share that press conference with you guys real quick, too. Give me one second. Let's see here. Here's the press conference, WGAL TV. We're not going to watch it. We're going to get into this Turtle Boy video. Did you get to hear any of that Karen Reed stuff, Yoli?
I was listening. I don't know much about it, but I was listening. It's very strange.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me like this video real quick. So if you want to check out this press conference, save it to your playlist. Here is that. All right. And then I'm going to get this Turtle Boy video. 1 second. Thank you again, Heavy Metal, for that. Come on. Oh, shoot. Where's it at? There it is. Wait, no, that's not it. Heavy Metal, where did you send that? I can't remember. Crap, 1 second. I thought it was a DM. One second. Episode 574. Oh, I can't remember where it was put. Here it is, right here. No. Ah, here it is. Okay. Sorry about that. Come on, computer. On you.
I'm Aiden Carney of Turtle Boy Daily News. I've been investigating.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me get this link that I can put up there while we watch this. Thank you again, Heavy Metal, for this. Whoop. Okay, there we go. All right. And we'll get into this. And thank you again. Man, I don't know what was up with Benny. Oop, I can hear my feed in the background, really. Right, there we go. All right, here we go.
Turtle Boy Daily News. I've been investigating the death of John O'Keefe from Canton, Massachusetts. His girlfriend, Karen Reed, is charged with his murder.
Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
That's the view it would have gotten.
But is there something more going on here? Is Karen Reed the victim of a massive cover-up? During my investigation, I have uncovered a town full of corruption. Here's what I believe happened, and why I believe Karen Reed was framed.
Don't you want to ask some questions? I know you do.
I do.
I have been.
I have
been.
think that you could outsmart Karen Reed. Did you? It's how can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder? Any comment on that? Why you took it off 227?
Wow.
On the morning of January 29, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside of the Canton home of Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert on 34 Fairview Road. O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, was charged with manslaughter after reportedly backing over O'Keefe with her car after she got into a fight with him and dropped him off at Albert's house after a night of drinking. She was castigated widely as a cop-killing villain, set to face decades in prison. But as it would turn out, at least a dozen people were in the house when John O'Keefe was being violently to death before hatching an elaborate plot to frame Karen Reed for killing him. The cover-up was aided and abetted by members of the state police, the Canton Police Department, and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. This is the story of one woman alone, facing down some of the most powerful, well-protected people in the state who sought to destroy her life and exonerate herself. This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Karen is an intelligent, successful accountant and college professor with not even a hint of a criminal record. She'd been dating John O'Keefe for several years and loved his niece and nephew, who he adopted after both of their parents, including his sister, passed away. She owned a house in Mansfield that was rented out, but lived with O'Keefe and his niece and nephew at his home on One Meadows Ave in Canton. O'Keefe was a well-liked veteran, 16 years on the force of the Boston Police Department. On February 2nd, Reed was charged with killing John O'Keefe, only with manslaughter though, and she may have actually believed she was responsible. 4 months later, in June, the charges were upgraded to murder, despite no real evidence coming out that added to the story. State Trooper Michael Proctor wrote the criminal complaint for her arrest, noting his 10 years of experience on the state police detective unit at the Norfolk County DA's office. The charging documents state that Canton officers Seraph and Mulaney were dispatched at 6:04 a.m. on January 29th to 34 Fairview Road, where they found 3 females, Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Kerry Roberts, next to the body of John O'Keefe. Karen Reed was performing CPR. Jennifer McCabe is pictured in this photo on the right, next to her sister Nicole Albert, who is the wife of well-connected Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert. Brian is on the fugitive apprehension team. He's a trained MMA fighter, and he was featured on the cop show Boston's Finest. At 11:30 a.m. on January 29th, Trooper Proctor interviewed Jennifer McCabe and her husband Matthew McCabe, along with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, comfortably at the home of Jennifer McCabe. They told him that they were out at the Waterfall Bar in Canton, where Jennifer McCabe met up with her friend John O'Keefe and his girlfriend Karen Reed, who she did not know very well. The connection between them was that John O'Keefe's niece was good friends with Jennifer McCabe's daughter. Trooper Proctor was allegedly told by Jennifer that she saw Reed enter the bar carrying a vodka soda drink in a glass, which most bars would not allow, and indicated that perhaps she was drunk. The 3 grown adults in their 40s left shortly after midnight to go to an after party at Brian Albert's house. According to Jennifer, she got there first. At 12:30, she says that she witnessed Karen Reed drive up in her black Lexus SUV. Since O'Keefe only knew McCabe at this house, he texted her to make sure that she was there. Jennifer claimed that John O'Keefe never entered the house, so she texted him hello at 12:45 before witnessing Karen drive away in her black SUV. We would later find out that most of that was a lie. She told Proctor that she assumed that he and Reed decided to go home. Jennifer received a phone call from a distraught Karen at 4:53 a.m. looking for O'Keefe. Jennifer, who for some reason was still up at 4:53 a.m. after a night of drinking, told Trooper Proctor that she offered to help Karen look for John O'Keefe along with O'Keefe's friend Kerry Roberts, who was not at the house that night. Karen was hysterical and could not drive in her condition, so Kerry drove both of them. Jennifer claims that during the ride, Karen said, quote, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" She also told the state police that Karen's SUV had a cracked taillight. The two of them then jumped in Kerry Roberts' car and they drove back to 34 Fairview Road. When they got there, Karen immediately noticed O'Keefe's body outside, but the other two did not. This was part of the reason that Karen was charged. Trooper Proctor believed that Karen knew exactly where the body would be because she knew that she ran him over and left him to die during the middle of the snowstorm. We later recreated this scene at 34 Fairview Road. John O'Keefe was 6'2", 217 pounds. His body was found exactly 12 feet from the curb. There are no obstructions blocking anyone from seeing him. It would have been physically impossible for Carrie Roberts and Jennifer McCabe not to have seen his body because they were sitting in the front. They were also specifically looking for a body at that time. And somehow they claim that they did not see him, but Karen Reed did, and this ended up implicating her. O'Keefe's arm had 6 bloodied lacerations, and his eyes were swollen shut in black and blue. His eyelid had a cut on it, and his clothes were covered in blood and vomit. A medical examiner said that he had 2 swollen black eyes, a cut on the left side of his nose, a 2-inch laceration in the back of his head, and multiple skull fractures. There is no possible way that he could have these kinds of injuries from being backed into by his girlfriend's car, especially since the snow and grass would have comforted his fall. Carrie Roberts told Trooper Proctor that Karen Reed was drunk and hysterical when she saw her at 5 a.m. and stated that she was so drunk she didn't even remember going there. Carrie repeated the same story as Jennifer, that Karen made statements suggesting that she may have accidentally hit him or that he had gotten hit by a plow. At 4:30 p.m., Trooper Proctor claimed that he went to the home of Karen Reed's parents in Dighton and claimed to have observed her SUV parked in the driveway with a shattered taillight. We would later find out that this was untrue. Call logs from the Dighton Police Department show that Trooper Proctor actually called for a tow truck at 3:02 p.m. before he had ever allegedly even seen the broken taillight and thus would have no reason to tow the car. We also have footage from Karen Reed's parents' house showing the car being towed at 4:12 p.m. ADA Adam Lally would later blame that on daylight savings, even though Alarm.com automatically resets for daylight savings. This proves that Trooper Proctor was lying about what time he took the car, leaving him alone with the vehicle unaccounted for at least 1 hour and 18 minutes. Proctor interviewed her, and Karen denied bringing a drink into the Waterfall bar. She said that she dropped O'Keefe off at the party at 12:15, but since she didn't know anyone there very well, she was feeling sick, and she was a grown-ass woman in her 40s who doesn't go to after parties and play beer pong, so she elected not to stay. She lived with O'Keefe less than 3 miles away, so getting home wouldn't be a problem for him. Proctor claimed that Karen told him that she never saw O'Keefe go inside the house and had no idea how she had a broken taillight. Both of these statements made her look guilty. When she found O'Keefe's body later, his eyes were swollen and he was still bleeding from the nose and mouth. Karen attempted to call and text John O'Keefe multiple times after dropping him off. He would never knock him home, knowing his niece and nephew needed him in the morning. Trooper Proctor asked her leading question designed to incriminate her about whether or not she had ever been in an argument with O'Keefe, and there isn't a couple on earth that hasn't been in a fight before. So Karen felt it was normal to tell Proctor that they had an argument over breakfast. This is why you should never talk to police without a lawyer if you're a suspect in a crime. They are not there to be your friend. They are there to get you to say something that will lead you to being charged criminally. A Canton firefighter, who we later found out was good friends with Caitlin Albert, the grown daughter of Brian Albert, who was inside 34 Fairview Road the night that John O'Keefe was killed, was one of the first responders to the scene. She told Trooper Proctor that Karen said to her friend, "I hit him," quote unquote, several times, further incriminating herself. Proctor's report also states that 2 red pieces of taillight were next to O'Keefe's body, which was the final piece of evidence needed to charge her with manslaughter. Except in the original report from the Canton Police Department, it never mentions anything about any taillight, and only 2 inches of snow had fallen at that time. As a matter of fact, the only thing that they found were droplets of blood, which they kept in red Solo cups, and some shattered cocktail glass, which apparently Karen Reed hit him with before backing into him with her car and killing him. Sure, but Trooper Proctor never once mentioned that he was a close personal friend with the McCabe and Albert families, which were prominent names in Canton. Here's a picture from Proctor's sister's Facebook page showing Trooper Proctor with Jennifer McCabe's children. ADA Adam Lally would later contend
the child that's depicted in that particular photograph is not one of the McCabe's children.
Oh, really?
McCabe's have 4 daughters. That's not one of them. It's a relative.
Indeed, he does have his arm around his niece. However, there are 2 girls in towels and bathing suits directly behind him who are, in fact, Jennifer McCabe's children. Here's another picture from Proctor's sister's Facebook page showing her at a family party with Chris Albert, the brother of Brian Brian Albert directly behind her. Chris Albert was at the bar with O'Keefe the night he was killed, and he owns a local pizza shop in town called D&E Pizza. It's unknown if he was inside his brother's house that night because Trooper Proctor has deliberately prevented Google from sharing geofence data that could provide that information. Chris Albert lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton, 3 doors away from John O'Keefe, who lived at 1 Meadows Ave. Chris's son, Colin Albert, was an 18-year-old senior at Canton High School at the time of the incident and is confirmed to have been inside the house at 34 Fairview Road that night. Colin was a star football player at Canton High School and a notorious hothead. There are multiple videos that we have posted of Colin in which he's threatening rivals in town and even ends it with bang, bang. Apparently is supposed to scare you into believing that this man will kill you. 2 days after John O'Keefe died, the Canton High School Twitter account announced that Colin would be playing football at Bridgewater State next year. Colin is an out-of-control meathead who frequently was confrontational towards his much older adult neighbor, John O'Keefe. He constantly trespassed on his property, threw beer cans on his lawn. He is the prototypical jock who thinks that Shakespeare was a huge loser and infamously poses for pictures sticking either his middle finger up or his fist in the air while pounding down Dylan Mulvaney lights. Colin has anger issues and gets off on knowing that he comes from a well-connected family in town. His uncle Brian, of course, is a Boston police sergeant. His uncle Kevin is a Canton police officer. His father, Chris, was recently elected to the Board of Selectmen. Here he is on the left, pictured with his father and his uncle Brian on the far right. The man in the middle is his other uncle, Tim Albert, the family moron who takes pride in being from a well-connected family despite providing nothing of value to contribute to the family's brand name. Trooper Proctor's family knew Colin since he was a little boy. Here he is pictured with his Michael Proctor's sister once again. Here's another picture of Proctor's sister she posted on Facebook from her 2012 wedding, showing Trooper Proctor on the far left and Colin on the right as a 7-year-old boy. They were both in the wedding party together. Not once did it ever occur to Proctor to mention that he was a close friend to a well-connected Canton family of cops and politicians and was investigating the death of a Boston police officer at one of their homes. He was in possession of all evidence to this crime and decided who would, and more importantly, who would not be investigated.
There is no conflict. Proctor is not conflicted in this case. I indicated that.
Colin Albert likes to get in fights and boast about it. A picture he posted on Visco shortly after the death of John O'Keefe shows his right knuckles covered in abrasions, indicating that he had punched someone or something recently. None of this has been made public, and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office hasn't sent a mountain of exculpatory evidence to Karen Reed's defense attorneys until recently. This evidence that they've withheld includes DNA evidence from John's body that could prove whether or not a dog had bitten him, for instance, as well as a 2-minute video clip from the Canton Library, which would have shown whether or not Karen Reed's taillight was broken after dropping John O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview Road, because if it wasn't broken, that means that she didn't hit him with her car. This evidence proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that she had nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death, but suggests that Colin Albert, Brian Albert's German Shepherd Chloe, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and every other person in that house either witnessed or knew about the murder of John O'Keefe and conspired to frame Karen Reed after the fact. Unfortunately for them, Karen Reed is an extremely intelligent and well-resourced woman who can afford world-class representations. She initially had an attorney by the name of David Yannetti, a well-respected Boston lawyer with more than 30 years of experience who used to be a prosecutor. However, Yannetti can only do so much, and Karen Reed quickly realized after time that she was up against some powerful forces and she would need more representation, particularly when it came to cell phone expertise, which a lot of this case hinges on. So she did some searching and she found a guy by the name of Alan Jackson from Los Angeles who had previously represented a man by the name of Kevin Spacey in Nantucket. Kevin Spacey was accused of sexually assaulting an 18-year-old bartender, but later we found out through the use of forensic technology that the quote-unquote victim and his mother had deleted a number of incriminating messages that showed that the boy was not actually a victim at all. Her attorneys filed a motion demanding a forensic audit of Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert's cell phones and for all communications before and after O'Keefe's death. However, to this day, they have not gotten Albert's cell phone. Jennifer McCabe, on the other hand, voluntarily handed over her phone, thinking that if she deleted enough information, no one would find it. And indeed, that initially worked. State Police Detective Nicholas Guarino claimed to do a full extraction of her phone, and nothing really incriminating came back. But it didn't smell right to Alan Jackson. So they did another search of her phone, and they hired a man by the name of Richard Green, an expert in his field. And Richard Green did a much more thorough and expensive search into Jennifer McCabe's phone. What they discovered in April was shocking. They found that the Norfolk County DA's office intentionally hid evidence showing that Jennifer McCabe had searched, quote, how long to die in cold, except she spelled it H-O-S, Hoss long to die in cold, at 2:27 a.m. on the night that John O'Keefe died. Well, how could she do that if she thought, why would she do that? More importantly, if she believed, as she told Trooper Proctor, that John O'Keefe had gone home and gone to bed, why would he possibly be dying in the cold? Unless, of course, the plan was to put his body in the cold so that he died from hypothermia.
How can you wear those buttons when you covered up his murder? Any comment on that? Why you Googled that at 227? Any comment, Mr. McCabe?
Wow,
Brian
she's
Albert
just
was
smiling.
never questioned at his house, only at the McCabe's house, which was interesting because a dead body was found in his yard. Canton Deputy Police Chief Tom Keller happens to live across the street from Brian Albert on Fairview Road. He has a Ring camera that would have picked up video of O'Keefe's body being hit that night.
That's the view it would have gotten. That's the exact view.
Wow. However, he told police that conveniently he did not capture anything of value on his Ring camera. It was never subpoenaed. Jennifer McCabe not only searched for how long to die in cold, she also deleted all communications on her phone between herself, Brian Albert, and her sister, Nicole Albert. If Jennifer McCabe didn't think it was unusual for John O'Keefe to leave, then why did she stay up until 5 a.m. awaiting Karen Reed's phone call about John O'Keefe being missing? If Jennifer McCabe had nothing to hide, then why was she destroying critical evidence around the time that John O'Keefe's body was discovered? Why was Jennifer McCabe more committed to protecting Brian Albert than her sister Nicole, who was married to Brian? After O'Keefe got to Albert's home, he began texting McCabe to make sure she was there, since she was the only person he knew well, or at all. When he entered, he was surprised to see 18-year-old Colin Albert was there, who likely confronted him at some point and hit him, according to the theory proposed by Alan Jackson and David Yannetti in their court filings. Our sources believe that Brian Albert joined in on the beating, alarming his loyal German Shepherd, which immediately began to tear into John O'Keefe's arm. Despite being their family dog, Brian Albert got rid of Chloe and never explained where the dog went. The defense team has since filed motions to try to get animal control records about the dog, which for some reason the ADA's office objected to. Unfortunately for him, the defense won their motion and the records were impounded, and as I speak right now, they are still trying to get those unimpounded. A motion has been filed on June 7th for that. Definitely in that house that night were Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Colin Albert, Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, friends of Albert Jr. named Julie Nagel, Emily Fabiano, and Sarah Levinson, and an ATF agent named Brian Higgins, who has an office inside the Canton Police Department. O'Keefe would make 12 at a minimum. We have one picture of Higgins with O'Keefe, who was with Brian Albert earlier in the day in New York, and they had driven back after a police officer's funeral there, and they've been very chummy since then. This means that all of these people either witnessed the murder or somehow had no idea that a murder took place in a house they were in, and they've said nothing. Not one of them claims to have seen a 6'2", 217-pound body lying on the front lawn after leaving. One witness named Ryan Nagel went to the home to pick up his sister Julie, who ended up staying there. He was the only witness who had no familial ties to the Albert, and thus no reason to frame Karen Reed. He said that he witnessed Reed outside of the house. They arrived on Fairview Road at basically the same time, coming from different directions. He yielded to her. He allowed her to turn right onto the street. Now, keep in mind, it was snowing and visibility was difficult. So Karen Reed pulled up in front of the driveway, and she claims that John O'Keefe got out and ran into the house. She then pulled up a little further along the left-hand side of the property.
Whoa. I'm trying to pause it here. I'm going to go ahead and take that intermission real quick. I'm going to, we'll get back into this episode after I do this short intermission again. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and do another refresh on the stuff before the court hearing takes place. It's going to be starting any minute. So I want to make sure that I can get this refresh in here before the appearance pops up for us to be able to view. So I want to make sure that I'm ready for that as soon as it drops. So I apologize. Just give us about 10 minutes or so. Yoli, if it accidentally kicks you, I apologize. It was acting weird last time when I did this intermission. But
Okay.
just give me a few minutes and we will be back here in about 10 minutes. So if you do bounce,
Okay.
just go ahead and come back in about 10 minutes and we'll be back on. Just give us a few. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. Little pause and weird things. StreamYard is acting crazy today. All right, so let me see here. Let's get all this stuff back to where it's supposed to be. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. And thank you for hanging out today. Let me get all this stuff set, and we will be back on our way. Let me see here. Let's get rid of that. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. It's part of what comes along. Thank you, Dre. Appreciate it. And thank you for hanging out, Danny, while you're driving. It's one of those things when you're doing a 7, 8, 9 hour show, you're going to have some intermissions here and there. So I thank you for hanging out. Definitely got to get some, once Tech Death Hippie has that song ready for CJ, we are going to be playing that song in the intermission whenever we do have a short break. So thank you for hanging out. Let me double check, see if there's anything going on the live stream. I don't see nothing. Not seeing anything yet. Let me check the tweets. Let's see here. All right, let's go to her. Let's see if we got any updated tweets. I don't see nothing from Chanley Painter. So we are going to get back into what we were watching, and I'm going to try and get these invites back out. Give me 1 second here. So we're going to go back into this Turtle Boy Live video.
Inside of the property, and said that she was beginning to
And thank you for your
text him.
patience, and we will
to let her know
we will be dropping the video of the court hearing as soon as it's up. You know that. We will be back.
everything's all set. You can go home now. Ryan Nagel has all but confirmed that this is exactly what happened because according to his own testimony, he said that he didn't see any damage to her vehicle, never heard any screams, never witnessed her operating the vehicle erratically. And when he drove by her, most importantly, she was alone in the vehicle and her interior lights were on. Her hands were at 10 and 2. Yet John O'Keefe's body was not on the ground. So where could he be if not inside the house? Additionally, O'Keefe's phone tracked him walking up and down the stairs, ascending and descending inside the Albert home from 12:21 rather, to 12:24. Obviously, it would not show this sort of up and down motion if he was inside Karen Reed's car or lying on the ground outside the home. And remember, the cell phone says he's in there between 12:21 and 12:24. Jennifer McCabe said he did not arrive there until 12:30. State police in the DA's office deliberately kept all of this information from the defense, including Jennifer McCabe's incriminating Google search. Jennifer McCabe's cell phone analysis shows that she left the Albert house at 1:47 a.m. with Matthew McCabe, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson. Alan Jackson asserted in his filings that she gave the other two a ride home because they lived near Meadows Ave and she wanted to drive by John O'Keefe's house to see if Karen Reed was up, to understand whether or not they had time to get rid of his body or whether or not she was up wondering where he was. So she dropped them both off at 2:27. Her Apple Watch recorded her going to her bedroom and Googling how long to die in cold, despite previously telling police that she assumed that John O'Keefe had gone home with Karen Reed. Why would she Google that if she thought he was home sleeping? A normal person after a night of drinking would be sleeping at 2:30 a.m. McCabe, instead of going to bed, elected to pace around her house nervously. That's what the Apple Health data shows. Waiting for Karen Reed to contact her and ask where O'Keefe was. Somehow she anticipated this happening despite allegedly having no idea that John O'Keefe was missing. McCabe waited up for Reed because, number one, she needed to be with her when Reed discovered the body so that she could control the narrative with the police. And number two, she needed to put the idea in Reed's head that she might have accidentally hit and killed John O'Keefe while driving drunk and had no recollection of it. Reed truly believed that she might have done this and was distraught. His body was staged at the exact place where she was seen dropping him off before leaving. Although it is interesting that they claim that she did a 3-point turn, but only Michael Proctor claims that. He claims that Reed told him that she did a 3-point turn, except that makes no sense. That, of course, would be the only way that she could have backed into John O'Keefe, is if she did a 3-point turn. If she just kept going straight south the road, then she couldn't have backed into him. Both Jennifer and Matt McCabe claim that that is the exact direction that she went in, was south, that there was no 3-point turn. Despite barely knowing Karen Reed, Jennifer McCabe gleefully jumped in the car with her and Kerry Roberts. It is believed, or asserted by the defense, that this intentional delay guaranteed that O'Keefe would be dead by the time anyone found him. Remember, how long to die in cold, and that he would be unable to tell the real story about what happened. It's important to point out that when John O'Keefe was put outside to die, he was still alive. They did this so that the medical examiner could say that one of the causes of his death was hypothermia. Remember also that Jennifer McCabe initially told investigators that Karen Reed brought in a drink from another bar to the Waterfall Bar, which only a drunken, low-class individual would do. But Karen Reed had a good job and made good money. Why would she do such a thing? Nevertheless, McCabe successfully planted the seed in Reed's brain that she may have accidentally killed O'Keefe. Jennifer McCabe also deleted phone calls to her sister Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08. Those are now gone. They were 7 and 9 seconds long, and someone answered that phone. Now, ADA Lally has since claimed that that's evidence that the calls went to voicemail, except only unanswered calls go to voicemail, and that makes no sense. This proved that McCabe had made them aware that there was a dead body outside of their house. There was not enough time for her to explain, oh my God, there's a dead body out here. I don't know what's going on, but there was plenty of time in 7 to 9 seconds to say, Karen Reed is here, don't come outside. This proved that McCabe made them aware that there was a dead body outside the house. Yet Brian Albert, a veteran Boston police officer and trained first responder, did not even come outside, despite the fact that there were a plethora of emergency vehicles, a lot of people making noises, blue and red lights flashing everywhere, and radios going off, and oh yeah, a screaming hysterical woman on his front lawn named Karen Reed. A broken cocktail glass was found next to O'Keefe's body.
What?
Canton police initially said was the murder weapon. O'Keefe's body was clearly visible as not much snow had accumulated. Yet McCabe and Roberts didn't see it. Only Karen Reed did. After notifying the Alberts about the dead cop on their property, Jennifer McCabe Googled, quote, how long does it take to digest food? 10 minutes after finding a body. The presence of food particles in the dead person's stomach helped pathologists determine time of death. At this point, Jen McCabe was panicking because she knew how long to die in cold. Google search was at 2:27 a.m. She decided to search for that same thing again after discovering O'Keefe's body, hoping that it would make it look less suspicious. And as this might be something a person might Google after finding a body outside. In doing so, she hoped that it would make the first search disappear. Unfortunately, she spelled the words wrong the first time she searched it, not even close to her original Hoss Long to Die in Cold. The second time, she spelled it the exact same way. Hoss Long to Die in Cold. Not how. This was intentional. She later told law enforcement that it was Karen Reed who told her to Google that. Luckily for McCabe, Brian Albert's brother is a Canton cop. His other brother is a selectman. His neighbor is the deputy chief, and the trooper in charge of the investigation was a close family friend who helped cover up the murder. It was going to be covered up regardless. When you thought that Jennifer McCabe couldn't get any lower, she also has been sharing fundraisers for John O'Keefe despite helping to cover up for his murder. Jennifer McCabe goes to every single court date. She comforts the family of John O'Keefe. She has John O'Keefe's badge number decaled on the back of her car. She has blue lights in front of her house and constantly wears thin blue line stuff everywhere. She is utterly shameless. Obviously, Jennifer McCabe did not kill John O'Keefe since she's not physically capable of that, but Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and the dog were more than capable of that, and Colin Albert had the motive. McCabe was just the quarterback of the cover-up and seemed to want to protect Brian Albert more than even his own wife did. Take from that what you will. Jennifer McCabe would never have been able to cover up this murder without the assistance of law enforcement, despite the fact that it was one of her own their own, who was killed. According to Reed's defense attorneys, the original Canton Police Department report had been altered. In the altered report, it never stated the CERT team found the taillight at 6 p.m. after Trooper Proctor had taken possession of Reed's vehicle. The altered report also had a different cell phone number that McCabe called after finding the body, indicating that police were taking steps to make sure that Brian Albert was not in any way a suspect. New evidence has also shown that Albert rehomed the dog that attacked O'Keefe. He claims to know where that dog is, yet they won't tell the court where it is. In September of 2022, Reed's lawyers publicly accused the Albert family in open court of being implicated in John O'Keefe's murder, and they ordered them, through the judge, not to delete anything from their phones. 2 weeks later, Tim Albert, the Fredo of the family, posted a meme on Facebook stating, quote, "You don't fuck with my family," and that he won't hesitate to make you miserable if you do. Just a couple days after these filings were made in court, Tim Albert decided that it would be a good time in October to fill in his pool. Nothing shady about that. Tim is the loser of the family who seeks approval by virtue signaling about how loyal he is so that he can enjoy the fruits of the success while contributing nothing himself. This post was clearly a direct attempt to intimidate Karen Reed, her attorneys, and reporters like me who expose people like him for being dirtbags. After being accused in September by Reed's attorneys, Brian Albert immediately decided that it would be a good time to sell his childhood home, which had been in the family for almost 50 years. It sold rather quickly for $50,000 less than they were asking for it, and as a result was never searched by police, despite the fact that a Boston cop was probably murdered inside of it and was found dead on that property. The person most responsible for the cover-up is certainly Trooper Proctor, who failed to speak to key witnesses, protected his close friends, and never applied for geofence data that would show the identities of every person in that house that night. We later found out that he lied about what time that he arrived at Karen Reed's parents' house in order to have the car by himself for 1 hour and 18 minutes. We also found out that in his reports, he intentionally misspelled the names of at least 4 witnesses, including Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert, a woman by the name of Emily Fabiano, and Catherine Duty, whose father, Charles Duty, happens to be the town moderator and was the chief of the Canton Police Department at the time that John O'Keefe died. However, Brian Albert didn't mention until April of 2022 in front of a grand jury that his dog was aggressive and not great with strangers. Despite being at an after party, everyone at 34 Fairview Road fled the home within an hour after O'Keefe had arrived. Cool party. Remember, they allegedly had no idea he was dead, so why would they all leave the scene of the crime? They're there to party. Canton police use red Solo cups to store blood evidence.
That's so crazy.
But did not discover any pieces of a broken taillight in there for a search. Remember, only 2 inches of snow had fallen by 6 a.m. when the Canton Police Department arrived. 2 hours later, the state police took over the investigation, and 12 hours later is when over a foot of snow had fallen, and boom, Trooper Proctor magically found not only pieces of taillight fragment everywhere, but John's other missing shoe, which was not there at the time of the first search by the Canton Police Department. So then, how did Karen Reed break her taillight? Well, Ring surveillance video from Reed's home shows her backing into O'Keefe's car and slightly hitting it on the way to search. On the way out, you can see that the taillight is slightly cracked, although certainly not shattered. It is believed that during that hour and 18 minutes, Trooper Proctor had the car unaccounted for. He may have smashed it up a little bit more. So how did they find all these pieces of taillight if the Canton police did not find any? Well, that would be Trooper Proctor, who, as I stated, was able to have the car unaccounted for 1 hour and 18 minutes. Luckily, they found it the second time. They just decided to search the scene of the crime on a hunch. And even more remarkably, Canton Police Chief Ken Berkowitz also decided to go to the scene of the crime on a hunch on February 4th and noticed more pieces of the taillight from his moving vehicle. Berkowitz had been called by ATF agent Brian Higgins, who was in the house when O'Keefe was murdered immediately after the killing. Brian Higgins turned out to be a good friend of Ken Berkowitz and helped organize his retirement party several months later, which Brian Albert also attended along with District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Trooper Proctor also went out of his way to make sure that Google didn't send him all the geofence data that the defense had requested. Karen Reed appears to be a completely innocent woman.
Tried to save his life. I tried to save his life at 6 in the morning. I was covered in his blood. I was the only one trying to save his life.
Wrongly charged by corrupt cops who would see her rot in prison in order to cover up a murder of a fellow police officer. If she didn't have the resources, then none of this would have come out. Trooper Proctor and the district attorney's office went out of their way to make sure that evidence that they knew would exonerate her would never be given to the defense. As a result of O'Keefe's niece and nephew, whom she loved as her own, now believed that she killed their adopted father. Trooper Proctor, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins all deserve to spend time in jail. 2 of them, at least, should be charged with murder. The Canton police chief and deputy chief should both be fired, but as I said, Ken Berkowitz decided it would be a good time to resign after this. We hope that Karen Reed sues all these people after she's exonerated
doubt.
and that the bad guys go to jail. Every
For
single
real.
person in that house should be charged with obstruction of justice as they witnessed a crime and never reported it. They all lied. There is no possible way that they could not have seen a body on the way out. There's no
Wow.
possible way. So either the
Wow.
body was not there, in which case Karen Reed did not strike him, or they are all lying to the police. You pick which one they're doing.
Jeez, but wait, there's more.
We haven't even begun to see the really crazy shit.
That's whoops. Man, that video was packed full of stuff. Here, let me put this link out there. I keep checking. There is no live yet, or not a live, but there is no
Video.
There's no feed out there, and I'm looking at Twitter too, and I'm not seeing any updates either. Yeah.
It said it was going to be available to the public, right?
Well, yeah, usually after the hearing's over, then they post it. Then they post it on their website. So, you kind of have to wait until it's done, to see exactly, how long it's going to be, huh?
Yeah, you have to wait.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You just have to wait for it until it's done, and then once it's done, they post it up for everybody to watch. Yeah, I'm not seeing any updates either on Twitter, so I don't know. So I'm gonna switch to another video. That's a crazy case. Man.
It's nuts.
Like there's so much to it is, and it kind of reminds you of Idaho 4,
Yeah, everybody knows everybody. Everybody has connections. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. This is from WNEP discussing the latest case of interest real quick.
Welcome back to another episode of Case of Interest Coburger. I'm Newswatch 16 Stacey Lang. This is our check-in every once in a while as the case against Monroe County native Brian Coburger progresses. And since we last spoke, quite a bit has happened. We know now that the trial is not going to start October 2nd. As it was previously scheduled. Brian Coburger has given up his right to a speedy trial. So now we wait to see when a new trial might be scheduled. It could be months, it could be years until there's a trial, but there's still lots to talk about here on Case of Interest. This is, of course, our review of all the documents going on in Idaho court from here in Pennsylvania. As we know, the suspect in the University of Idaho quadruple murder case is Brian Coburger, a native of Chestnut Hill Township in Monroe County. So this is very much a local story for us and something we're following very closely. And we take this time to go through all the court documents that are filed, help explain them to you, show you where you can access them so you can do your own research if you're interested in the case. Whether you're following it because you are a true crime fan or following it because it's a local story to northeastern and central Pennsylvania. So let's take a quick look at that document where where Coburger waives his right to a speedy trial. This is kind of a very standard.
All right. Well, we already looked at that. Is that what it's going to be? I think it is. All right. It is. That's old news. All right, so I'm going to go to this other video here. This is from, you guys wanted me to check out, okay, if it's going to let me. Come on. It's making me go all the way through it again. All right, 1 second. All right. I wanted to play this video too. This was from Idaho 4 Revealed. What we do know about the Idaho 4 timeline. And then a couple days before that, what we do know, quote, what we don't know. So I thought that was interesting as well. I'm wondering if I should play the 18-minute or the 8-minute, because I have not seen anything come out for any updates on the court hearing.
Yeah, you've been going for a while now. I mean, I don't know. Do you need a break?
Yeah, I'm going to be taking a break here. Once the court stuff's done, then I'm going to be ending the stream. I'll be taking a break, and then I'll be hopping on Silky Southern Tea's channel tonight. Expert, what is this? So once this court stuff's done, yeah, I'll be taking a short break, and then I'll be on with Silky, and then depending on how late that runs, I might even do like a hangout show tonight where we just chill back and hang out. Maybe we'll play some games or something too. I want to see what this just came across my Twitter feed. 1 sec. Oh, that's a 32-minute video, but it definitely looks interesting. Expert versus expert. The truth never lies. Ooh, that sounds intriguing. Give me 1 second. That sounds intriguing. I retweeted it on Twitter. Okay, let me see if there's any updates. I am not seeing nothing. Let me check Court TV. And maybe we will go into this 18-minute episode. Yeah, I'm still not seeing nothing there. Let me check one more thing. Yes, not seeing anything there. All right, I'm going to go to this 18-minute episode. This is Idaho 4 Revealed. You guys were reaching out to me earlier this week to check out one of these episodes. So here is that. And we will get into this episode. This is what we do know, what we don't know. Very interesting episodes on this channel, too. Definitely go sub. Oop, rewind.
I don't hear sound.
There's no sound. It's like raining. Do you hear that?
Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Let me put my headphones on.
I'll make sure it's turned up too. There we go. Very artistic videos here. Wow, this is like a movie. This is amazing.
Okay.
It says Dylan and Bethany were present in the house during the unalives. The two were not asleep as was originally reported to the public. You can admit to being present during unalives committed and also claim to have mistaken it for friendly commotion. You can admit to being present during the unalives committed and mistake it for anything else. The loss of life was ascertained. That which we do not know is placed aside. Here is what we do know. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the unalives. Page 2. Affidavit probable cause by Brett Payne. What a frickin' display and edit. Amazing. Thank you guys for shouting out this channel, but also this video. Wow, and we're only a couple minutes in. And don't worry, everybody, I'm constantly checking to see when this hearing drops. Don't worry, we'll have it as soon as it comes. This is amazing. Wow. Right there.
You guys all live with the same frat? Which is? Which is? Come on. So if that comes back good, yeah, you're free to go. Are these your boys? No, I don't know them. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Just hang on, my man. Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good. All right, no worries. You guys taking off on me?
So it says if these words will go away for me, because it won't. 1 second. Okay, here we go. It says, breaking from his charade, this is a moment when Saeed, and by the way, we'll be going into the body cams as well. And I'm looking to have some special guests join me for those also. That'll be coming up starting, I think, the end of the week next week. Breaking from his charade, this is a moment when Saeed sizes up his opponent. That which follows becomes a mutually awkward moment as they both slink into their roles governed by the laws of power dynamics. Saeed will mentally record what he has seen in the soul encased before him. Did Saeed leave Idaho out of guilt or fear of the plurality of what stands before him? This is, after all, Moscow. What a freaking
Mr. Holy Hound, blood in the sky.
Me too, Kay. That's why he's part of my thumbnail, okay? Just wait. We'll be putting that thing back up. I know it was put up and then it was switched to a hangout, but trust me, we'll be heading back in that direction starting next week.
Are you freedom mind? Are you freedom mind? Oh, we're young and fire.
Lighting up the sky, lighting up the sky.
Sweet, sweet drug or not? Rocky, rocky launch.
You guys over at which department did y'all come from?
I don't know. I was at a friend's house.
I
couldn't tell you the numbers. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know the person hosting the party?
Some guy named Matt, I think.
Okay.
Go ahead, dance with her. Dance with her. No? You don't like dancing? She does. Come on, buddy. After a long day of Turing tests, you gotta unwind.
What were you doing with Ava?
What?
You tore up her picture.
I'm gonna tear up the fucking dance floor, dude. Check it out.
Everybody's busy. Can't wait for the night to begin. Come on, Caleb.
No, you're good.
I live like right now. I'll take it back for you.
No, we're just doing alcohol enforcement and. No, you're good.
I live like right now. I'll take it back for you.
No, we're just doing alcohol enforcement and.
Huh.
He asked forensic audio expert Anthony Nelson to enhance the audio for Inside Edition.
It definitely doesn't sound like a human calling out or screaming to me.
Could it be a squeak of a wheel speeding away?
Yes.
It could be.
Yes.
That's so sad right there. Right?
You guys all live at the same frat? Which is?
Mm-hmm. Right there. What we don't know. Thank you for hanging out and watching that with us, and thank you for sending the heads up about the video. That's why I was wanting to go. We went through the grub truck. I'm gonna have to be doing the finale. Um, I might be doing that as a members only, but I have to kind of retool for that one. So that will be coming up. Um, and that's why I wanted to go into the body cam a couple weeks ago because I feel like once I went through the grub truck, I was just waiting to finish that up. And I was going to be moving into the body cams at that point because I was still waiting. And we never ended up really getting into them, but I feel like the body cams are just as important as the grub truck. We're doing all these deep dives, multiple episodes on these different parts, and I feel there's value in those with each one of them. Just even when we do the deep dives, we even learn new stuff as we go through them ourselves, and that's why we do them. So we will be having that coming up here starting later this week. We'll be getting into the deep dives of the body cams. We'll be doing Karen Reed show on Monday with the architect on panel, and hopefully Silky as well. And Tuesday, I'm not sure what's going on yet for Tuesday, but I'll keep you guys posted. I'm just going to kind of leave it open for right now. I do want to start introducing one night where I just have live calls and where I just take your calls for a night. So I'm still trying to retool everything, but definitely this weekend we're going to be making some updates to the Discord stuff for viewers and members. And then also because I want to be able to offer document reads for everybody that even subs, so that way you can go to the Discord, and you may not have access to certain features, but you'll definitely be able to hop on the Discord, send me DMs, and also check the latest documents that get dropped in there. So that's just a special treat for you. We'll be doing that, updating the emoji for the members stuff, and then I'll be coming up with a schedule for the members live stuff. It's just the last couple weeks, everything kind of got flipped around, upside down, all sorts of crazy. So we're back. This week it's been nothing but coming out with some content again, and just kind of knocking through everything that I've been trying to knock through for a couple weeks. And so I apologize. We're getting through it now. Definitely need to do it. Body cam's coming up, so I'm excited to start doing that. I guess they won't video the motion to not video.
What? So there's nothing on the hearing?
Seen it. I don't know. Let me check. I don't know. Kay said she had a bad feeling. Let's see. Makes case against. Well, we already watched that,
Well,
so that's not.
I'm wondering.
I'm not seeing. That's why I'm saying I wasn't. It's already an hour now. I'm not seeing any updates.
That's weird.
Even on Court TV, where I get the feed right away. I don't know. We need confirmation for that because I definitely don't want to hop off and it go live, and I definitely don't want to keep going when I could be getting a little rest. I got to hang out on Silky's channel tonight,
Yeah.
and
I
and
know,
then after
'cause-
that, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
you-
might be on the lounge or this channel.
Yeah, so I know what you mean. So probably, I don't know how you would get confirmation. How would you get it that it's not?
I don't know. It's got to be out there somewhere. Let me see. Let me check my Discord here. Let's see. I don't see anything. Yeah. Mods aren't seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Usually you have tweets. If anything, you have tweets coming out, updates. I got the main source I go to for tweets. I don't see nothing. I got hashtag BK on Twitter. I don't see nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. The last thing I see is something from 45 minutes ago, and that was a case of interest that we started to watch before we watched the Idaho 4 revealed video. So, I don't know. New
So
documents.
Dolphin says there's new documents.
Let me
Oh,
see.
sorry. You can read.
Let's see here. That other video I came across. Very interesting. Where is
I bet it's a scheduling order that says when everything's going to happen.
yeah. I don't see anything new as of right now. Unless somebody else. Sometimes it does take me for it to pop up. I'll keep checking. Oh yeah, we went through that last night. Let me see here. Yeah, we actually, me and Yoli had a pretty this was a pretty interesting read through, was it not? That we had.
Yeah, that was.
that other
I mean,
case.
it's a transcript of another case.
Yeah.
Of what happened in another case.
Crazy.
And really, it doesn't really. It's neither here nor there because in that case they had a hair. They had a couple of hairs that were in the woman's underwear. We don't have that in Koberger's case.
Nope, 20 skin cells. I am not seeing anything, everybody.
Wow.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, that was a really cool video. I'm gonna there was another one. I mean, screw it. I'm gonna check out the other one too. I'll go ahead and give it a few more. Let me go to this other one from Idaho. What's the channel again? Idaho
Revealed.
Idaho Revealed. Yeah, Idaho 4 Revealed. Thank you. It's making me scroll all the way back to the top again. Yeah, I'll keep looking for those documents too. And I'm going to put out Silky's channel. If you're not sub, definitely go sub. I'll be hanging out on her show later. We're going to be going through the Demis Criminals stuff. So that'll be fun. Let me see. Where is it?
Okay. I might want to hang out on that.
It is. It's going to be fun. Where is the video? Everything is being so buggy. Yeah, I'm going to look in. I think I came across a PC I might try and look into here after this episode's over because I think it has something to do with processing too. All the stuff that's running. I've tried to minimize everything I can, but it's just, I don't know if it's maybe too much now that I got all this other stuff added to the show. Maybe it might be too much. So I'm going to take a look. So here's this Idaho 4 Revealed video about what we do know. If it'll share it. Oh, that music's gonna get me. Oh, it's gonna get me. I know I'm gonna have to mute so much of this video when it's done. But it's all good. It's worth it. It's worth it. For real. Screw it. It's worth it. It adds so much to it. It says what we do not know reveal. All right, if it's going to let me pause it, thank you. Revealed is with the belief that when the black truck went east on Taylor, the Idaho 4 had already been redacted slain. The video is made to confirm the timeline in the next scene, which the AKL to the 3rd at 3:03 a.m. as they took their photos. They seem both shaken yet entertained. It's the 2:58 a.m. car westbound, the same car at 3:12 a.m. westbound, and also at 3:14 a.m. eastbound. The 2:58 car and the 3:14 car appear to be similar. And I feel like I'm in the Wild West right now. Oh, I can't wait to go into these body cams. Deep dive. And into next week. Maybe even Tuesday. I don't know. Man. And that makes you think back to the grub truck, too. It makes you think back to the grub truck on how when we were going through that deep dive, people were talking about how people were watching some kind of stream that was going on. You know, the whole crowd in the back towards the end, you know, and people screaming and all this other stuff. Yeah, it is groovy. I like it. I love soul music. But damn, this is I can't wait to go into these body cams. Oh, we would have went into them already. It's driving me nuts. I want to do it now. I can't. Yeah, me too. Why wouldn't the officer ask him to remove the sunglasses? You know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't the officer ask him to remove his sunglasses at night at 3 in the morning? Why wouldn't she say, "Let me see your eyes"? Wouldn't you want to know if they appear intoxicated? I always found that odd about this. Why weren't why weren't they asked to be removed? It makes no sense. Let me drop Silky's link. Some is so sketchy.
Asked forensic audio expert Anthony Nelson to enhance the audio for Inside Edition.
It definitely doesn't sound like a human calling out or screaming to me.
Could it be a squeak of a wheel speeding away?
Yes.
It could be.
Yes.
And just a quick reminder, please stick to official news releases for information. Tracking down rumors and quelling rumors
heck,
about
StreamYard?
specific individuals or specific events that may or may not have happened is a huge distraction for investigators and oftentimes is the result of social media propagation. And it is very, very frustrating to investigators and hard to stay on track. Finally, I just want to add that we do have a lot of information and we are specifically keeping that information safe. We're not releasing specific details because we do not want to compromise this investigation. It's what we must do. We owe that to the families and we owe that to the victims.
That's a good video. Shelley.
Yeah, I'll have to rewatch. I got a
Yeah,
phone
be careful,
call, a
Shelley.
work phone call in the middle of this.
What's up?
I'm sorry. I said I'll have to rewatch it because I got a phone call a work phone call in the middle of this that I had to take. So I missed part of it.
Oh, you're good.
I'll rewatch it.
It's interesting stuff. I can't wait to get into this body cam stuff. I am not seeing anything on court TV, no updates, no documents. What is going on? Nothing. Refresh. All right, I see something about Rita, which is not. Usually it's covert. I'm looking around. I don't see the new document. Let me check Twitter, another source here. I'm not seeing nothing there. Let me check another source. What's going on? I'm not seeing anything there. What is going on?
Weird. They said it was going to be open to the public, and I know that this was the media that was intervening, which they do have a right to do, about
Yeah, they said it was
continuing this
granted.
hearing until somebody. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, they said it was granted. Well, shoot.
So many twists and turns in this case.
I don't know what to think.
Does Dolphin have something?
I don't know. Let me see. The breaking. What's up, typically unique? I'm sitting here waiting. I don't see nothing. Nothing. No documents, no video, no updates, nothing. So, excuse me. I guess. You know what? I'll tell you what. If it goes, it was a great show, regardless. I mean, hey, we were available. Uh, I'll just go ahead and take a break. If it does go live, um, if it does go live, I'll be back. I'll just pop up on a live. Why not? And then if not, I'll be hanging out on Silky Southern Teas channel. Coming up in about 2.5 hours. So I'll be heading over there. 2.5 hours. We'll be hanging out there talking dumb criminal stuff. It'll be fun. Always love hanging out on Silky Show. And then depending on what's going on, I might be back on the Lounge channel. I'll put the link out to that, or I might be back on this channel, or I might not. I don't know yet. The night is open. We'll see what happens. But thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate it, everybody. Over 8 hours again. What a great show, though. Got a lot of stuff knocked out, talked about a lot of stuff, explored a lot of stuff, learned a lot of stuff. Checked out new creators to the show here with their content. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Yes, come hang out on Silky's show tonight. She's such an awesome person. And thank you, Yoli, for hanging out, especially hanging out all week. Thank you for blessing us with your company this whole week. Appreciate it so much. And so yeah, come hang out with me on Silky's if it comes up. We'll be back. Oh, 1 second. Dolphin Scott just hopped in. What's up, Dolphin?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let me see. So there are documents out there. They're not dated today. There's one dated yesterday, August 31st. There are 4 dated the 30th, but so the hearing for the motion to dismiss cameras was vacated. That's the August 31st document out here on the website for all of the documents.
Yeah, we kind of went through them yesterday. Just a couple of the main ones. And here's all the documents. Here's the link if you want to link to this as well.
Yeah, that bottom one says that the hearing that was supposed to have been today for
For the
to dismiss
22nd?
the cameras. No, the one
Yeah.
today. Today's September 1st.
Yeah.
They were gonna They were gonna talk about the motion to remove the cameras from the courtroom. That was vacated. So all they had today is a scheduling conference on Zoom, and the courthouse was
Yeah.
open to the public.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we went over that last night. Yep. And
So
so,
wait,
I
what were you
thought
guys
there'd be
waiting
a
to
Zoom.
hear from today?
No, I thought there'd be a Zoom available for that scheduling.
For the
Yeah.
scheduling conference?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, they just said it's open to the public. So maybe if there are media there, they'll probably post something. But
Oh, yeah, I figured it'd be televised or, like it usually is, the stuff. So it was something that we wanted to check back, and I was going to be live anyway, daytime true crime, and we were going to be available if it did go live. So we were just kind of hanging
okay.
around to see
Yeah,
if
for the scheduling conference? No, I thought
yeah.
you guys
Yeah,
weren't
because
aware
I'm
of the
live
other
anyway.
part.
No, because I'm live anyway. No, we went through all those documents last night, so we checked them all. We did a great read through of the if you read them, the case out of Canyon County. That was pretty eerie, wasn't it? When you kind of
Yeah.
apply the same stuff to the Idaho 4 case, it's like, whoa, wait a minute.
Is that the one with the guy and his
The
family?
24 pages. Yeah, the 24 pages.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
Notice of
it's-
intent to not cross-examine.
Yeah, yep.
The
On
transcript is
29th.
attached.
Ooh, I'll have to
Yeah,
look that up.
yeah, and then it on the 29th, and then it goes to sealed. So then it just cuts off. It's like a movie that
Yeah.
just kind of cuts off, and you don't get to see the rest of it. But it's definitely a good read. We went through that last night. Yeah, it was cool. we did a little voice. Yoli was the court, and I was all the other people. So definitely be fun to do that next time with a few other voices too.
CJ was the
Yeah,
attorney.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay,
It was
cool.
fun. Yeah, it
Actually,
was
I've got a
fun.
question for Yoli because there was this
Yeah.
document, the defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery back on August 25th. So I went through this list of all the documents and looked for the previous six, and the first request was for Exhibit A, and obviously you didn't know what it was. The second one was for Exhibit B. The third one was about DNA, like the IgG, and asking for specifically, lab reports, notes, blah, 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 personnel records, like very, very detailed. The fourth one was for going back to Exhibit C. Okay, so it's A, B, IgG, and then C for the fourth one. The fifth one was Exhibit D. The sixth one was E, and the seventh one was for Exhibit F. So
Mm.
I was thinking these different exhibits, normally they're like the most important things in the case and whatnot, and kind of like chronological order too. So I was
Well,
thinking, hmm I was trying to
yeah,
guess what those exhibits are.
yeah.
Hmm.
So, oh, well, it's hard for me to guess, but I can tell you that the exhibits, those are probably the most important things in the case. Although,
hmm
because they're discoverable, doesn't necessarily mean they're admissible in court.
hmm
So, you know,
Hmm.
it. So, people might, attorneys might have the right to discover some information, but
hmm
there's another test before it gets admitted into court. So it doesn't necessarily mean that those things would be admitted into
Okay.
evidence so the jury can hear them. But yeah, it's in chronological order because they're requesting specific sets of documents or
hmm
responses. So it's hard for me to guess though, like anybody else. I mean, it's you have to look at the questions that are being asked, like
hmm
request to produce any and all
They don't really have
documents
anything. They're
related to blah blah
super
blah.
vague.
And then from that you can glean. Yeah, yeah. So we won't, because there's a gag order, we won't know.
Right, and they'll probably seal them because I
Right.
saw down here
Yeah,
on the
a lot more.
30th that they wanted to seal the third motion
Hmm.
Yeah,
for the supplemental. Yeah.
yeah. So we
A
won't
lot
know.
more
It's
is going
hard
to
to
be
say.
sealed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. I was just
unfortunately.
wondering if you had a guess as to what they might be because I was thinking definitely they're like the most important things in the case.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Alrighty then.
Yeah, they could be the most important things, but just know that some of it may not be admissible,
Right, right. hmm
Hmm. That is interesting. I didn't know if even if it's discoverable doesn't mean it's admissible.
Right. Yeah.
Interesting.
Because you might get information in discovery that leads you to a witness, and it
hmm
might be based on hearsay, in which hearsay is not admissible in court unless there's an exception.
hmm
But you get information that you can use. You can interview that particular witness, and then that interview is admissible, but not the information that gave you the name of that witness. So,
Gotcha.
so yeah, so they those what they're requesting might be the most important things in the case, but not all of it might be admissible to a court. I mean, to a jury,
hmm
the court. Like I said.
That's interesting.
Oh, okay. Alrighty then. Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, and thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you. Come hang out on
Okay.
Silky's
Well, I guess
show
I'm gonna
if
hop
you
off
guys
then.
are bored later. And
Yeah.
yeah, thank you all. And I'm not sure what's coming up for the weekend. Like I said, I'm going to be working on the studio, trying to get all this stuff moved around, set up. I'm going to have twice as much room, so I appreciate you guys for that. And be doing a lot of updates to the membership stuff and Discord. So be a lot of updates coming out this weekend. So I appreciate you guys. I'll see you on Silky, or I might see you later tonight. And thank you again, Yoli, for
No
hanging out
problem.
with us all week. I appreciate it.
All right. See you guys later. Bye bye.
Please, thank you so much. And we'll see you guys in a little bit.